Chapter 1374. Inside the holy city of the flame dragon. The holy city was expanding again. Geniuses from the immortal world kept coming here. There was no need to find someone to gather them. The entire holy world and hundreds of thousands of material planes knew of the existence of the holy city. They knew that this was the gathering place of geniuses. Those who could enter the holy city would be like a carp leaping through the dragon's gate. Their status was more glorious than that of the disciples of the big families. The holy city recruited people once every 5 years. Those who had cultivated for less than 100 years could come for the assessment. As long as they were geniuses or those with potential, they could enter the holy city. Once in the holy city, they could obtain countless spirit fruits and treasures. They could receive guidance from level 9 powerhouses. There were all kinds of mysterious steals for them to study. It would be hard not to improve their strength. Moreover, there were countless children of the big families, the children of the monarchs, and even the children of the great emperors. Commoner girls could have the opportunity to hook up with these young masters and marry into the rich. Ordinary men could also become phoenix men. Beautiful women, status, and glory were at their fingertips. Recently, there was another benefit in the holy city. Emperor Xiaohe had become the instructor of the holy city. The disciples of the holy city would have the opportunity to receive personal guidance from Emperor Xiaohe. Who was Emperor Xiaohe? He was a great hero who saved the immortal world. He was a supreme martial artist like Emperor Han Yi. Xiaohe had gone out for a few years. He and Kid disguised themselves and went around several continents. They even went to countless material planes and hooked up with many beautiful women. But recently, he came back without any interest. He even told Li Shui seriously that he would never go out again. He even said that he would go to the holy city to be an instructor. Li Shui was overjoyed. Of course, she agreed. Xiaohe had gone out for a few years. She was already very happy that he did not bring back any women. She also knew that he could not calm down. If he wanted to fool around, then let him do it. Xiaohe's law realm was only at the peak of the heavenly god realm. He had never cultivated all these years. He used to rely on his supernatural power to kill enemies. Now he relied on his mutated devouring ability. What could he teach as an instructor? If it was not fooling around, then what was it? Lei Zhen was the city lord of the Flame Dragon Sacred City, the chief instructor. Although they didn't know whether to laugh or cry at Xiaohe's request, since he had brought it up, they didn't want to embarrass him. So they gave him the title of an honorary instructor. Today was the day of Emperor Xiaohe's first lecture. The public square of Holy City was already filled with people. The men were all dressed in green robes, and the women were all dressed in white. They sat cross-legged on either side of the square. Hundreds of thousands of people were silent, but the excitement on their faces could not be concealed. Of course, there were also 7 or 8 people below who would occasionally look at each other and laugh quietly. Among Yi Qinghan's children, except for Yi Sahan who got married, the rest didn't get married. They all swore that they wouldn't get married until they reached the God-Arch realm. Although he didn't marry, Yi Qinghan's sons inherited his dissolute character and had a group of female friends. Although Yi Qinghan's daughters and Demon Devourer had countless pursuers, none of them were interested in them. Growing up under the legends of Yi Qinghan and Xiaohe, they could feel Yi Qinghan's infatuation and love for his wives. The girls' expectations of their lovers had also become higher, breaking through to the God-Arch realm in 10,000 years. How dare he pursue me with this kind of talent? My father broke through to the 9th grade in 100 years. Too weak. How many 4th grade demonic beasts did he kill? Are you joking? Is he here to show off? My father started killing people when he was 15 in order to prove his Tao. He once wandered half of the divine grace mainland alone. My father and Uncle Xiao He charged into the divine world with the slaughter god blade to save the flame dragon continent. There were too many legendary stories about Yi Qinghan and Xiao He causing his daughters and Demon Devourer to have too high expectations of their partners. As a result, they still hadn't found their ideal husband. Yi Qinghan and Yu Qingcheng, who was the matriarch, didn't care about their children's marriages. It didn't matter if they were born or talented. As long as they liked each other, it was fine. In the current divine world, whoever married this group of proud daughters of heaven would be climbing up the social ladder. Then, what was the difference between the other party's status and identity? Yao Yao, Uncle Xiao He is about to give a lecture. What do you think he will talk about? Yi Zishi looked at the demon devourer sitting beside her with a mischievous smile. She covered her mouth and giggled. Her face was full of curiosity. The demon devourer pouted and said softly, extremely annoyed, "Who knows? It's not like you don't know that my father likes to fool around. I hope he doesn't make a fool of himself. Otherwise, how am I going to show my face in the holy city in the future?" Stop talking. Uncle Xiao He is here. There was a ripple in the sky. A figure suddenly condensed in midair. Yi Zishi quickly shut her mouth. The demon devourer quickly looked toward the sky. When she saw Xiao He's appearance, she couldn't help but laugh softly. Xiao He was dressed in white and carried a black long sword on his back. It was actually more than 2 meters long. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and his expression was calm. He was like a sword immortal who had descended. He stood with his side facing everyone. His gaze was deep and distant as he looked at the green mountains and the sea of clouds in the distance. His temperament was elegant and out of this world. He had the demeanor of an expert. "Greetings, Emperor Xiao He." All the guards and geniuses of Flame Dragon City stood up. The men knelt on one knee while the women bowed and saluted in unison. Xiao He didn't seem to hear the earth-shaking voices. His expression was unmoved. After a while, he waved his hand and indicated for everyone to get up. When everyone sat cross-legged on the ground again, he sighed faintly. Only then did he sigh faintly, "What is a martial artist? What is the Tao? Why do martial artists cultivate? How do they cultivate?" Xiao He's opening speech was actually 4 questions to himself. Moreover, there was a hint of momentum in his words. It made those who knew Xiao He and didn't think much of him put away their mood to watch the show and pondered. After a pause, Xiao He's words sounded again. "The Tao of martial arts is to defy the heavens and change fate, to break through oneself and pursue the limits, to compete with others, to compete with fate, to compete with the heavens. This is what a martial artist is. What is the Tao? Boss's Tao of Indomitable is to not yield to calamities, to not yield to fate, to not yield to the heavens." Before he comprehended the Tao of Indomitable, he already had an indomitable heart. Because of this indomitable heart, he broke through the cocoon and was reborn again and again in adversity. Because of this indomitable heart, he could create miracles. Because of this indomitable heart, he could lead us to victory again and again. Only then could he become Emperor Hanyi. Why do we cultivate? Not for fame, not for profit, not for beauty and status, but to break fate, challenge ourselves, pursue the limits, and set foot on the peak. How do we cultivate? Since we want to break fate, then we must fight against the heavens and the firmament. Then you must first understand the firmament, understand the laws of heaven and earth, familiarize yourself with it, comprehend it, and then conquer it. This is the Tao of cultivation. With that, the long sword on Xiao He's back whistled out and slashed forward. In an instant, a crack that was tens of thousands of meters long was cut open in the sky. The heaven and earth Yuan Qi also became chaotic. The scene was vast and extremely shocking. The crowd was in an uproar. Xiao Hei's words moved everyone. Coupled with this shocking sword, countless people felt their blood boil and sighed endlessly. Well said. At this moment, a loud and clear voice sounded. Two figures suddenly appeared in the sky, a man and a woman. The man was dressed in a green robe and had a gentle smile on his face. He glanced at Xiao Hei, then smiled at the hundreds of thousands of geniuses and elites below, and said, "Fighting with others is endless joy. Fighting with the heavens is endless joy. All martial artists must conquer this firmament and this sea of stars as their goal. Only then can they defy the heavens and change their fate and tear apart the firmament." Chapter 1375. Boss, how was my lecture just now? On the rooftop of the fiery dragon city, Xiao Hei had a cheeky smile on his face as he looked at Yi Qinghan, eagerly waiting for his praise. Yi Qinghan smiled appreciatively and said, "Hee hee, not bad. Although there is no substantial content, your understanding of the essence of martial arts is not bad. The direction of cultivation is also very accurate. Moreover, it is very motivating. I reckon that those talented youths in the holy city will not be able to sleep well these few days." Yao Ji also covered her mouth and laughed. "Emperor Xiao Hei, you were so awe-inspiring and domineering just now. Don't tell me you were trying to fool the beautiful girls inside." "Really awe-inspiring? Domineering?" Xiao Hei shook her hair coquettishly when she heard the first half of the sentence. But when she heard the second half of the sentence, her expression changed immediately. She rolled her eyes and said, "Sister-in-law Yao Ji, am I, Xiao Hei, so unbearable in your eyes? I have been out for a few years, and I have not harmed a single good girl." "Ha ha!" Yi Qinghan laughed and asked curiously, "Xiao Hei, why did you stop playing after a few years? Not fun? Haven't you always dreamed of picking up a lot of girls?" "Sai, don't talk about it." Xiao Hei's expression changed. She frowned and said, "Those girls are so snobbish. If I don't show my identity and strength, they won't even look at me. When I show my strength and take out a lot of treasures, they stick to me like honey. They don't like me. It's boring, very boring. Shui is the best. She tolerates my unreasonable behavior and treats me sincerely. I can't let her down anymore." Hee hee. Yi Qinghan looked at Xiao Hei dotingly and patted her shoulder. He said happily, "Xiao Hei, you have finally grown up." Xiao Hei grinned and said, "Let's not talk about this. By the way, boss, why did you come out so soon? I remember I have only been back for 2 years. Didn't you go into seclusion?" "Of course I'm in seclusion." Yi Qinghan and Yao Ji looked at each other, smiled, and said, "Not only did I go into seclusion, I also comprehended all 4 fundamental mysteries of the earth element." "What? Are you kidding me?" Although Xiao Hei's comprehension of laws was poor, it did not mean that he did not understand laws. How could they not understand when they were surrounded by top-notch powerhouses? He had only been in seclusion for 2 years, and he had already comprehended 4 basic mysteries to the large success stage. If Yi Qinghan hadn't said this, Xiao Hei would have slapped him to wake him up. Seeing that Yi Qinghan nodded affirmatively, Xiao Hei's mouth opened wider and wider, so wide that he could swallow an egg. He could not calm down for a long time. "Hee, let's talk on the way. Let's go to the Nifa's abyss and devour those 3 ninth-grade supreme martial artists first. You'll be a disaster if you keep them around. You need a lot of energy, too." Yi Qinghan stood up indifferently. When he came out of seclusion, he exchanged a glance with Yao Ji, and both of them laughed. They were no longer as shocked as before. Since it had already come to this, they might as well give up. Yao Ji took Yi Qinghan and flew toward the Nifa's abyss. Xiao Hei scratched his head and followed in a daze. He seemed to be wondering how Yi Qinghan did it. Big uncle, father, where are you going? Before they flew too far, two beautiful figures flew over from afar. They were the demon devourer and Yi Zishi. The demon devourer called out from afar. It's Yao Yao and Zishi. We're going to the Nifa's abyss. You two go back to Sealed God Valley. Yao Ji immediately stopped. Yi Qinghan turned and smiled at the two. The demon devourer flew over and pulled Yi Qinghan's hand. Her delicate face was full of grievance as she said coquettishly, Nifa's abyss, we're going together. Uncle, I'm not here anymore. Mother doesn't take me out to play, and father only cares about himself. Uncle, can you take us out to play? Xiao He glared at her, but he didn't dare to say anything. This precious daughter of his was giving him a headache. When Yi Qinghan saw that Yi Zishi was also in high spirits, he nodded and said, All right, follow me. Yao Ji, Xiao He, don't fly too fast. All right, thank you, Uncle. Uncle is the best. He, the demon devourer shouted happily. She glared at Xiao He and Yi Zishi and immediately followed the three of them toward the Star Sea. Time wasn't tight. Xiao He devoured the three demon sovereigns without any suspense. The group was relaxed and leisurely as they flew toward the Star Sea. Greetings, Emperor Xiao He, Lord Yao Ji, and the two ladies. Countless figures flew out of the island before they even reached Supreme Island. All the venerables of Supreme Island came out to greet them. Zhu Yi was at the forefront. She stared at Yi Qinghan with her beautiful eyes. Her eyebrows were full of lust. Yes, we'll kill the three demon sovereigns of Nifa's abyss. If there's any noise, those controlling the island, don't panic. Zhu Yi, come with us. Yi Qinghan waved his long sleeves and led the group toward the teleportation array. With a flash of white light, they entered Nifa's abyss again. There were still countless geniuses studying restrictions below. Zhu Yi immediately transmitted a few words to the lower 9th grade martial artists of the fire god race who were guarding the place. Everyone below was immediately brought out. Zhu Yi, protect them. Yao Ji, activate the restriction. Yi Qinghan asked Zhu Yi to bring the demon devourer and Yi Zishi to watch the battle from afar while he flew toward the depths of Nifa's abyss with Xiao He. Break. Yao Ji flew rapidly in the air. Her hands constantly shot out rays of divine power and hit the walls on both sides. Instantly, the restrictions in the entire Nifa's abyss lit up. Colorful lights shone, and white mist surrounded them. It was incomparably beautiful. Wow, father and uncle are going to kill 3 demon sovereigns. Aunt Chewie, will it be dangerous? The demon devourer was overwhelmed with emotions. She asked nervously. Yi Zishi, who was beside her, also grabbed the hem of her dress nervously and looked over. Hee, what hasn't your father and the emperor seen before? Zhu Yi looked at the green silhouette in the distance with an intoxicated expression. She smiled sweetly and said, Back in the planar battlefield, the emperor single-handedly fought against 5 9th grade supremes and dozens of 9th grade supremes. In the end, he won and even saved the beast god. Your father single-handedly annihilated an army of millions of Cyclops and devoured 5 9th grade supremes and over 100 9th grade monsters. There are only 3 9th grade supremes here, and they're all demon sovereigns restrained by your father. You think it'll be dangerous? Hee, uncle and father are so powerful. Yao Yao stuck out her tongue and made a cute face. She said with a firm gaze, Yao Yao has to cultivate hard in the future and become as powerful as father and uncle. In the future, she will lead our army and sweep across the planar battlefield. Yi Zishi also clenched her small fists tightly. Her eyes were filled with excitement. The battle in the distance had already begun. As Yao Ji shot out rays of divine power, the restrictions in the Nifa's abyss lit up more and more. The aura inside also became more and more stifling. Hiss, hiss. Finally, all the restrictions lit up. Terrifying howls that made one's heart stop beating could be heard. An abnormally evil and cold aura immediately enveloped the entire Nifa's abyss. Yi Zishi's strength was the lowest. She was so frightened that she screamed. Her face turned incomparably pale as she retreated in fear. Don't be afraid. Zhu Yi immediately released her aura and enveloped Yi Zishi and the demon devourer. Their faces regained their composure. In the distance, 3 wisps of black mist emerged from the boiling magma, and the sinister and cold aura became even more intense. Dark clouds covered the sky and earth in the Nifa's abyss, and 3 bone-chilling voices rang out wildly. Ha! I've finally come out. I've come out, evil god realm. I'll kill you all, and leave not even a single blade of grass alive. Kill, kill, kill. Kill them all and turn them into the lowest level of demons. Their souls shall fall into the Azura sea forever. Chapter 1376. Haha, you want the divine world to become the demon world. Don't worry, after some time. This young master will turn your demon world into a subsidiary plane of the divine world. Yi Qinghan's eyes were like lightning as he stood calmly in midair. Yao Ji stood beside him, and Xiao He looked at the 3 demon supremes in the black fog with a mocking expression. With just you want the sacred world to become a subsidiary plane of the divine world. Dream on. It wasn't our demon world descendants who broke the restriction. It was you guys. Big Brother, that green-robed and white-robed human, are very strong. Your saber is still in the hands of that green-robed human. The voices of the 3 demon supremes came from the black fog. They finally realized that something was wrong. After being suppressed for more than 1,000,000 years, they had thought that the descendants of the demon realm had attacked and come to rescue them. They had never thought that aside from the 3 humans and the 3 little girls in the distance, there would not be a single creature from the demon realm. Ha ha! Xiao He finally couldn't help but laugh out loud. He sneered and said, "You fools, after being imprisoned for 1,000,000 years, have you become stupid? This great emperor went to your demon world and swept through hundreds of material planes. After coming back, I swallowed your demon army cleanly, and there was even a 9th-grade supremacy. In the planar war not long ago, all the powerhouses of your demon world died in my hands. Today it's your turn. If we didn't want to kill you, do you think we would let you out?" As soon as Xiao He's words fell, the 3 demon supremes' expressions changed. Although they didn't believe it, the truth was in front of them. The demon supremes on the left roared angrily. The black fog around him quickly retracted into his body, turning into a black dragon tens of thousands of meters long. He shouted, "Second brother, third brother, don't listen to their nonsense. Kill them. Then we'll go and demonize all the lives in the divine world. Let them fall into the Azura Sea. Kill, kill, kill." The 2 demon supremes immediately retracted the black fog around them and turned into 2 black dragons. Their auras became even more terrifying. Even Yao Ji, who had the strength of a supremacy, couldn't resist. "Xiao He, I'll leave it to you. I'll hold the line for you." Yi Qinghan's cold energy surged, suppressing the auras of the 3 demons. He brought Yao Ji and flew backward, not even sparing a glance at the 3 roaring black dragons. "Hee boss. Watch me." Xiao He grinned. Instead of retreating, he advanced and shot forward. In midair, he transformed into a blue dragon that was hundreds of thousands of meters long. He did not roar as he flew forward lazily. his huge dragon tail swatted at the black dragon at the front. "Wow, Father, you're amazing." In the distance, the demon devourer shouted, her face flushed with excitement. She knew that Xiao He was very powerful, but she had never seen him in action. Every time they encountered danger, the younger generation would be protected by Yi Qinghan's men. At this moment, Xiao He's attack was so powerful that he could fight against 3 demon supremes. Even with Zhu Yi's protection, that terrifying aura made her feel as if a mountain was pressing down on her. It made her blood boil. Heavens, is this a battle between 9th grade supremes? Yi Zishi patted her chest and stuck out her tongue. Her face was full of shock. In her world, a battle between 7th grade war gods was already earth-shattering. However, compared to the battle before her, it was like a fight between 2 wild dogs. Hee, you 2 girls still have too little combat experience. In the future, I'll ask Uncle Lei Zhen to arrange for you to go out and gain experience. Yi Qinghan stood at the side with a smile. He was not worried at all about the battle. Xiao He could easily kill the 5 kings of the one-eyed monsters, not to mention the demon supremes that Xiao He was the nemesis of. As expected, the battle was one-sided. What a joke! Xiao He's strength surpassed that of a 9th grade supreme being. Not to mention their strength, their bodies were far inferior. A black dragon was only tens of thousands of meters long, while the blue dragon that Xiao He had transformed into was hundreds of thousands of meters long. The 3 black dragons and the blue dragon were entangled. The 3 black dragons constantly bit, slashed, and swept. However, whenever they attacked Xiao He's body, that part of Xiao He's body would immediately become transparent and unscathed. The areas that were not attacked would still emit a green light that continuously corroded and devoured the demonic aura. This kind of battle was somewhat dull, but it was extremely easy. Gradually, the black light on the 3 black dragons dimmed, while the green light on Xiao He's body became even brighter. Even a blind man could see the outcome of the battle. Hiss! The 3 demon supreme beings finally panicked and began to escape. One flew into the sky, one dove into the ground, and one charged into the magma. However, Xiao He was like a piece of *T plaster, sticking to the 3 black dragons and tumbling around in the Nifa's abyss. The restriction shone with a rainbow divine light. The boiling magma splattered everywhere, green smoke rose, and black fog drifted in the air. The 4 giant dragons tumbled in and out of the magma, the demon devourer, and Yi Zishi didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Even the temptress had a face full of sorrow. Yi Qinghan and Zhu Yi, on the other hand, had seen many big scenes and didn't pay much attention to it. Instead, they pointed at it as if they were watching a show. Hiss! The 3 black dragons flew out of the magma again. The boiling magma soared into the sky and scattered in the air, turning into small red flowers that slowly fell down. The eyes of the 3 black dragons were filled with despair. There was no path in the Nifa's abyss, only a teleportation array. However, activating the teleportation array required time. Before they could teleport out, they would be devoured by Xiao He. The cold eyes of the 3 black dragons couldn't help but burn with anger when they saw Yi Qinghan and Zhu Yi still gossiping in the distance. When the 3 black dragons' gazes met, 2 of them immediately split up and flew toward the teleportation array in the planar battlefield, while the last one charged toward Yi Qinghan. Hee. The blue dragon that Xiao He had transformed into laughed twice and chased after the 2 black dragons. As for the black dragon that was charging toward Yi Qinghan, he didn't even spare it a glance. Ah, that black dragon is coming. Yi Zishi and the demon devourer were so scared that their souls were about to split apart. They hurriedly retreated a few steps and saw Yi Qinghan leisurely charging forward. The temptress and Zhu Yi didn't move, so they were slightly relieved. However, they still stared at him with incomparable fear. Scram! Yi Qinghan had a leisurely expression on his face. He didn't condense the God-Slayer spear. Instead, he simply sent out a palm strike. A large, white, and slender palm silently appeared from the void. It carried with it an aura that could destroy heaven and earth, and it smashed toward the black dragon's head. The supreme demon had a very powerful ability. It could make its body illusory, and the enemy couldn't attack it. However, under the envelopment of the cold energy, the supreme demon couldn't even move. It could only watch as the slender palm smashed toward it. After that, the entire black dragon that was tens of thousands of meters long flew back like a rubber ball. The speed was so fast that it could actually chase up to Xiaohei. No. SSS. Damn it. The roars of the three black dragons became weaker and weaker. The bodies of the two weaker supreme demons had already started to fade, and they were about to disappear from this world forever. The strongest supreme demon wasn't any better. It was struggling with all its might and struggling at death's door. Xiaohei, leave the leader of the supreme demon behind. I still want to ask him about the slaughter god blade. When Yi Qinghan saw that the situation was about right, he spoke. He had always felt that the slaughter god blade wasn't so simple. Since it was a paragon spiritual treasure, how could it be so simple? Chapter 1377. Kill me. Don't even think of trying to pry any information about the holy realm out of my mouth. Hateful humans, there will come a day when your divine realm will be enslaved by our holy realm. The people of our holy realm will exterminate all of you humans and turn you into the lowest level creatures of the demon realm, your souls forever sinking into the Azura Sea. Beneath the nefarious abyss, the boss of the three abyssal sovereigns angrily roared. His body had already become incomparably weak and was on the verge of death. He didn't even have the strength to escape. As for the other two abyssal sovereigns, they had already become energy within Xiaohei's body and had been swallowed. Hey, let him have some fun first. Yi Qinghan glanced at the brainless abyssal sovereign. The power of cold surged and enveloped the demon devourer and Yi Zishi, isolating them from the outside world. Xiaohei grinned. He turned into a cool breeze that enveloped the abyssal sovereign. However, he didn't swallow it with all his might. He only slowly corroded it. This method wouldn't kill the abyssal sovereign for a short period of time. Rather, his entire body would feel incomparably uncomfortable. Hiss, hateful humans. Hateful. As expected, the dying abyssal sovereign began to writhe in pain, emitting blood-curdling howls of pain. This feeling was like being executed by 1,000 cuts. Every cut of flesh was extremely painful. After a long time, Yi Qinghan sent a sound transmission to Xiaohei to stop. He withdrew the power of cold and flew towards the abyssal sovereign with the help of Yao Ji. Wow, so this is the true form of the abyssal sovereign. How terrifying, how disgusting. That's right, this is the most terrifying monster Zishi has ever seen. After Yi Qinghan left, the demon devourer and Yi Zishi finally dared to speak in a soft voice. The two of them looked at the skies in horror. This abyssal sovereign was covered in black scales, had an ugly face, and had blood-red eyes. They couldn't help but sigh. Zhu Yi looked at the two of them, who were making a fuss about nothing. She glanced at Yi Qinghan's back and said meaningfully, "Haha, what is this? There are even more terrifying monsters in the planar battlefield. You proud daughters of heaven, when your father and Grand Emperor Xiaohei ventured into the God realm, They didn't stay long in the firework tribe before they were framed and sent to baleful Een Stream. The Een Fiend Stream is a concentration camp of fiends. At that time, your father and great Emperor Xiao He were only at the heavenly god realm. You'll never understand how much pain your father has suffered. Father, when the demon devourer and Yi Zishi heard this, they were indeed deeply moved. Their gazes locked onto the backs of Yi Qinghan and Xiao He as they let out a deep sigh. At this moment, Yi Qinghan and Xiao He's silhouettes had become unprecedentedly lofty in the eyes of the two proud women. How is it? Does it feel good? Your energy is slowly recovering, right? Why don't I get Xiao He to wait for you to recover and continue to attack? We have all the time in the world to slowly play with you. Yi Qinghan stood in front of the demon sovereign and stared at his blood-red eyes without the slightest bit of fear. Kill me. Even if I die, I will not divulge any information about the holy world. The supreme demon opened his mouth and revealed a mouthful of green fangs. The red glow in his eyes was incomparably resolute. Kiki, Yi Qinghan laughed and drew out the slaughter god blade from his back. Do you recognize this blade? This was your weapon in the past. I don't need you to tell me anything about the fiend world. As long as you give me the information about this blade, I will give you a quick death. The supreme demon stared at the supreme slaughter god blade, and his eyes suddenly lit up. However, he gritted his teeth and refused to say a single word. Yi Qinghan was very patient as he accompanied the supreme demon to waste time. Xiao He also stood at the side with interest as he watched how long the supreme demon could last. 1 hour later, the supreme demon's body regained a trace of light. Yi Qinghan waved his hand at Xiao He and said, Xiao He, this friend from the fiend world seems to be very stubborn. You should soften him up a little. Xiao He laughed coldly as he turned into a ghostly wind and enveloped the supreme demon. He wanted to corrode the supreme demon again. As expected, the supreme demon was afraid. If he stretched his head out, he would be slashed. If he shrank his head, he would still be slashed. Today, he was definitely going to die, since they did not want to ask about the fiend world, and the slaughter god blade was already in someone else's hands. There was no need to say anything. He gritted his teeth and said, Go ahead and ask. Yi Qinghan grinned and said, This slaughter god blade is from your fiend dimension. Was it obtained from the hands of a supreme god emperor? Has your dimension obtained first place in the dimensional war 3 times? The supreme demon shook his head and said, No, it is rare for the fiend dimension to obtain first place in the dimensional war. This was obtained by a powerful ancestral devil from an expert from another dimension. Yi Qinghan nodded with an expression of as expected. He then asked, This is a supreme spiritual treasure, right? Yes. Then why do I feel that it does not have the power of a paragon spiritual treasure, other than being able to deal with the fiend world creatures? This blade has no other use. It is not even comparable to a transcendent grade divine weapon. If not for the fact that the slaughter god blade's carvings and materials were exactly the same as a paragon spiritual treasure, it would not have been possible for the slaughter god blade to be a paragon spiritual treasure. Yi Qinghan would never have thought that the slaughter god blade was a paragon spiritual treasure. This was because other than being able to suppress the fiend world creatures and the spirit that was born from it, this blade had no other use. The supreme demon fell silent for a moment and looked at Xiao He, who was glaring at him like a tiger watching its prey. He said helplessly, Because this blade was refined by the ancestor using the blood essence of the fiend world and a supreme secret technique. Those who are not from the holy realm cannot use its power. Yi Qinghan nodded. No wonder the people from the divine realm could not use it in the past. If it was not for his special soul, he would not be able to use it either. However, because of this blade, he had completely turned into a monster. Thinking back, without this blade, the cold realm would not have appeared in his mind. Blessings and misfortunes are accompanied by blessings, and misfortunes are accompanied by blessings. The affairs of the world are unpredictable. After pondering for a moment, Yi Qinghan asked again, "Is there any way for me to use this blade to unleash the power of a paragon spiritual treasure?" "There is no way." The supreme demon shook his head and said, "This blade actually did not look like this originally. Furthermore, there is a terrifying beast soul in the blade. The ancestor could not control this soul and could only refine it by force. Furthermore, it has been modified into its current form. Other than the fiend world creatures, no one can unleash the power of this blade." What did it look like originally? Yi Qinghan sighed in disappointment. The slaughter god blade had followed him through many battles for many years, and he had a deep feeling for it. Now it had become useless. Xiao He had also transformed and did not need to stay inside. This blade was even more useless now. It seemed like it could only be kept as a souvenir. A trace of reminiscence flashed in the supreme demon's eyes as he said, "It looked like the blade of an axe, but there was no handle." Back then, the ancestor was also very curious. He said that this paragon spiritual treasure was incomplete, but it had the power of a normal paragon spiritual treasure. If the handle of the axe was found, wouldn't it become a weapon that was even more powerful than a paragon spiritual treasure? However, after many years of battles, the ancestor still could not find the handle of the axe. In the end, the matter was left unsettled. "Oh, you are not lying to me?" Yi Qinghan's interest was piqued. If the supreme demon was not lying, then did this slaughter god blade have a very powerful origin? There was a treasure that was even more powerful than a paragon spiritual treasure. Was it possible? Chapter 1378. That supreme demon is not lying to me, right? Why is the slaughter god saber an axe blade? There is no axe handle. That mutated beast soul already had the power of a paragon spiritual treasure before it was refined. If I have the axe handle, wouldn't it be several times more powerful than a paragon spiritual treasure? On the Flame Dragon City's balcony, Yi Qinghan held the slaughter god saber in his left hand and the black flag in his right hand. No matter how Xiao He tried, the supreme demon only revealed this information. In the end, when Yi Qinghan saw that he could not get any more information, he asked Xiao He to give him a quick death and brought everyone back to Flame Dragon City. The black flag was the paragon spiritual treasure that Yi Qinghan obtained after killing the snake-headed half-beast man. The blood-refined spear was given to Zhu Yi. This black flag was a support-type paragon spiritual treasure. It had a very magical ability, trapping people, since it could even trap a grade 9 supreme being. Yi Qinghan naturally kept it for himself. Yi Qinghan carefully used his divine senses to examine the black flag and the slaughter god saber. He wanted to find out more about these two paragon spiritual treasures. He wanted to see if he could refine the slaughter god saber and restore it to its original state, and restore the power of a paragon spiritual treasure. The supreme demon could make the slaughter god saber unleash its power, but did not know how to refine it. Yi Qinghan could only try to figure it out by himself. The two paragon spiritual treasures were made of the same material, patterns, and structure. The only difference was that there were some restrictions that Yi Qinghan did not understand in the black flag. These restrictions were spread all over the black flag, forming a cycle. This slaughter god saber is indeed damaged. The restrictions inside are obviously not complete. It seems like the supreme demon was not lying. Yi Qinghan observed for a long time and discovered the difference. After a moment, he extended his divine senses and locked onto the wind Moon Monarch in the north. He sent a voice transmission. Come to Flame Dragon City to take a look. The Wind Moon Monarch received the order and came very quickly. He teleported over in 2 hours. This saber was refined by the demon sovereign. Do you have any way to restore it to its original state? Wind Moon Monarch respectfully received the blade from Yi Qing Han. He checked it with his divine sense and asked, Great Emperor, I can't guarantee anything. I can only try. It's okay. Let's restore it if we can. Oh, right. This slaughter god saber's original appearance was that of an axe's blade. Don't destroy the restriction veins inside. After Yi Qing Han gave some instructions, the Wind Moon Monarch left with the slaughter god blade. Yi Qing Han put away the black flag and entered the sealed god valley. He saw Xiao He bragging to a group of juniors about the battle against the 3 demon sovereigns in the Nifa's abyss. Yi Qing Han waved his hand to stop the junior from saluting. He turned to Xiao He and asked, Xiao He, do you want to wait until the 100 years are up before going to the demon world? Or do you want to go after a while? You devoured 3 fiend autarchs, as well as many experts in the planar battlefield. Did your body change at all? No. Even if I can evolve, I don't know how much energy it will take. I don't know if I can succeed even if I devoured close to 100 ninth grade supremes. Xiao He sighed helplessly. Boss, are you going into seclusion? If you don't want to go into seclusion, then go immediately. The sooner we destroy the demon plane, the sooner we can be at ease. Otherwise, it will be uncomfortable to worry about one thing. Also, the demon plane has suffered heavy losses. Will there be any sudden changes if we destroy them now? I see. Yi Qing Han thought for a while and nodded. I am not in a hurry to go into seclusion. Cultivation is not something that can be achieved in a short period of time. How about this? I will ask Uncle Leijun to make arrangements. Once it is done, we will go to the demon world. Uncle, Uncle! The demon devourer immediately stood up, grabbed Yi Qing Han's arm and shook it, acting coquettishly. You want to go and play again? Yi Qing Han's gaze swept across and found that all his children's eyes were shining. How could he not know what they were thinking? The demon devourer raised her little fist and said excitedly, Yes, Yao Yao wants to go and gain experience. Yao Yao wants to be a female general. You guys attack the big planes, and Yao Yao will bring people to attack the material planes, right? Yao Yao's strength has reached the level of a 5th grade war god. Uncle, didn't you say that one can never grow up without experiencing wind and rain? Ha ha! Yi Qing Han laughed. He looked at the helpless Xiao He and rubbed Yao Yao's head. Okay, we won't go through the dimensional battlefield this time. We will go to the Beast God Hall in the Soul Emperor Pavilion. All of you will go, and bring your mother too. Now let's go back and cultivate. The preparation work will take at least a year or 2. When the time comes, let's go together. I knew that uncle is the best. Yao Yao jumped up happily and winked at Yi Qing Han's children. Her proud expression was incomparably obvious. Yi Qing Han's children also revealed expressions of ecstasy. This was not going to the material plane of the divine realm. This was going to conquer another plane, a plane of demons that was as big as the divine realm. Just thinking about it made them excited. Yi Qing Han immediately brought Xiao He to the Flame Dragon Sacred City and found Leijun. Yi Qing Han explained the purpose of his visit. Leijun said with some surprise, Huh? You are going to conquer the demon plane immediately? I thought there was still a lot of time. I haven't made any preparations yet. Yi Qing Han said very casually, It's fine. Let's start preparing now. It won't take much time, right? We will go to the Beast God Hall in the Soul Emperor Pavilion. If we fly at full speed, we will arrive in 10 or 20 years. I estimate that it won't take more than 10 years to occupy the entire demon plane. That's easy for you to say. Lei Jun smiled bitterly. He had always been the one to arrange the preparations for every war. Yi Qinghan never asked about it, so he didn't know the complexity of it. He said, "It's easy for you to go to war, but who do you need to arrange? Who do you need to stay in the divine realm? After conquering the demon plane, you need to arrange for immigrants to migrate there, right? Otherwise, there will be no humans living in the demon plane. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth will slowly dissipate, and finally, it will become a dead plain, a barren land. If you want to migrate, it will be complicated. You need to build a transfer array. With such a long distance, you need to build a transfer array. You need a lot of materials. The immigrants will need to be sent to different races, and you need to arrange for experts to be stationed there. Also, Yi Qinghan felt a headache after hearing this. He quickly waved his hand and said, Okay. Uncle Lei Jun, you can arrange these. You just need to tell me what I want to do. How much time will I need?" He. Lei Jun laughed. He knew that with Yi Qinghan's personality, he wouldn't even frown if he was asked to lead the charge. He would definitely be annoyed to death if he was asked to do all these complicated things. He said, "I will arrange these things. As for the time, it will take at least 5 years. You need to confirm the people who will participate in the war." "People?" Yi Qinghan muttered to himself. After a while, he said, "I will go with Xiao He, Zhu Yi, and Wind Moon Monarch. This time, I will bring Hua Yan, Shui Er, and Zishi. Let them relax and let the younger generation gain some experience. There are no experts in the demon plane. We don't need to be afraid, even if there are. We have won the plane war. The experts from other planes don't have the right to attack us. Beast God Yifeihu is enough. As for the low-level warriors, you just wait and see." Wait. Yi Qinghan suddenly thought of the ice beauty in the northern ice island. He hesitated for a while and said, "Add the Ice Queen. Her ice attacks are still useful. They are useful for warming the bed." Lei Jun laughed. How was Yi Qinghan going to conquer the other planes? He was bringing a group of women. Wasn't it obvious that he was bringing the women and children to go sightseeing? Of course, Lei Jun wouldn't point it out. Anyway, with Yi Qinghan and Xiao He, there was no suspense in conquering the demon plane. The two of them discussed for a while more. Lei Jun immediately went out to make arrangements. As the Flame Dragon Sacred City gave out orders, the divine world was in an uproar. The two great emperors were preparing to conquer the demon plane. They wanted to wipe out the demon race that had invaded the divine world for millions of years and almost caused the divine world to be destroyed. This news spread throughout the divine world. The warriors of the divine world were all excited. They gathered at the sacred city and requested to follow the great emperors to war. Chapter 1379. During these 5 years, Yi Qinghan decided to go into seclusion again to continue comprehending the earth occult. Leading Yao Ji into the War Imperial Palace, Yi Qinghan stood in front of a stone tablet. His eyes glowed as he immersed himself in the world inside the stone tablet. Little Han didn't comprehend the elementary occult, nor did he comprehend the intermediate occult, but directly comprehended the advanced occult. Although Yao Ji didn't comprehend any occult, she was very clear about the occult stone tablets in the palace. The stone stele in front of Yi Qinghan contained the high-grade earth attribute profound mystery. Earth roar. After comprehending it, it could cause mountains to crumble and rocks to split apart. It was a profound mystery that was used to attack groups of people. However, it was useless against Yi Qinghan. To fuse the occult, one would usually fuse the elementary occult first, then the intermediate occult, and finally the advanced occult. If one directly fused the advanced occult, the difficulty would be doubled. Yi Qinghan used to like this, But now that he had reached the 9th level, wouldn't it be even more difficult to comprehend the occult like this? Above the 9th level, if one didn't encounter a bottleneck, they might not be able to comprehend it even after hundreds of thousands of years. However, Yao Ji's worries were clearly unnecessary. After only 1 year, the light in Yi Qinghan's eyes stopped shining. He walked toward Yao Ji with ease and grinned. "It's done. I fused the great emperor roar." "What a freak. Little Han, if I continue cultivating at this speed, do you think I'll comprehend all 9 ultimate occult and become a divine emperor supreme?" The Yao Ji lazily lay on her side on the bed. She did not get up, but her eyes lit up with anticipation, causing her originally charming face to look even more alluring. This Yi Qinghan climbed onto the bed and sat in front of Yao Ji, thinking of the torture at the peak of Mount Pan. He felt a great pressure. He smiled bitterly and said, "I think even if I fuse all 9 ultimate occult, I still can't become a divine emperor supreme. That's an invincible existence." He. Yao Ji was clever. Yi Qinghan's current strength surpassed the 9th level, and there was also Xiao He. However, he still cultivated diligently and worked hard to improve his strength. Yi Qinghan didn't say anything, but the enchantress could guess that it had something to do with the divine emperor. Looking at Yi Qinghan, who was as heavy as a mountain, Yao Ji couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. She stretched out her 2 lily-white hands and wrapped them around Yi Qinghan's neck. Half of her body hugged Yi Qinghan from behind. She could not share Yi Qinghan's burden. She could only rely on herself to give Yi Qinghan a moment of pleasure. 5 years later, Yi Qinghan came out of seclusion on time. This time, even when Xiao He asked about the progress of his closed-door training, Yi Qinghan casually laughed it off. He exchanged glances with the enchantress, and both of them laughed. In 5 years, Yi Qinghan had not only fused Earthroar to great success, but he had also fused another high-rank profound mystery to entry level. This cultivation speed could be described as a rocket. Yi Qinghan and the enchantress had a tacit understanding to keep it a secret. Otherwise, if this news were to spread, all the martial artists in the divine realm would be scared to death, now that Yi Qinghan didn't care about fame. These things should be kept a secret, if possible. Xiao He's big mouth loved to brag and pretend, as if he was afraid that others didn't know how fierce he was. "Is everyone ready? Uncle Lei Zhen." Yi Qinghan looked around at the excited women in the hall, as well as the group of children, before turning to Lei Zhen and said, "Everyone is ready. Everyone has gathered in Flame Dragon City. All the materials and artifacts have been stored in the Soul Emperor Pavilion by little you. We're just waiting for you to come out of seclusion." Lei Zhen said indifferently. He didn't mention how much effort he had put in for this preparation for the past 5 years. Yi Qinghan liked to be a hands-off boss. In fact, he was the one managing the entire divine realm. This exceptional genius of the Thunder God clan had neglected his cultivation for the sake of the divine realm. However, Yi Qinghan had given him a primal chaos divine crystal. As long as he broke through to upper 9th grade, he could easily reach 9th grade supreme martial artist after refining the primal chaos divine crystal. "All right, let's go. The enchantress has wronged you this time." Yi Qinghan turned to smile at the enchantress. The enchantress was a restriction genius. Without her control, the restrictions in Nifa's abyss could not be fully released. Yi Qinghan and Xiao He had gone out. In case an expert from another plane charged in, the enchantress would be safer. The enchantress smiled gently and said, "It's fine. It's just a few decades. It'll pass in the blink of an eye. He. Follow little you into the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Xiao, hey, Uncle Lei Zhen, let's go." Yi Qinghan waved his hand. Yu Qingcheng, Xiao He, Yao Gobbler, and the others rushed out excitedly into the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Yi Qingyu's restriction skills had improved greatly. It was easy for her to control the Soul Emperor Pavilion. After teleporting out of the City Lord's mansion, Yi Qinghan, Lei Zhan, and Xiao He flew to the plaza. There were already countless people on the plaza, all the sovereigns and prefecture masters, as well as the experts of the divine realm were here. Behind them were the Yi family army and the army that was participating in the war. There were at least 10 million people. There were hundreds of thousands of material planes in the demonic plane. If Yi Qinghan and Xiao He were to occupy them one by one, it would take a long time. These material planes were similar to the divine realm. There were no experts. If the Yi family army spread out, they could eliminate them in a short time. Greetings, Heavenly Emperor. Greetings, Heavenly Emperor Xiao He. Greetings, City Lord Lei Zhan. 10 million people knelt on one knee in unison. They were all wearing black battle armor and had black sabers on their waists. As they knelt down, it was a majestic and shocking scene. This expedition to the demonic plane is different from the ancient expeditions. This time, we must kill all the creatures of the demonic plane to prevent any future troubles. The creatures of the demonic plane reproduce very quickly. The aura of the demonic plane can easily turn a plane into a demonic plane. It is extremely dangerous. Therefore, in this battle, all of you must go all out. The sovereigns and martial artists who are not participating will guard the divine realm. If there is anything, listen to the beast god and Lei Zhan. Now set off. Everyone will enter the beast god hall in batches. As Yi Qinghan gave a brief speech, a golden 9-story pagoda floated in from the distance. There was also a simple and unadorned palace. The beast god had already taught Zhu Yi how to use the beast god hall. With Yi Qinghan around, there was no need to worry that Zhu Yi would steal the supreme spirit treasure of the beast god race. The Soul Emperor Pavilion and beast god hall landed on the plaza. According to the plan, the 10 million divine realm legions entered the Soul Emperor Pavilion and beast god hall in batches. The parallel spaces within the two treasures were very large. It was easy to hold 10 million people. Little Han, we await your triumphant return. Farewell, Heavenly Emperor Xiao He, and all lords. Under the gazes of the beast god, Jida, and the others, the Soul Emperor Pavilion and beast god hall slowly rose into the sky. Farewell, Heavenly Emperor Xiao He, and all lords, we await your triumphant return. At this time, hundreds of millions of martial artists gathered outside Flame Dragon City. Ordinary people were not allowed to enter Flame Dragon City. These martial artists did not have the qualifications to participate in the battle. They could only stand outside Flame Dragon City, silently witnessing this historic moment. The Soul Emperor Pavilion and Beast God Hall circled in the sky several times. Under the cheers of hundreds of millions of people, they suddenly accelerated and flew high into the sky. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared from everyone's sight. From a weak point in space, they flew out of the endless void and rapidly flew towards the demonic plane. Chapter 1380. The boundless void was still as beautiful as ever. The spatial saber currents were like a meteor shower, whistling over and over, never stopping. The space vortex spun rapidly. Countless material planes were like stars in the sky, so beautiful that it could break one's heart. A 9-floored pagoda, glowing with white light, and a pitch-black, ancient-looking palace tore through the void and flew over from the other end of the void. They turned into 2 special shooting stars and flew into the distance. The Soul Emperor Pavilion was the Soul Emperor's pinnacle work. It was protected by powerful restrictions and didn't fear the space knife currents. The Beast God Temple was a supreme spirit treasure made of special materials. The space knife currents couldn't damage it at all. These two treasures could automatically absorb heaven and earth's spiritual energy to replenish their energy. They were supreme treasures for traveling through the void. The 9th floor of the Soul Emperor Pavilion. The 9th floor was very big. It was divided into a main hall and a dozen side halls. Yi Qinghan arranged for the juniors to stay in the left side hall, while he, Xiaohe, and the others stayed in the right side hall. Each side hall had several rooms. It was easy to live in. The last time he went to the Fiend Plane with Lord Devour and the others, they had spent 20 years. This time, Yi Qinghan had the map of the Divine World and the Fiend World. Flying in a straight line shortened the time, but it still took more than 10 years. Yi Qinghan didn't cultivate. Without Yaoji, he couldn't enter the 5th level of soul stillness. His comprehension speed was much slower. The War Imperial Hall was a spatial divine artifact. If he entered the War Imperial Hall at a certain spatial coordinate, he would still be at the same spatial coordinate. And the Soul Emperor Pavilion was rapidly flying, so Yi Qinghan couldn't enter the War Imperial Hall to look at the mysterious stone tablets. Without the War Imperial Hall, comprehending was much more troublesome. In any case, this trip wouldn't take several decades, so there was no hurry. At this time, Yi Qinghan was standing on the Soul Emperor Pavilion. With the protection of the restrictions, he didn't need to worry about the space knife currents hurting him as he stood on the top of the Soul Emperor Pavilion. The cold boundary was still evolving. Yi Qinghan often checked and found that the cold boundary's evolution speed was getting faster and faster. It was becoming more and more like plate boundary. Countless spatial whirlpools stood firmly in the cold realm, and the cold realm no longer showed any signs of chaos. At this moment, the entire cold night has become as big as dozens of planes of the God realm. The small planes inside were also expanding rapidly. The largest one had already reached a radius of 10,000 li. The power of cold grew faster and faster. At this moment, it was enough for Yi Qinghan to unleash tens of thousands of attacks. Everything was progressing well. Yi Qinghan finally accepted this fact. He had to accept the fact that the cold realm was an existence similar to plate realm. He also began to seriously think of a way to make the frigid realm perfectly evolve into another plate realm. Thus, at this time, Yi Qinghan stood at the peak of the Soul Emperor Pavilion and began to seriously observe this plate boundary. The cold realm was the source of his power, and the threat of Pan Xing, the supreme being of the Divine Emperor, was like a sharp sword resting on his neck. Thus, Yi Qinghan had no choice but to think of a way to perfectly evolve the cold boundary. And if he wanted the cold realm to evolve perfectly, then he had to understand plate realm. What is considered a perfect derivation? Space forming? The formation of all the planes, the perfection of the laws of the world, the possession of heaven and earth origin energy, the evolution of life. Yi Qinghan didn't blink. According to his understanding of plate realm and his understanding of the various planes, he finally came up with a large number of conclusions. It was just that. The world was slowly taking shape, and all the planes were also slowly growing. But how could the laws of the world be perfected? How could they be filled with heaven and earth origin energy? How could they evolve life? Yi Qinghan was confused. His comprehension of the laws of the world wasn't high to begin with, let alone making the cold realm possess the laws of the world. What was he supposed to do with heaven and earth origin energy? Could he steal the origin energy from this plate realm? But he was the only one who could enter the cold realm. Even within the cold realm, he couldn't feel the existence of plate realm. Outside the cold realm, there was nothing but darkness. How could he bring in heaven and earth origin energy from plate realm? Without heaven and earth origin energy, how could it evolve life? Also, Plate Realm didn't have spatial blade currents or black holes. What was going on with the gray and hazy space within the spatial whirlpool within Plate Realm? Countless questions swirled in Yi Qinghan's mind. If it weren't for the fact that the cold realm looked exactly like Plate Realm and that he himself had condensed countless profound mysteries of space, Yi Qinghan would have suspected that the cold realm was an existence similar to Plate Realm. Phew, letting out a long breath, Yi Qinghan's sword-like eyebrows furrowed deeply. The spatial whirlpool within the cold realm was something he had created himself. If he relied on the cold realm to evolve on its own, Yi Qinghan knew that he would never be able to create another Plate Realm. Most importantly, somehow Yi Qinghan felt that as long as he could evolve the cold realm, he would have the ability to fight against Pan Xing. Moreover, he felt that sooner or later he would have to fight against Pan Xing. Therefore, Yi Qinghan was incomparably anxious. He couldn't let the cold realm slowly evolve like this. Otherwise, if he really fought against Pan Xing, no matter how vast the world was, except for himself, who could escape into the cold realm, no one else would be able to escape. They would all die. I must think of a way to make the cold realm evolve. Yi Qinghan thought of Pan Xing wielding a butcher's knife, slaughtering his wife, son, daughter, his clansmen, people he knew, the billions of people of the God realm, one by one. His expression turned gloomy. Blue veins bulged on his forehead as a murderous aura shot up into the sky. A moment later, Yi Qinghan calmed down and turned into a stone statue. His eyes were as deep as the sea as he continued to observe this world, this vast Plate Realm. This endless void is so beautiful. I can finally set foot in the legendary endless void. This young Lady Yao Yao will definitely cultivate hard and reach the Supremacy Realm Grade 9. In the future, I will travel alone in the endless void and watch this beautiful space-shattering knife current. I will feel the loneliness of a lonely traveler. How satisfying that would be. As Yi Qinghan pondered alone at the top of the Soul Emperor Pavilion, the 9th floor of the Soul Emperor Pavilion was incomparably lively. A group of juniors who had never been to the endless void were incomparably excited. Their faces were filled with curiosity as they looked at the beautiful scenery through the transparent walls of the Soul Emperor Pavilion, occasionally letting out exclamations. Yu Qingcheng, Huayan, Yinling, and the others smiled as they looked at this group of juniors. Their gazes would occasionally glance at the top of the tower. At this moment, they happened to see Yi Qinghan's fierce expression and heavy breathing. Everyone couldn't help but feel their hearts ache, incomparably distressed. Similarly, there were many things that Yi Qinghan didn't tell them, but as people who had slept with him, they had always understood Yi Qinghan's temperament. They knew that he liked to share wealth and joy with his family and friends, but he liked to silently endure everything by himself. When he was injured, he liked to treat his wounds in solitude. After Yi Qinghan returned from the planar battlefield, he appeared to be very happy and accompanied everyone for several years. However, every wife could see that Yi Qinghan always had a heavy heart. Especially now, when they saw Yi Qinghan's heavy expression, they understood everything. There were many things they didn't understand, but they knew that in this world, the only thing that could threaten Yi Qinghan and Xiaohe was a divine emperor supremacy. Yi Qinghan didn't say anything, and everyone pretended not to know. They quietly glanced at each other and looked at the group of happy and excited children in front of them. The pain in their eyes disappeared, and their faces revealed smiles like blooming flowers. Yi Qinghan didn't want them to bear the mountain-like pressure together, but they also didn't want a group of juniors to see anything and bear the burden together. The pitiful hearts of the world's parents. As children, they might never understand. only when they became parents would they understand. Life was as lonely as snow. Chapter 1381. It's said on Earth that the universe began with the Big Bang. Although I'm not sure if Plate Realm was born from the Big Bang, it's not clear if it evolved after that. But the Cold Realm was indeed derived from the Big Bang. In that case, was Earth a material plane or not? Hee, if only I were the Supreme God Emperor. Maybe I could look for Earth. If there's a place similar to the divine realm, maybe even the Milky Way plane. 10 years. Yi Qinghan had already stood at the top of the Soul Emperor Pavilion for a full 10 years. He had been looking at this beautiful and endless void for 10 years, but he still hadn't gained anything. How did the Cold Realm perfectly materialize? How did the Cold Realm produce the spatial saber flow, the spatial black hole, and the spiritual chi of the world? How to create the laws of heaven and earth, how to produce heaven and earth spiritual chi, and countless other questions. Yi Qinghan could not figure out a single one. He also knew that these things couldn't be figured out in 10 or 20 years. Although his heart was anxious, it wasn't to the point of going crazy. However, the aura on his body was getting heavier. The demonic plane was not far away. They had passed the barren land and were about to reach the periphery of the demonic plane. Yi Qinghan sighed and prepared to enter the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Xiao Yu, teleport me to the West Liang Palace. I'm going into seclusion. Yi Qinghan forced a smile on his face. He turned his head and transmitted a message to the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Of course, he wasn't going to go into seclusion. It was just that he knew that his breathing was heavy and his mind was preoccupied. It was very easy for Yu Qingcheng and the others to see through him. Therefore, he was prepared to calm himself down before going to meet the girls. West Cool Palace was a side palace. Of the 9 side palaces of the Soul Emperor Pavilion, this was the only one that wasn't occupied. Yi Qinghan had previously told him that this side palace would be used for his seclusion. Brother, go ahead. Don't take too long. We'll reach the demonic plane in a year or 2. Yi Qingyu transmitted a message and used a restriction to teleport Yi Qinghan in. The group of women thought that Yi Qinghan had comprehended something after comprehending for 10 years and was about to go into seclusion to cultivate. None of them paid it any mind. Instead, they relaxed slightly. Cultivation could always help him forget some unhappiness and reduce some pressure, right? Sitting in the Western Liang Palace, Yi Qinghan was a little dumbfounded. His heart was as heavy as a mountain. He didn't want to cultivate. He was alone and didn't know what to do. Since he said he was going into seclusion, he was too embarrassed to go out right now. He could only take out some fine wine and spirit fruits from the War Emperor Palace and drink alone. If only Zhu Yi was here, I wouldn't have to hide anything in front of her, and I could be relaxed. Sigh. Draw a knife to cut water, and the water will continue to flow. Drink a cup to drown your worries, and you will become even more worried. The more Yi Qinghan drank, the more worried he became. He couldn't help but think of his friend with benefits, Zhu Yi, Yu Qingcheng, fireworks, and the others were the people that Yi Qinghan loved the most. He didn't want them to bear the pressure together. This didn't mean that he didn't love Zhu Yi. Zhu Yi's intelligence was like a demon's. It was almost impossible to hide anything from her. Yi Qinghan didn't need to hide anything from her. He felt like she was his confidant. He felt really comfortable and relaxed. Zhu Yi was controlling the Beast God Hall to fly. Yi Qinghan was too embarrassed to find her. Apart from his wife Xiao He, Li Shuwei, a bunch of juniors, there was only Wind Moon Monarch and Ice Queen. Yi Qinghan was a little regretful that he didn't bring Jita out. It was such a boring journey. If he had someone to chat with, he wouldn't have to drink alone. Emperor Bing Mei seeks an audience. Just as Yi Qinghan was drunk, a cold voice rang in his ear. Inside the Western Liang Palace, Yi Qinghan did not open the restrictions inside. The people in the nearby halls could easily detect Yi Qinghan's presence with their spiritual senses. Bing Mei, which Bing Mei, Yi Qinghan shook his head and muttered. An ice-like body appeared in his mind. He spread his spiritual sense out and noticed that Ice Queen was standing calmly outside. Her ice-like face was so beautiful that no one dared to blaspheme her. Come in, right? Open the restrictions in the hall. Ice Queen knew that he was here. Only then did Yi Qinghan remember that he didn't open the restrictions in the room. If fireworks and the others looked in, wouldn't they notice right away? Open the restrictions? Ice Queen just walked in and heard those words. Her ice-cold face immediately turned red, and her ice-cold eyes were filled with shyness. Emperor, you didn't open the restrictions when you were alone. Now that you are alone with me, you want me to open the restrictions. What do you want? Looking at how Yi Qinghan drank alone like nothing had happened, Ice Queen didn't know what Yi Qinghan was planning. However, due to Yi Qinghan's aura, Ice Queen hesitated and casually opened the restrictions in the hall to cut off the outside from looking in. Sit. As he had seen Ice Queen naked in the past, Yi Qinghan relied on the fact that he was drunk, so he didn't feel so restrained. He pointed at the chair opposite for Ice Queen to sit down. He casually picked up a cup and poured some wine for her. He looked at her with a burning gaze and teased, Bing Mei, is that your name? It doesn't match your aura. Or, rather, you hid your true nature. You were originally very charming. Ha ha. Ice Queen's face turned red. She couldn't find any words to retort. She picked up the wine cup and saw a light lip mark on it. Her face turned even redder. She raised her head and glanced at Yi Qinghan. When she saw those burning eyes, her body turned hot and she started to feel uneasy. During these few years, Yi Qinghan's strong rise caused her impression of him to change. He went from a top genius to an expert of the same level. He then became a grade 9 existence that she looked up to, a god-world emperor. The women of the immortal realm had no concept of age when it came to their spouses. This was because the lifespan of immortal realm martial artists was simply too long. A man who had lived for millions of years marrying a young girl who was only 17 or 18 years old, and a man who was several hundred years old marrying a woman who was tens of thousands of years old. In God world, the strong were respected. It was natural for the weak to rely on the strong. This was why it was normal for Jida to have a harem of 3,000. It was normal for a female expert to have tens of thousands. Yi Qinghan's legendary experience, the calm aura he had after going through so much, and also the majestic aura he had when he was in a high position. Most importantly, he was infatuated with his wives. It gave him a special charm, a charm that women couldn't resist. If Yi Qinghan announced that he was searching for wives in God world, the moment the news spread out, millions of beauties would rush to Flame Dragon City. So, it was normal for Ice Queen, who often interacted with Yi Qinghan, her heart that had been sealed for hundreds of thousands of years, to be moved by him. Of course, if it wasn't for Yi Qinghan seeing her naked body, the Ice Queen wouldn't have been able to break the seal so quickly. He had seen everything, and the relationship between the two of them had also become subtle. This was why Yi Qinghan's two unintentional actions and the fiery gaze in his drunken eyes caused Ice Queen to misunderstand. Her eyes revealed a never-before-seen expression. She glanced at Yi Qinghan and said angrily, Emperor, how can you do that? Do you think Bing Mei is such a casual girl? Yi Qinghan was drunk and didn't care at all. He told Ice Queen to open the seal and casually passed her a wine cup which he drank before, causing her to misunderstand. Looking at Ice Queen's actions and hearing her words, he raised his head in shock. He didn't care about the feelings in Ice Queen's words. Instead, he said unhappily, "What do you mean? What about me? You are not a casual person, but this great emperor is very casual. Your words. You want me to be casual?" Chapter 1382. Pui. Ice Queen scoffed. She was so furious at Yi Qinghan that she was confused. How could an emperor do that? He saw her naked, teased her, did that, and he still wanted to act like that. Ice Queen instinctively retorted, "Emperor, you are so overbearing. You are a casual person. Otherwise, why would you peek at me if you aren't casual? Then why would you have a secret affair with Queen Ju Yi?" When Yi Qinghan heard this, his pair of tiger-like eyes suddenly widened. He blew his beard and glared. He was extremely angry. Recently, he started to face the existence of the cold world. He started to face the sword-like threat from the god, emperor, supreme being. He was already under huge pressure. Now that he drank some wine, he was even more worried. When he heard that, he was even more furious. Truthfully, Yi Qinghan didn't think that he was a casual person. Otherwise, with his current position, he could have as many girls as he wanted. Peek at you? That was a misunderstanding, an unintentional mistake. However, Ice Queen made it sound like she did it on purpose. Also with Zhu Yi, how could that be considered a secret affair? Wasn't it just having sex in broad daylight? Anyone with eyes could see that the two of them were lovers. Moreover, even if it was a secret affair, what did it have to do with Ice Queen? You said that I am casual? I will just let you take a look. Using the drunkenness, Yi Qinghan's rage rose up in his heart. He made up his mind and slapped the table. He stood up and walked over. Ice Queen looked at Yi Qinghan's actions. She was so terrified that she stood up. Her eyes were filled with panic. Ice Queen's panic made Yi Qinghan even more arrogant. A thick and strong hand hugged her small waist. With a bit of strength, he pressed onto her cold body. His other hand pressed onto the back of Ice Queen's head, causing her beautiful face to look up at him. Her mouth was filled with alcohol. Yi Qinghan said viciously, "Since you say that I am casual, then today I will let you take a look." Two lips with a hint of alcohol and a strong masculine aura pressed down domineeringly. Ice Queen's eyes opened wide. The first kiss that she had protected for hundreds of thousands of years was snatched away, just like that. However, while she was still thinking about her first kiss, she quietly lost even more. Her full breasts were also violently kneaded by a large hand for the first time, and then her round and perky buttocks were lost. When that fiery big hand quietly reached under her skirt and teased her last position, she finally woke up, feeling a hot tongue chasing after her little tongue in her mouth. She flew into a rage out of humiliation as she twisted her body. She fiercely bit down on that domineering tongue. Oh my mother asterisk cur. Yi Qinghan is currently enjoying the feeling of ecstasy. The Ice Queen's snow-white, smooth skin, her firm breasts, and her slender waist. Most importantly, her body wasn't as cold as ice, but just a little cold. It felt like a cool breeze under the blazing sun, causing the slightly drunk Yi Qinghan to be totally drunk. At this moment, an intense pain spread from his tongue, pulling Yi Qinghan back from that wonderful taste. He subconsciously cursed out, but the drunkenness in his mind faded away. Ice Queen's mind was originally blank after being violated by Yi Qinghan. Now she woke up from shock. Two pairs of clear eyes looked at one another, and then they checked on their situation. They were instantly stunned. Yi Qinghan was a womanizer. He was above grade 9, so how nimble were his hands and feet. In just a short moment, half of Ice Queen's clothes were ripped off. She was only left with a thin undergarment. Her proud breasts were trembling in the wind. She only had a pair of lace panties, which he had ripped off half of. The mysterious area was faintly discernible, tempting him to commit a crime. On the other hand, Yi Qinghan's situation wasn't any better. His clothes were in a mess, and the belt around his waist had already fallen to the ground, revealing his bronze skin. His underwear had already been bent to a frightening angle. The truth proved that there was another benefit to being strong. Yi Qinghan was able to strip Ice Queen in such a short time and also help her remove her clothes. His speed had already reached a terrifying level. Ice Queen was like a kitten whose tail was stepped on. She screamed and jumped up. She ran a few steps before running back in a panic to pick up the clothes on the ground. She even bent down to pick up her clothes, revealing a pair of perfectly round buttocks with half of her panties hanging down, revealing a deep cleavage, and gave it to Yi Qinghan for free viewing. Yi Qinghan's eyes turned bloodshot. The arc below rose once more. The wild aura on his body could scare a cow to death. Luckily, Yi Qinghan could barely control his consciousness such that he wouldn't do anything like a beast. Looking at Ice Queen panicking and wanting to flee in rage, Yi Qinghan was a little anxious. He blamed himself for being rude. He walked forwards and wanted to explain, but he didn't know what to say. He could only look at Ice Queen's snow white but twisting as she ran towards the entrance of the hall. "Boss, are you in secluded meditation? If you aren't, let's play chess. I am so bored that my balls hurt." Just at that moment, Xiao Hei's voice rang out in the hall. The restrictions of the hall had been activated. Xiao Hei's spiritual sense couldn't enter, so he could only use the voice transmission mechanism outside to send a message in. The moment he sent it, the two of them were so terrified that their hairs stood on their ends. Numerous side halls were filled with Yi Qinghan's women and children. If the two of them were noticed and news spread out, what would happen? Ice Queen, who was charging towards the side hall entrance, jumped up and instinctively retreated. Yi Qinghan was chasing after her. Thus, the two of them knocked into one another and fell to the ground. Boss, are you really in secluded meditation? Let me tell you, I am really good at chess now. Come out and play 2 rounds. Yi Qinghan and Ice Queen were about to stand up in a panic, but after Xiao Hei's voice, the two of them didn't dare to move. The two of them exchanged glances with one another. They felt like a couple who were having an affair, and their wives had coincidentally returned. The two of them hurriedly hid in the closet, not daring to breathe at all. "Hayes, it seems like Boss is in secluded meditation. Forget it, I will find them." Xiao Hei asked twice, but Yi Qinghan didn't reply. He thought that Yi Qinghan was in secluded meditation, so he left helplessly. When Xiao Hei didn't make any more sounds, Yi Qinghan and Ice Queen exchanged glances with one another and heaved a sigh of relief. The two of them subconsciously turned their faces away, but in the next second, they suddenly looked at each other, and their eyes widened at the same time. The two of them had a guilty conscience. All of a sudden, they were terrified by Xiao Hei's voice. They didn't bother about the restrictions being activated, and the fact that Xiao Hei couldn't use his spiritual sense to check. They fell onto one another, and in a moment of desperation, the two of them hugged one another and looked at the entrance of the hall. At this moment, Yi Qinghan was grabbing Ice Queen's thigh with one hand while his other hand was pressing on one of her breasts. Ice Queen was in an awkward situation, one hand pressing against his chest while the other was grabbing onto his breasts. This kind of extremely awkward situation caused the two of them to be dumbfounded. They looked at each other and were at a loss as to what to do. Chapter 1383. 3 more days, and we will reach the demon plane. Hee. Boss, when the time comes, watch me, Emperor Xiao Hei, show off my strength. Boss, you have no more chess pieces. You have lost. Ha! Within a side hall, Yi Qinghan and Xiao He were playing chess from Earth. When they saw that they actually won a round against Yi Qinghan, they laughed out loud. Yi Qinghan was thinking about something, but Xiao He tricked him. He smiled bitterly and helplessly. That day, Ice Queen hurriedly put on her clothes and fled. She hid in her side hall and didn't come out, making Yi Qinghan feel really guilty. That day, Ice Queen did come to discuss official matters, but she didn't come out and let Wind Moon Sovereign do it. It was originally a small matter. Wind Moon Sovereign and Ice Queen were discussing whether or not they needed to find a plane in the desolate land to build a teleportation formation. However, it led to a series of misunderstandings. After the matter, Yi Qinghan felt that this matter was really unkind and disrespectful, although it was really exciting. However, Ice Queen's side hall restrictions were still activated, and she didn't come out. Yi Qinghan didn't have the face to apologize to her. After Ice Queen caused a ruckus, Yi Qinghan's suppressed emotions became much more relaxed. He came out in 2 days. He played chess with Xiao He and chatted with his wives. Time passed really quickly, and in the blink of an eye, they were about to arrive at the demon plane. No more, no more. Prepare yourselves. Let everyone who is in secluded meditation come out and start to occupy the demon plane. First, wipe out the demon plane, and then wipe out all the demon plane beings in the physical plane. Yi Qinghan pushed the chessboard aside and stood up. Killing intent exploded from his body, and his eyes shone brightly. This time he decided to wipe out all the demon plane beings to prevent any future problems. The 10 ancient races wiped out all the races in the plane and angered the God Emperor, which was why they were wiped out. Yi Qinghan was about to do the same thing, but he wasn't afraid that the Divine Emperor would punish him or even attack him. Every time an existential plane war took place, dozens of existential planes would be defeated and occupied by the victorious existential planes. Not every plane had an abnormal restriction genius like the War Emperor. Therefore, it was very likely that the defeated planes would be annihilated. Over the years, the number of races that had been annihilated was uncountable. Therefore, Yi Qinghan didn't believe that the Divine Emperor would punish them for annihilating a race. Otherwise, what was the point of winning and losing the planar wars? The demonic aura was incomparably domineering. As long as a wisp of demonic aura entered a material plane, it would be destroyed. It was very likely that this material plane would slowly be invaded, and in the end, all life would be demonized, becoming a low-level race in the demon realm. With such a strange divine ability, how could Yi Qinghan allow such a powerful threat to remain near the divine realm? As Yi Qinghan's order was passed down, all the martial artists in seclusion immediately came out. 10 million divine realm soldiers were ready to go, their morale high, incomparably fanatical, and excited. Under Yi Qinghan's command, they were ready to tear the billions of demon realm creatures to pieces. However, what surprised everyone was the Soul Emperor Pavilion and Beast God Temple stood outside the huge demon plane. Yi Qinghan did not order the entire army to attack. Instead, he ordered everyone to stand guard and wait for orders. He and Great Emperor Xiao He were preparing to enter the demon plane. Although they had great confidence in Yi Qinghan and Xiao He's strength, they couldn't bear to witness such a shocking battle. However, not being able to witness such a shocking battle that would leave behind such a scene in the history books of the God realm made them feel incomparably regretful. Yi Qinghan didn't look at the resentful gazes behind him. He brought Xiao He out of the Soul Emperor Pavilion. 2 figures, one green and one white, flew towards the huge demon plane. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared from everyone's sight. At this time, the demon plane was in chaos. Aogu led a group of devil monarchs to the divine realm. However, the transmission array was destroyed, and the demon world didn't know what happened. Then, an even more tragic matter occurred. The demon world received a divine decree and was forced to participate in the planar war. As a result, the few powerhouses of the demon world that were all gloriously killed. Some low-level abyssals that escaped spread the news of Xiaohei's annihilation throughout the demon world. They also spread the news that the demon world was defeated and would soon be attacked by other planes. The demon world was in complete chaos. Without the suppression of powerful devil monarchs, countless Azura kings began to riot, crazily devouring low-level abyssals. Azuras also began to devour abyssals and devil kings. After several years of rioting and forceful devouring, more than a dozen devil monarchs had evolved. In addition to the original devil monarchs, the demon world now had more than 20 devil monarchs. But with more devil monarchs, the situation became even more chaotic. The demon world had 18 continents and more than 20 devil monarchs, and their strength was about the same. How could a devil monarch with no territory submit? Thus, a chaotic war began. Hiss, hiss. In the northernmost part of the demon world, Augurland was once the territory of the demon world's ancestor demon, His Majesty Aogu. Now, two demon armies were at war. Black mist tumbled, and an evil and cold aura enveloped this part of the world. Countless abyssals, devil kings, Azuras, and Azura kings bared their fangs and claws in the black mist. Sharp claws, fangs, and blood-red eyes were faintly discernible in the black mist. High in the sky, two 10,000-meter-long dragons were biting each other, fighting with all their might. Precious demon blood was scattered all over the ground, making it look like Azura hell. Ha ha! Ao Papa, you actually want to attack this devil monarch's territory? Look at your subordinates. How weak they are. Your strength is not even a match for this devil monarch. Since you dare to offend this devil monarch, you will all die today. In the sky, the two black dragons turned into two black lightning bolts, intertwining. One black dragon was smashed and sent flying, while the other black dragon stood high in the sky, its cold, blood-red eyes filled with malevolence, making one's heart tremble. In a battle between demon armies, if the commander did not give the order to retreat, the subordinates would not dare to retreat. Otherwise, they would all be devoured when they returned. Therefore, although the devil monarch army known as Ao Papa was surrounded, none of the demons retreated. However, all of them were fighting with all their might in despair. They wanted to prove that they had once existed in their final moments. Ha, boss, these silly demon creatures are still fighting each other. At this moment, two auras that made all the demon creatures' hearts palpitate came from the sky, followed by a loud and arrogant voice resounding over Augurland. Humans? It's humans. It's the damn humans, the humans who killed our ancestor demons. Kill them, tear these two humans apart. Let them fall into the Azura Sea forever. All the demon creatures stopped fighting and raised their blood-red eyes, all locking onto Yi Qinghan and Xiaohei, who were slowly descending from the sky. Kill. The Azuras and Shura kings, who were still fighting just now, immediately became comrades and shot up into the sky. The evil and cold aura enveloped Yi Qinghan and Xiaohei, and the black mist rolled even more violently, about to completely cover the sky. Get down. Yi Qinghan did not make a move. He just let out a deep roar, and the power of cold circulated at full speed. A shrouding pressure immediately shrouded this part of the world. Countless Azuras and Shura kings, including the two black dragons, were crushed by this huge pressure and smashed to the ground. They could not even move and could only grit their teeth and howl. Yi Qinghan scanned the demon realm with his divine sense and said to Xiaohei in an extremely relaxed manner, "They are all lower 9th grade devil monarchs. Xiaohei, do it! Devour this demon plane until not a single demon creature is left." Chapter 1384. The moment great Emperor Xiaohe, who surpassed the ninth grade supreme martial artist, made his move, it was obvious whether there was one or not. If one had to describe it, it would be a clean sweep, sweeping away 1,000 troops, unstoppable. At this moment, there were hundreds of thousands of demonic creatures fighting below, tens of thousands of Azure kings, and 2 devil monarchs. But in just a few blinks of an eye, the demonic army below, except for the 2 devil monarchs, were all corroded and swallowed. Originally, this part of the world was covered in black fog, and one could not see the ground below or the surrounding scenery. But now it was swept clean, and the demonic blood that was still flowing on the ground could be seen clearly. The smell of blood on the dark red soil soared into the sky, extremely pungent. Despicable humans, the ancestral devils will not let you go. When the ancestral devils come out of the Nepha's abyss, they will definitely devour all the humans in the divine realm and turn them into demonic creatures. Your souls will forever fall into the Azure Sea. The 2 devil monarchs could not move under Xiaohe's huge aura and could only watch as their energy rapidly dissipated. The 2 devil monarchs knew very well that no one in the demonic realm could stop these 2 humans. They could only rely on the 3 ancestral devils in the divine realm to scare Yi Qinghan and Xiaohe. Ha ha! Yi Qinghan and Xiaohe laughed at the same time. Xiaohe condensed his true form and laughed until his stomach hurt. Looking at the 2 weak devil monarchs, he laughed and said, "Those 3 old things? They have long become my energy, and that devil monarch that you attacked, the divine realm, they were all devoured by me. Also, can you change the way you speak? I want to vomit just listening to you. Go, follow your ancestral devils, and fall into the sea of cultivation forever." Xiaohe's body flashed, and he devoured the 2 devil monarchs again. Then he flew up and asked Yi Qinghan, "Boss, what do we do next? Should I sweep them away?" "No rush." Yi Qinghan waved his hand, and his knife-like gaze shot into the distance. Other than this place, the demonic plane was covered in black fog. His divine sense could explore clearly, but his eyes could only see up to 10,000 meters away. After probing for a while, Yi Qinghan smiled and said, "The demon monarch has discovered us and is currently gathering his army, preparing to join hands and kill us. This will save us a lot of trouble. Let's wait for them to finish gathering before we kill our way over." The demonic plane was in chaos. The aura that Yi Qinghan and Xiaohe had released, especially when Xiaohe had attacked, was incomparably huge. All the demon monarchs were alarmed. 2 humans appeared in the demon realm. He had even killed hundreds of thousands of demon citizens and 2 demon monarchs. As soon as the news spread, all the low-level demon realm creatures were incomparably furious. Of course, the demon monarchs were terrified. Countless devil monarchs immediately gathered and discussed for a while. It was clear that they had nowhere to run and could only fight to the death. The monarchs began to mobilize their armies and converged on Augu. The demon realm was huge, several times larger than the divine realm. The low-level demon realm spawned very quickly. Although Augu had brought a large number of demon realm creatures to the divine realm and countless demon realm creatures had died in the planar war, there were still countless creatures in the demon realm. As orders were passed down, the demon realm immediately rioted. More than 20 demon monarchs led hundreds of thousands of Shura kings, tens of millions of Shuras, and hundreds of millions of demon kings and demons toward Augu. Like a swarm of locusts, the demon army rushed toward the north in a mighty and overwhelming manner. Halfway there, an incomparably strange situation occurred. While running, the demon monarchs began to devour the demons, tearing them apart and eating them alive. When most of the demons were devoured, the Shuras began to devour the demon kings, and then the Shura kings began to devour the Shuras. The strangest thing was that all the low-level demons seemed to have been cursed. None of them resisted, allowing the demon monarchs to tear their bodies apart, eat, and devour them alive. The demon kings behind them were devoured by the Shuras, and the Shuras did not resist. They did not even scream. Boss, so cruel, so disgusting. Xiao He probed with his divine sense for a while and felt goosebumps all over his body. Yi Qinghan snorted coldly. Just a last-ditch struggle. They want to use the power of the demon realm to create a few more demon supremes. Xiao He laughed mockingly when he heard this. Demon supremes? Or the kind of demon supremes we encountered in the planar battlefield that were forcibly enhanced. Ha! Just as well. These low-level demons don't have much energy. Let them gather all their energy together, and this great emperor can save a lot of time. These demon creatures are so sensible and hospitable. How can this great emperor let them down? 10 days. Just 10 days. The vast demon army, tens of trillions of demon creatures, were all gone, leaving only millions of demon creatures. But all of them were above the Shura king level. Then, the Shura kings began to fight. The demon monarchs also attacked. The biggest melee in the demon realm had begun. Demon creatures that reached the Shura king level had a high level of intelligence. Not a single demon powerhouse wanted to die. They all wanted to devour each other, obtain powerful energy, and evolve. In any case, the final result would be the millions of Shura kings dying, and those that survived would become demon supremes. Since it was all for the demon realm, then who could become demon supremes and wage war with the humans? It all depended on skill and luck. The cruelty of the demon realm, the cold-blooded and merciless demon creatures. All of this was vividly displayed at this moment. Often, an Azura king would tear apart another Azura king's body and chomp down on it. Then, another Azura king would take this chance to rush over and tear apart that Azura king. Then, it would chomp down on that Azura king without even chewing. What was even more terrifying was that when an Shura king was killed, 4 or 5 Shura kings would immediately rush up and divide the Shura king's corpse. After eating, before they could even wipe off the demon blood on their mouths, these 4 or 5 Shura kings would start tearing at each other again. The war continued. Demon blood rained down, and lives vanished. The smell of blood in the air became increasingly rich, and the number of demon creatures in the demon world decreased. In the vast and boundless demon world, besides the ancient and lonely aura, there was only a group of demon powerhouses in the skies, struggling for the right to survive. Of course, there were also 2 humans that came from afar, quietly watching this tragedy unfold. Natural selection, survival of the fittest. But does this world really have to be so cruel? Yi Qinghan's eyes were no longer cold, but filled with confusion. He looked at the scene in front of him and fell into deep thought. After a long time, he whispered to himself, "Life has existed since ancient times. Without competition, there would be no evolution. But in order to evolve, there must be competition, a cruel and brutal competition. A general's success is built upon the bones of 10,000, and the glory of a powerhouse stands upon the bones of millions. Is this the so-called way of nature, or perhaps the laws of the world?" Slowly, Yi Qinghan's eyes suddenly closed, as if he had fallen into some sort of epiphany. Xiao He felt his blood run cold as he watched. He felt that there was something wrong with Yi Qinghan. Turning his head to look, he discovered that Yi Qinghan's body suddenly emitted rays of gentle light. On Yi Qinghan's face, Blackie saw no joy, no sorrow, no anger, no sorrow. At this moment, Yi Qinghan seemed to have turned into a Buddha. The aura on his body was enough to make people bow down to worship him. Xiao He blinked, a bit puzzled. After a moment, he stroked his hair and flung it behind him. He gave Yi Qinghan a thumbs up and said with worship, "Boss, that's boss. You can even see demons eating demons alive and gain an epiphany. Your talent is truly abnormal. Of course, compared to me, great Emperor Xiao He, there is still a bit of a gap." Chapter 1385. For the Tao of life to exist eternally, there must be vitality and vigor. However, in order to create such vitality and vigor, there must be a possibility for them to evolve, for them to be divided into ranks, and for them to compete. That is why the beings in the world of plates are becoming stronger, living longer, living more freely, obtaining more nourishment, fighting against themselves, fighting against their own kind, fighting against their natural enemies, fighting against the heavens, fighting against fate. In order for plants to fight against natural disasters, they must become stronger. In order for animals to fight against their natural enemies, they must become stronger, better at protecting themselves, more intelligent. Thus, while beasts become demonic beasts become spirit beasts, and spirit beasts become vicious beasts. On the other hand, monkeys evolve into humans. Humans gain intelligence. In order to become stronger, they begin to use their intelligence to fight, scheme, plunder, kill. They begin to cultivate, to become experts, to become gods, to reach the 9th rank. This plate realm has hundreds of major planes, and each major plane has hundreds of millions of material planes. There are countless species within them, and even more living creatures. Every day, countless lives are born, and every day, countless lives die. This is a cycle. This is the Tao of nature. The Tao of nature is heartless and cruel. Thus, the world must be heartless and merciless in order to maintain the fairness of competition, to allow this competition to continue forever, to allow Plate Realm to exist forever. The laws of the world include life, death, light, darkness, destruction, space, time, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and other laws. They are the elements that make up this world. Of course, there is another miraculous use. It stimulates healthy competition, allowing the beings in Plate Realm to sense the Tao of heaven and earth, the Tao of nature. From there, they can borrow the laws of the world to obtain greater power. Competition includes good and evil. There are healthy and normal competitions, and there are also vicious and inhumane competitions. For example, destroying planes, exterminating countless races, causing Plate Realm to collapse and be destroyed. Thus, the planar wars were born. Thus, the manager of Plate Realm, Pan Xing, and the others existed. Too many experts would cause the balance of Plate Realm to become unstable. Thus, the planar wars had to start, so that the experts would constantly die. When an expert's strength reached a level that threatened the safety of Plate Realm and threatened the laws of the world, Pan Xing, as the manager, would forcefully erase them. Thus, the 10 ancient races were destroyed. So that's how it is. I finally understand. I finally understand the profundities of the laws of heaven and earth. I understand the rules of this Plate Realm. Yi Qinghan stood on Auguland, the demonic plane, with his eyes closed, his entire body solemn and dignified. Holy light shrouded his body as he entered a mysterious state. A question that had perplexed him for many years was finally solved by him. The problem of the laws of the world in the cold realm. Why did the cold realm have the laws of the world? How could the cold realm have the laws of the world? Although he figured out the crux of the matter, Yi Qinghan found a bigger problem. He needed the cold realm to have all the laws of heaven and earth. Then he needed to comprehend all the laws of heaven and earth. Sigh, the road ahead is long and arduous. I will continue to search high and low. The road ahead is heavy and long. Yi Qinghan opened his eyes, but there was a blank look in them as he let out a deep sigh. The 7 supreme mysteries of life, death, light, darkness, destruction, time, and space, and the 5 elemental laws of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, a total of 12 laws of heaven and earth. He needed to comprehend all of them. Only by comprehending them himself could he bestow the laws of heaven and earth to the cold realm. No, Yi Qinghan ignored Xiao He, who was looking at him like he was a lunatic. His pupils shrank suddenly, his eyes darted around a few times, and he spoke alone. The cold realm is evolving. I don't need to comprehend the ultimate mysteries now. I just need to comprehend the basic mysteries of each element. The basic mysteries can be fused into elementary, intermediate, advanced, and ultimate mysteries. As the cold realm is evolving, it is very likely that the 5 basic mysteries can automatically evolve into elementary, advanced, and ultimate mysteries. The cold realm itself can evolve automatically. What I need to do is bring him some kindling, let him turn into a prairie fire. Oh, right. Ha ha. That's it. There's more. Yi Qinghan suddenly laughed out loud. His eyes shined with a brilliant light that illuminated the surrounding world. He said with incomparable certainty, "The fact that my basic mysteries of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth are so easily comprehended must be related to the speed at which the cold realm evolves. As the cold realm evolves, it must contain some of the natural world laws. Thus I can comprehend them so easily. But if I use the laws I perceive to drive the cold realm to evolve faster, and then use the cold realm to speed up my comprehension of the profound mysteries, like this, wouldn't the speed at which the cold realm evolves and the speed at which I perceive the profound mysteries increase? That's right. That's right. That must be it. Ha ha ha. Boss, you've been rambling on and on for so long, but what are you talking about? How come I'm becoming more and more confused the more I listen? Boss, have you finished? The abyssals of the demon realm are about to complete their evolution. There are already 3 supreme abyssals appearing. Xiao He scratched his head, a bit confused. Yi Qinghan continued to ignore him. In the distance, the abyssals swallowed even faster. The number of Azura kings continued to decrease, and the number of supreme abyssals continued to increase. Boss, boss. Xiao He called out several times, but he discovered that Yi Qinghan had suddenly vanished. He had vanished without a trace. Xiao He rolled his eyes. He thought that Yi Qinghan had entered the War Imperial Palace, leaving him speechless. However, Yi Qinghan's cultivation was the most important matter. Moreover, with the abyssal swallowing, it would take several days before they finished. Yi Qinghan certainly wasn't so bored that it hurt his balls to enter the War Imperial Palace to perceive the profound mysteries. Rather, he had entered the cold realm. He wanted to bring some sparks of fire to the cold realm. Pan Shi, it was really you who played tricks. The moment that Yi Qinghan entered the cold realm, the door to the rightmost cabin at the peak of plate boundary suddenly opened. A black-clothed Pan Xing, with curly black hair, and a killing intent that could scare a 9th-grade overlord to death walked out. His eyes were filled with anger. Just now, he felt that someone had broken through the barrier of plate boundary. But although he was strong, his supernatural powers and spells weren't as good as Pan Shi's. He simply couldn't lock onto the person who had broken through the barrier. It really wasn't that person or beast that broke through the barrier of plate boundary. It must have been Pan Shi who helped cover it up. Damn it! Don't let me find you. Otherwise, I will make your life worse than death. I will make your plain barren. Pan Xing's eyes were like lightning. He swept through the planar battlefield, his eyes actually condensing a substantial killing intent. He stared at the distant void and hatefully said, 100,000 years from now, the next planar war will begin again. All the planes with surviving martial artists that participated in the last war will all participate. If I still can't find you, then I will open it again in another 100,000 years. If one time isn't enough, then I will open it twice, 5 times, 10 times. I don't believe that I can't find you. I can't find you. It really is him. A sigh came from the left cabin at the peak of Plate Boundary. Pan she sat in the dreamy purple palace. Her eyes were like stars. She slightly raised her head and looked far away through the window. It was as if she could see the demonic plane far away. In fact, Pan, she really did have this supernatural power. After Yi Qinghan returned from the planar war, she had been using this supernatural power to lock onto Yi Qinghan. At this moment, when Yi Qinghan disappeared in Plate Boundary, Pan Shi immediately concluded that he was the one who broke through the barrier of Plate Boundary. Pan Shi watched for a while, and the strange light in her eyes gradually faded. She picked up a cup of fragrant tea and took a sip. She frowned and murmured with doubt, "Young man who comprehended the supreme Tao, how did you break through the barrier of Plate Boundary? Why did you go outside Plate Boundary? What secrets are you hiding?" Chapter 1386. 6, 7, 8. There are already 8 supreme abyssals. It looks like there will be 3 or 4 more. Wow, how come the boss hasn't come out yet? I can't wait any longer. What a massive amount of life energy. This is... I wonder if I can swallow this energy. Will I be able to evolve again? Wah! If I can evolve again, will my strength reach the level of a god Emperor Supreme? Within the demon plane, Xiaohei's face was filled with excitement. Of course, there was also a bit of urgency. With so many supreme abyssals around, without Yi Qinghan to hold the line, he was a bit nervous. With Yi Qinghan by his side, even if he didn't do anything, he would still feel that the enemies in front of him wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow. If things really didn't work, then wasn't the boss here? However, time slowly passed. In the distance, the number of supreme abyssals had already reached 10. But Yi Qinghan still hadn't appeared. Yi Qinghan hadn't appeared, and Xiaohei didn't have any ideas of his own. Thus, he didn't dare to move recklessly. One day later, the cruel slaughter had finally ended. With the birth of the last supreme abyssal, the millions of Azura kings had all vanished. In the entire demon world, besides the 12 supreme abyssals, there wasn't a single demonic being left. The demon world had gathered the strength of 1 trillion demonic beings from the demon plane and forcefully created 12 supreme abyssals to fight against the 2 invaders from the divine world. Hiss, hiss, kill, kill, kill. Fight for the holy world. Fight for the souls of demons. Tear apart all of humanity and turn the divine world into another holy world. Kill. 12 explosive roars tore through the skies of the demon world. 12 fierce and hideous-looking abyssals, their bodies still stained with dark red blood, turned into 12 black dragons that were tens of thousands of meters long. With an earth-shattering aura, they howled towards the north, aiming straight for Xiaohei. The boss hasn't come out yet. Forget it, I'll kill him first. Come on, let you evil creatures have a look at this great emperor's means. Xiaohei raised his eyebrows. Although he felt a little uneasy without Yi Qinghan by his side, he was not afraid. Instead of retreating, he advanced and turned into a series of afterimages as he flew towards the south. He suddenly disappeared in midair. Then, a blue dragon over 100,000 meters long suddenly appeared from the void and flew towards the 12 black dragons in front of him. The black fog churned, and 12 black dragons roared. A blue dragon quietly approached. 12 pairs of cold, blood-red eyes met with a pair of cold, mocking eyes. The evil demon blood below turned into small rivers that flowed like tendons. The air was extremely oppressive, and the winds and clouds stopped moving. Hiss, hiss! The 12 black dragons reared their heads back and roared. Their roars shook space and turned into ripples spreading out in all directions. 12 pairs of sharp claws covered in scales flickered with a cold light, and 12 long iron whips howled like wind and thunder as they smashed at the azure dragon. How can the light of a firefly compete with the brilliance of the sun and the moon? Xiaohe smiled coldly. He did not let out a roar. Instead, he suddenly released his aura. Instantly, a huge pressure pressed down, and the 12 black dragons felt as if a mountain was pressing down on them. The 12 black dragons immediately fell to the ground and were pressed to the ground, unable to move at all. How strong was the pressure from Xiaohe's 9th grade supreme martial artist strength? Back in the dimensional battlefield, the 5 kings of the one-eyed beasts had cultivated their strength honestly and were several times stronger than these evil demon supremes. However, under Xiaohe's pressure, they could not even move, let alone them. Hee. Xiaohe grinned and heaved a sigh of relief. If these evil demon supremes were suppressed, what threat could they pose? They could only wait to be devoured by him. Because Yi Qinghan was not around, Xiaohe's somewhat anxious heart calmed down. He flew towards a black dragon below and started devouring it. Hiss, hiss, the 12 black dragons roared furiously. It was unknown whether it was because of despair or anger. Their roars pierced through the sky, and the huge sound waves caused the rivers of evil demon blood flowing on the 18 continents to flow even faster. Scream, scream. It's useless even if you scream until your throats break. Xiaohe grinned and continued to devour another black dragon. His thinking was very simple. When he saw that these 12 evil demon supremes could not resist, he did not think too much about it. After all, these evil demon supremes would die soon, so what was the point of worrying so much? However, unbeknownst to Xiaohe, the endless amount of evil demon blood on the 18 continents turned into rivers under the incessant roars of the 12 evil demon supremes. These rivers began to spread over all the continents. Xiaohe was busy devouring and did not spread out his divine sense. If he was still in the air at this moment, if Yi Qinghan was still here, he would definitely be able to easily detect it. Suddenly, countless blood-red rivers appeared on the 18 continents. These rivers crisscrossed and formed a group of strange patterns. If one looked down from the sky, it was easy to see that these rivers were forming some kind of grand array, a super terrifying grand array. Hiss, hiss. The evil demon supremes were still roaring, and Xiaohe was still continuing to devour. 2 hours passed, and Xiaohe had already easily devoured 3 black dragons and 3 evil demon supremes. The remaining evil demon supremes roared even more fiercely, and Xiaohe felt more and more at ease. I've already devoured 5 evil demon supremes, but I don't feel any limit to my evolution, and I feel that the energy in my body is far from saturation. Could it be that I can't evolve anymore? Or do I have to devour close to 109th grade supreme martial artists? Fall, where are there so many 9th grade supreme martial artists for me to devour? If I act recklessly on the dimensional battlefield, boss will definitely not allow it. Xiaohe happily devoured while muttering to himself with some dissatisfaction. Unbeknownst to him, one of the southernmost evil demon blood rivers suddenly lit up. Then, this light, along with the crisscrossing rivers, began to spread wildly. If one were to observe carefully, the positions of the 18 continents of the demonic plane were very strange. Between the 2 continents, there was a narrow area that connected them. Now, these narrow areas were filled with evil demon blood rivers. The southern evil demon blood rivers lit up and spread rapidly in all directions at lightning speed. Before long, the entire southern Obama continent was lit up. At this moment, it was as if someone had used saltpeter to form lines on the ground and lit a fire in a corner. In an instant, the flames followed the saltpeter and burned in all directions. What was extremely strange was that these lights first began to light up in the outermost continents. There were 18 planes in the demonic plane. The outermost continents were 9 continents, and the 9 continents were surrounded by 5 continents. 3 continents were surrounded by 3 continents, and the 3 continents were surrounded by another continent. And the place where Xiao He and the 11 evil demon supremes were fighting was coincidentally on the continent in the center. Xiao He, who had devoured 6 black dragons and was preparing to devour the 6th black dragon, finally felt that something was amiss. He felt his heart palpitate, as if a great danger was approaching him. His cold eyes swept across the surroundings, and then his huge body swayed and immediately flew into the sky. His divine sense expanded, but he saw an extremely strange scene. Countless red lines lit up on the outermost 9 continents and the 5 continents in the second layer. These lines all emitted rays of red light, like an inescapable net that trapped him in the center. And those red lights were still spreading toward him at a terrifying speed. Chapter 1387. What the hell is this? Xiao He blinked, not knowing what to do. Without Yi Qinghan around, he didn't know whether to fight or flee. Just as he was hesitating, the red light had already spread. The entire demonic plane's 18 continents lit up with countless red lights. These red lights formed a strange pattern and shot up into the sky. Suddenly, rays of red light also appeared in the sky, crisscrossing and enveloping the entire demonic plane. It truly became an inescapable net. This black heart pounded faster and faster. He could feel a deadly sense of danger looming over him, and he didn't dare to hesitate any longer. He shot up into the sky, trying to escape from the demonic plane through a weak point in space. Hiss, hiss. You still want to escape. You've been trapped by the God-trapping formation, and you still want to escape? Die. We've used all the power of our sacred world, sacrificed all our descendants, and used so much demon blood to activate the God-trapping formation. If we don't tear you to pieces, won't our descendants have died? For nothing? Kill, kill, kill. Devour him, and we'll become existences that surpass 9th grade supremes. By then, our sacred world will definitely sweep across the planar battlefield. The glory of our sacred world will be spread across the countless plains of Pangaea. Under the illumination of this red light, the 6 black dragons below that couldn't even move all released a terrifying aura. They all flew up easily and charged toward Xiao He. And the most strange thing was that these black dragons all released a red light, making them look even more ferocious and terrifying. Xiao He flew up into the sky. The moment he touched the red lines in the sky, he felt as if he was struck by lightning. His body trembled in extreme pain. Hearing the words of the demon supremes and sensing their aura, Xiao He completely panicked. He roared in the sky, "Boss, boss, come out, come out." However, apart from the echoes of Xiao He's roars, there was nothing else in the sky. The 6 black dragons below had already caught up. Xiao He had no choice but to turn around and fight with them. But the black dragons, which could not even withstand a single blow from Xiao He, were now glowing with red light. As soon as the blue dragon that Xiao He had transformed into came into contact with their bodies, he immediately felt as if he had touched a red line in the air, as if he had touched a ball of fire. Not only was he unable to corrode them, but they were also beginning to corrode his body and devour the energy in his body. Boss, boss. Xiao He was scared silly. He had experienced countless battles and seen all kinds of big scenes, but he had always been with Yi Qinghan. He never had to think about anything. Yi Qinghan just pointed at him, and he would do whatever he wanted. Now that Yi Qinghan wasn't here and he was in such a situation, he panicked. All he could do was run as fast as he could within the demonic plane. There were red lines in all directions, forming an inescapable net that trapped Xiaohe inside. The 6 black dragons also chased after Xiaohe from all directions. Although Xiaohe's speed was fast, the place was sealed, and there was only so much he could do. The other party had 6 black dragons. For a time, Xiaohe ran into walls everywhere. From time to time, he would crash into the red lines or get entangled by the black dragons, causing him to roll in the air in pain. Boss! Boss! Xiaohe's body kept rolling in the air as he roared in pain. He was like a wild beast that had fallen into a trap filled with spikes. His body was getting weaker and weaker. A small portion of the energy in his body had been devoured by the 6 black dragons. His body, which was originally more than 100,000 meters long, had shrunk to only tens of thousands of meters. His strength was no longer beyond the 9th grade supremacy level. Judging from his aura, he could only be considered a 9th grade supremacy. As for the 6 black dragons, their strength had increased greatly. Their auras were all as powerful as the 3 ancestral devils in the Nepha's abyss. Seeing Xiaohe's continuous roars, they all grinned viciously. His boss. So what if your boss is here? Aren't you just waiting to be torn apart by us? Don't worry. If your boss comes out, we will send him off and accompany you to the Azura Sea. Not only that, we will definitely win the next planar war. At that time, with our powerful strength, we will definitely demonize all living beings in the immortal realm and turn them into the lowest level of demons. Ha 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 ha. The 6 black dragons laughed wantonly in the air as they chased after Xiaohe like lions chasing a rabbit. Their blood-red eyes were filled with cruelty and malevolence. Is that so? Do you bastards have the ability to do so? Right at this moment, a gentle voice sounded faintly. A fiery red figure suddenly appeared in the north. He walked step by step in the air from the north. His steps were relaxed, as if he was walking in his own courtyard. Every step he took seemed to cover a very small distance. However, with just 2 or 3 steps, he crossed the entire demonic plane from the far north and arrived in the south. He stood above Xiaohe and the 6 black dragons. Boss, boss, you've finally come out. If you hadn't come out, Xiaohe would never have seen you again. When the tumbling Xiaohe heard Yi Qinghan's voice, his body suddenly trembled. When he saw Yi Qinghan's figure crossing over, he immediately struggled to fly out from between the black dragons. When he condensed into a human form, he looked like a child who had been bullied and saw his parent. His face was pale and aggrieved, and he was about to cry. I'm sorry, Xiaohe, I'm late. Yi Qinghan's expression was still indifferent, but his eyes were filled with killing intent. His gaze swept down like a knife, causing the souls of the 6 black dragons to tremble. Yi Qinghan did not release his aura, but just his gaze made the 6 demon supremes feel invincible and incomparable danger. The 6 demon supremes looked at each other, and none of them dared to make the first move. Boss, be careful. They've set up a strange god-confining formation. Also, the red light on their bodies is the same as the god-confining formation. It's so terrifying. The moment I touched it, the energy in my body flowed away like water. It was swallowed up by them. Xiaohe said with lingering fear as he looked at the heavenly prison and earthly net that surrounded them in all directions. He looked down at the red light on the black dragons below and saw that the black dragons did not dare to move under the deterrence of Yi Qinghan's aura. He could not help but look at Yi Qinghan in surprise. He asked in surprise, Boss, you had another breakthrough? Why did your aura become so powerful? I feel like it's more than twice as powerful. Ha! Just a slight breakthrough. The corners of Yi Qinghan's mouth curled into a smile. Then his eyes became fierce. He looked at the formation in all directions and sneered. Is this Boolsh *T formation very powerful? Watch me break it easily. As he spoke, Yi Qinghan's body suddenly released a violent aura. The 6 black dragons that could easily fly under Xiaohei's full aura, and because of the formation's support, were all smashed down, causing the ground to tremble. Yi Qinghan stood tall in the sky. There was no joy or sorrow on his face. His eyes were like lightning, and his black hair moved even though there was no wind. His hands danced, and the power of cold revolved, condensing into a small palm. As soon as this palm appeared, cracks instantly appeared in the surrounding space. It was as if a thin piece of ice on a lake had been forcefully slapped down by a palm. The cracks were like ugly scars that extended in all directions. It was as if the void had collapsed because of the appearance of this small palm. "Go!" shouted Yi Qinghan. His gaze shot up into the sky. The small palm also slowly flew up into the sky. Although it looked very slow, it could travel thousands of kilometers in an instant. Moreover, it grew with the wind. Wherever the palm passed, cracks appeared in the space. By the time the palm reached the large net in the sky, it was already hundreds of thousands of meters wide. The slender white palm covered the sky as if it was about to tear it apart. Boom! The large palm collided with the God-confining formation. The God-confining formation was like a heavenly prison net. At this moment, it released a blinding red light. The entire continent lit up, and even the black aura in the sky turned red and black. An earth-shattering sound, like a sudden clap of thunder, resounded through the entire demonic plane. At this moment, the sky was shaking. At this moment, the earth was trembling. At this moment, the entire demonic plane was shaking. A destructive aura pressed down from the sky. Xiaohei's pale face turned even paler. If Yi Qinghan had not stretched out a hand to grab him, he would have been smashed down by this aura. Xiaohei stared dumbfoundedly at the giant palm that easily tore through the constricting spirit quake and continued on its way. Xiaohei's expression changed several times as he cried out in disbelief. This, boss, this attack of yours. Are you really a 9th grade existence? Don't tell me you've reached the level of a divine emperor or a supreme. Chapter 1388. No, my strength is still far from that of a god emperor supremacy. Yi Qinghan turned around and smiled warmly at Xiaohei. He casually withdrew the huge palm in the air and said, "Do you still remember that a planar legion was killed by a god emperor supremacy's divine thunder at the peak of Mount Pan?" "Of course I remember," Xiaohei recalled and sighed with lingering fear. "I also said that if that divine thunder had struck me, there would have been nothing left of me." Yi Qinghan looked into the sky as if he could see through the demonic plane to the endless void. He said with absolute certainty, "I have recently realized something and understood something. I feel that even if a warrior comprehended the 9 ultimate mysteries, it would still be impossible for him to become a god emperor supremacy. Of course, it might be possible if he comprehended the 12 ultimate mysteries. No matter how strong a warrior is, he would not be a match for Pan Xing. This is because Pan Xing can control the laws of heaven and earth of this plane and destroy everything." Xiaohei stuck out his tongue and exclaimed, "So powerful!" Of course it is. All living beings in Pangaea are bound by the laws of heaven and earth of this plane. No matter how a warrior cultivates, he is borrowing the power of heaven and earth to kill his enemies. Pan Xing controls the laws of heaven and earth. Absolute control. Tell me, How could anyone be a match for him? Yi Qinghan said with a smile. There was no pressure or depression on his face. Instead, he stood proudly in the air. He could even talk about the strongest warrior in Pangaea with ease. Xiao He sensed Yi Qinghan's indifference and asked in surprise, "Why? Boss, I feel that you have the confidence to deal with Pan Xing?" "No." Yi Qinghan shook his head and said, "At least, not now." Xiao He pondered for a moment, and his eyes lit up. He was about to speak when Yi Qinghan waved his hand and said, "All right, go down and devour them first. Devour all the energy they stole from you and replenish yourself." Hua Yao and Shui Er are probably getting impatient. "All right." Xiao He grinned. With Yi Qinghan by his side, he no longer had to worry about anything. Wherever Yi Qinghan pointed, he would hit. This made him even happier. The greatest ancestral demon in the fiend realm was the ancestral demon who had obtained the slaughter god saber in the dimensional battlefield. He had spent his entire life to build the god trapping array. It was a god trapping array that could easily trap dozens of ninth-grade supreme martial artists. Who would have thought that it would meet a freak like Yi Qinghan, who could destroy it with one palm strike? Once the god locking array was broken, all the red light in the sky and the river of demonic blood underground disappeared. The 6 demon supremes no longer emitted the red light that terrified Xiao He. At this moment, under Yi Qinghan's powerful pressure, they couldn't even move. Mother asterisk Kerr, did you enjoy swallowing this emperor's energy just now? Is it fun to hunt me down? Didn't you want to kill my boss as well? What's wrong? Are they all withered now? You bastards! Let me show you what I'm capable of. Xiao He had almost been killed by the 6 demon supremes earlier. He had been in so much pain that he wanted to die. Now that Yi Qinghan had come out, he had become a vile character who had achieved his ambitions. He transformed into a huge blue dragon and swung his tail. The 10,000-meter-long tail smashed heavily onto the bodies of the 6 demon supremes. Boom! A deep gorge appeared on the ground. The 6 supreme abyssals were smashed into the gorge. Little Black still wasn't satisfied. He twisted his body in the air, and his terrifying tail once again turned into a series of afterimages, smashing down continuously, once, twice, 10 times. After smashing down 10 times, he finally transformed into a gust of wind and rushed into the ravine. He enveloped the 6 demon supremes, who were badly mutilated but still unable to move. Moreover, he didn't use all his strength to devour them. Instead, he slowly corroded them, preparing to let these demon supremes enjoy the feeling of being roasted over a fire. Yi Qinghan's control of his pressure was very ingenious. It fell directly onto the bodies of the 6 demon supremes, completely unaffected by Xiao He. Xiao He's devouring ability was extremely abnormal to begin with. If it weren't for the god-locking array, these demon supremes wouldn't have been a match for Xiao He. At this time, they were in complete despair. They allowed Xiao He to devour the massive amount of energy within their bodies. Hiss, hiss, painful howls echoed out from the ravine. Yi Qinghan calmly stood high in the sky, unmoved. He didn't stop Xiao He from venting his anger, allowing him to slowly torture the 6 demon supremes. As he recalled everything he had done in the cold boundary, he couldn't help but reveal a happy smile. In the past few days in the cold boundary, he had done many things and understood many things. He had also guessed some mysteries that had puzzled him for a long time. For example, his abnormal speed of comprehending the mysteries of the laws. For example, his abnormal strength. Right now, he was 100% sure that his strength was directly proportional to the degree of the cold boundary's evolution. In other words, the more perfect the evolution of the cold boundary was, the more powerful the power of cold would be, and the stronger he would be. There was also the speed of comprehending the mysteries of the laws. Although Yi Qinghan couldn't be sure, he had a rough guess. He deduced some principles. If the cold boundary really was a second plate realm, then the cold boundary's evolution would naturally contain some of the heaven and earth laws. This was because the heaven and earth laws were the elements that made up this world: metal, wood, water, fire, earth. These were the basic elements that made up this world. In other words, the reason he could so easily comprehend the mysteries of the laws was not because his talent was abnormal, but because the cold boundary was helping him. The cold boundary and him were one and the same. If the cold boundary automatically evolved and automatically comprehended something, then Yi Qinghan could easily comprehend it. Yi Qinghan concluded that if it weren't for the cold boundary, he absolutely wouldn't have been able to comprehend the mysteries. It would have been even more impossible for him to comprehend them so easily. In the past, when he was comprehending the ultimate mystery of space, Yi Qinghan had been incomparably puzzled. Why was it so easy at the beginning, but at the end, when he reached large success, he had been stuck for so long? But after he created the spatial vortex and completely stabilized the cold boundary space, he immediately comprehended the ultimate mystery of space to large success. How could there be such a coincidence? Now that the cold boundary space had stabilized, the elements that made up the cold boundary had also stabilized. In other words, the 5 elemental laws of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth were naturally contained within the cold boundary. Thus, Yi Qinghan had been able to comprehend it so easily. As for the other mysteries, such as light, life, darkness, and so on, Yi Qinghan couldn't even begin to grasp them. This was because these laws did not exist within the cold boundary. Thus, this was why Yi Qinghan had come to this conclusion. Yi Qinghan concluded that along with the evolution of the cold boundary, he would be able to comprehend more and more mysteries. When the cold boundary's evolution was completed, he would be able to comprehend all 12 mysteries of the laws. Yi Qinghan finally understood why he had a feeling that when the cold boundary's evolution was completed, he would have the confidence to fight against Pan Xing. Because once the evolution was completed, Yi Qinghan would be able to comprehend at least 12 ultimate mysteries, reaching the strength of a god emperor or a supreme. Below, Xiao He was still torturing the 6 devil supremes. Yi Qinghan clenched his fists. His eyes were deep as he looked at the sky and murmured, "Time. What I need is time. Pan Xing, give me 1,000,000 years. If you want to fight, I will fight you." Chapter 1389. It has already been half a month. Why haven't father and uncle come out yet? Within the Soul Emperor Pavilion, the demon swallowing demon and the bunch of juniors were all anxious. On the contrary, Li Shui'er and Yu Qingcheng were really calm. They all believed in Yi Qinghan and Xiao Hei's strength. They could sweep the planar wars. So how could this small demonic plane be the end of their journey? "Your Majesty, why don't you go in and take a look? You are so strong." The demon swallowing demon saw that Li Shui'er and the others didn't say anything, so he could only look at Ice Queen. Ice Queen came out after Yi Qinghan, and Xiao He left. Her face was ice cold, no different from before. Now that the demon swallowing demon said that, everyone turned to look at her. She coughed awkwardly. "Let's wait a little longer. If they still don't come out in 2 days, then I will go in and take a look." The demon swallowing demon opened his watery eyes and looked at Ice Queen in confusion. "Why do we have to wait for 2 days? Auntie Queen, isn't it the same if you go now?" Ice Queen's face flushed red. She was actually afraid to see Yi Qinghan, but how could she say that? Just as she was hesitating, her consciousness shook and joy appeared on her face. She stood up and exclaimed, "He is out. The Emperor is out." Yu Qingcheng and the others looked out of the demonic plane through the Soul Emperor Pavilion. As expected, they saw a red shadow. Amidst their joy, they exchanged glances, with one another. They looked at Ice Queen with complicated expressions and smiled bitterly. Yu Qingqing's strength had reached the peak of grade 7 war god. The Rain Empress had broken through to the honorable realm. Yi Yaorao had the ice body, and her cultivation speed was really fast. She had reached the peak of grade 6 war god. All of them were weak, so how observant were they? The impression that Ice Queen gave them was that she was ice cold, like a beautiful ice sculpture. But during this period of time, the weird expression on her face, as well as the joy she had when she saw Yi Qinghan, couldn't be hidden from them. As women, how could they not see the affection that Ice Queen revealed towards Yi Qinghan? The girls knew Yi Qinghan's character very well. He was soft-hearted and sentimental. If a woman liked him, he wouldn't be able to reject her. Moreover, the Ice Queen was so outstanding, and, in other words, Yi Qinghan couldn't control his second brother. This was Yi Qinghan's weakness, but the women couldn't say anything about it. If Yi Qinghan wasn't passionate, can everyone sit here now? If Yi Qinghan wasn't so outstanding, would everyone fall in love with him? Outstanding men were like fireflies in the night, incomparably eye-catching. How could they not attract bees and butterflies? Thinking of this, all the women felt a little better. Of course, there was still a sour feeling in their hearts. However, Yi Qinghan had already flown over, so the women could only put away the jealousy in their eyes and smile, welcoming Yi Qinghan. Hee, you must be anxious from waiting, right? Yi Qinghan smiled and looked at everyone. When his gaze passed Ice Queen, he paused for a moment before sitting down leisurely. Monster swallowing monster poured tea for him, and said with a face full of hope, "Uncle, how is it? Where is my father?" Yi Qinghan drank a mouthful of tea, and said calmly, he is fine. All the demons in the demonic plane have been wiped out. Your father is swallowing the demonic energy within. We will be able to enter soon. Woo! The bunch of them sucked in a deep, cold breath, their faces filled with shock. The demon swallowing monster's cherry mouth opened wide. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. A plane, a super plane that was several times larger than the god world. How many living beings were there? There were billions of warriors in the god world. So many that even if they just stood there for you to kill, who knows how long it would take, much less the demon plane. Originally, everyone thought that Yi Qinghan and Xiao He would enter to kill the peak experts, and then let the army enter to slowly clear them out. Who knew that in half a month they had already killed all of them? We didn't kill them. The demons killed themselves. I will explain the specifics in the future. Queen, send a message to Zhu Yi. An hour later, all the armies will enter the demon plane. Prepare to organize an army to clear out all the material planes. Yi Qinghan casually explained and started to give orders. He exchanged glances with Ice Queen, and their faces revealed a slight awkwardness. Yu Qingqing and the others exchanged glances with one another and felt a little uncomfortable. As expected, there was something going on between the two of them. Great! Yao am going to lead a group of Yi family troops to conquer the material planes. Yao wants to be a female general. Yao jumped up and cheered. Yi Qinghan's children also revealed expressions of eagerness. Yi Qinghan took in a deep breath and nodded his head. This time, all of you can follow the army. However, you won't be a general, you will be a normal warrior. I won't send an expert to protect all of you, so all of you have to be careful. If you get demonized by the demonic energy, I won't be able to save all of you. Understood, Uncle. Yes, Father. Yi Qinghan's children nodded their heads. Their gazes were firm and passionate. As Yi Qinghan's children, they lived a luxurious life. The resources and treasures that they obtained were something that no young master or mistress could compare to. However, they had never experienced life and death battles. They felt that there was no point in cultivating. If they couldn't enjoy hot-blooded battles, could they still be considered warriors? Qinghan, brother, big brother, Yu Qingcheng, Yi Qingyu, and Li Shui saw that Yi Qinghan didn't seem to be joking and became anxious. How could a battle with a demon be a joke? If they were demonized, who could save them? Yi Qinghan waved his hand and said firmly, "No need to say more. I have decided. If they don't experience blood and fire, they will never grow up. The descendants of Yi Qinghan can't even kill some insignificant low-level demons. Won't people laugh their heads off if this gets out?" An hour later, the Soul Emperor Pavilion and the Beast God Hall slowly approached the demonic plane. As they approached the demonic plane, the Soul Emperor Pavilion stopped flying. The Beast God Hall flashed with light as groups of divine realm warriors were teleported out. Then, these warriors flew into the demonic plane from the nearby weak points in the space. Whoosh! There were only a few near the weak points in the space, so the army's speed was very slow. In the distance, a spatial blade current whizzed over. Zhu Yi quickly put the army that hadn't entered into the Beast God Hall. When the spatial blade current passed, they continued to teleport out and entered the demonic plane in an orderly manner. The Beast God Hall couldn't rotate, so they couldn't directly enter the demonic plane. After a few hours, the millions of divine realm warriors in the Beast God Hall finally entered the demonic plane. Zhu Yi flashed out, put away the Beast God Hall, and teleported into the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Under the control of Yi Qingyu, the Soul Emperor Pavilion began to rotate, wildly piercing into the demonic plane from the weak points in the space, and finally landing outside the main city of Auguland in the north. Wow, this is the demonic plane. It's really big. Our divine realm has finally conquered the demonic plane. This Miss Yao Yao will be recorded in the history books and leave my name in the annals. As soon as the demon devourer came out of the Soul Emperor Pavilion, he immediately shouted and pulled Yi Zishi and Yi Qingyu to fly around, looking around. The 10 million divine realm army warriors didn't move. They just stood silently in the air above Auguland, looking at the desolate ancient demonic plane. Countless people had tears streaming down their faces as they witnessed this historic moment. How many years had it been? The divine realm army had finally set foot on the territory of a different plane, and it was the demonic plane that had invaded the divine realm for millions of years. Chapter 1390. The warriors of the divine realm are to be divided into 1,000 legions. The 1 million Yi family army is to be divided into 1,000 squads. Every single one of them is to enter the material plane through the transportation formations. Kill all the demonic creatures you encounter, and disperse the demonic aura by force. Yi Qinghan's orders were passed down one by one. The map of the demonic plane in his hands had already been drawn by Lei Zhan. It was divided into 1,000 parts, and each material plane was marked out. As for what kind of material planes the 1,000 legions would occupy, the mobilization of the legions, and countless other trivial matters, Yi Qinghan did not care. He left them all to Zhu Yi. Zhu Yi and Lei Zhan had studied for a long time. Over the years, they already had a plan in mind. They immediately divided the 1 million Yi family army into 1,000 squads and placed them in the 1,000 legions as the commanders. 1,000 legions began to be transported to the material planes from the transportation formations on the various continents in an orderly manner. The purge of the demonic plane had begun. Years ago, Yi Qinghan and Xiao He had swept through hundreds of material planes. They were well aware that there were not many experts in the material planes. The strongest material planes only had a few Asuras, comparable to the 5th and 6th grade war gods of the divine realm. The commanders of the 1,000 legions in the divine realm were all peak 7th grade war gods, or venerables. The lowest among the Yi family army was a 6th grade war god. In other words, within these 1,000 legions, there were at least 1,000 6th grade war gods. Such a powerful force was enough to easily sweep through the material planes. The demon devourer demons, Yi Zishi, and the others were all arranged in the legions according to Yi Qinghan's instructions. However, Zhu Yi secretly made some arrangements. She arranged for Yi Qinghan's children and the demon devourer demons to be in one legion. The commander of that legion was a venerable. There were 10 peak 7th grade war gods and dozens of 7th grade war gods. Although Yu Qingcheng and Li Shui heir didn't come to find Zhu Yi didn't want these golden branches and jade leaves to suffer any harm. Otherwise, even if Yi Qinghan didn't blame her, his women's white jades were enough to kill her instantly. Yi Qinghan and the others stayed in the Soul Emperor Pavilion and waited for the reports of success. Monarch Windmoon led a group of array formation masters and began constructing the transmission array. This teleportation array needed to be directly connected to the teleportation array in the god world's flame dragon city. With such a long distance, it could be said to be a super huge teleportation array. Fortunately, in ancient times, the god realm had conquered countless large planes, and they had left behind experience in building super long-distance teleportation arrays. Wind Moon Monarch and a few formation masters had researched for a long time and had an 80% chance of success. Qingcheng, if you want to tour the demon realm, you can walk around. There are no living creatures in the demon realm, and all the demonic aura has been devoured by Xiaohei. This demon realm is incomparably safe, and there are some good scenic spots. Yi Qinghan sat in the Soul Emperor Pavilion and smiled as he spoke to Yu Qingcheng and the others. Yu Qingcheng and the others came here to have fun. Instead of staying in the Soul Emperor Pavilion all day, they might as well stay in the God realm. All right, let's all go out for a walk. If there's anything, we will send a message to you. Yu Qingcheng and the others looked at each other and were delighted. They all stood up and rushed outside, as if they were afraid that Yi Qinghan would go back on his words. Li Shui heir saw Xiaohei sloppily sitting beside Yi Qinghan, leisurely nibbling on a spirit fruit. She gave him a look and said, "Xiaohei, let's go. Accompany us to play." "What's so fun about it? You guys go and play." Xiaohei shook his head. He had already explored the entire demon realm. Although there were a few places with good scenery, there were no beauties. He didn't want to accompany them to wander around. "And are you coming?" Li Shui heir was annoyed when she heard that. Her eyes bulged, and she said viciously. Once Li Shui flew into a rage. Little Black immediately withered. He smiled flatteringly and grabbed a few fruits before following her. Yi Qinghan obviously knew what she was thinking about and what she was planning. They were definitely worried about the demon swallowing demon and the others, so they ran to the material plane to protect them. With Xiaohei around, who could harm those kids? Kiki, them. Yi Qinghan smiled bitterly and glanced at Ice Queen, who was the only one sitting in the hall. He noticed that she was looking over, so he retracted his gaze. He picked up his tea and acted like he was in deep thought. While Yu Qingcheng and the others were planning, wasn't Yi Qinghan also planning his own? He had always wanted to explain to Ice Queen about the misunderstanding that day and apologize. With Yu Qingcheng and the others here, he wouldn't be able to do many things. "Emperor, Bing Mayor will take her leave first." Ice Queen's face was ice cold. She looked at Yi Qinghan and then shifted her gaze. She took in a deep breath and felt that the atmosphere was a little awkward. After bowing, she turned around and left. That, just as Yi Qinghan was thinking about what to say, he noticed that Ice Queen had already disappeared from the hall. He placed down his hand that was in midair. He said half a sentence before shutting his mouth in depression. Should I go and explain to her? Damn, what kind of nonsense is this? Yi Qinghan stood up and paced around the hall. He started to worry. It was hard for him to find a chance, but he didn't grasp it. In the future, when Yu Qingcheng and the others returned, how would he have a chance to find Ice Queen alone? Yi Qinghan, you bastard, you bastard. In the West Wind Hall beside West Liang Hall, Ice Queen's face was red as she scolded viciously. She wasn't a fool, and of course, she sensed the weird gazes from Yu Qingcheng and the others. Along with her guilty conscience, she didn't dare to face them and felt really ashamed. Yi Qinghan brought people. Zhu Yi was in charge of the army, while Wind Moon Monarch was in charge of building the teleportation formation. Only she didn't do anything at all. It was like she was here to play with her wives. This made her feel more awkward and even more suspicious. She felt like everyone was looking at her. With weird gazes, she felt really wronged and furious. However, she had no place to vent it and could only suppress it. Originally, she had an indescribable feeling towards Yi Qinghan, which made her heart even more flustered. Sha, sha, sha. Footsteps spread from outside the hall. Ice Queen's expression changed. Her face was as cold as ice, but a look of joy flashed in her eyes. She didn't need to check to know who it was. Such heavy footsteps. Apart from Yi Qinghan, who was embarrassed to enter, who else could it be? Yi Qinghan walked in sneakily. He saw Ice Queen sitting there and not even looking at him. He scratched his head and rubbed his hands. Your Majesty, how are you? Why is your face so dark? Are you in a bad mood? Did that bastard bully you? Tell me, I will help you vent your anger. A smile flashed in Ice Queen's eyes, but she suppressed it. Her face was still cold, and she didn't bother about Yi Qinghan. God damn it! Yi Qinghan's observation skills were really good. Looking at the smile that flashed in Ice Queen's eyes, he knew that there was a chance. His face sunk, and he smacked the table. He said in rage, "Did Wind Moon Monarch, that bastard, offend you? I will capture him and beat him up to help you vent your anger." Still not satisfied. "Why don't I castrate him?" Pucci. Ice Queen couldn't take it anymore and burst out laughing. She glanced at Yi Qinghan. Her brows were filled with charm. Her full breast shook because of her laughter. She was so beautiful that Yi Qinghan was stunned. Ice Queen looked at Yi Qinghan's burning gaze that was staring at her breasts. Her embarrassment turned into rage. She stared and turned around. She said viciously, "It wasn't Wind Moon Monarch. It was a bastard called Yi Qinghan. Please help me castrate him." Chapter 1391. When he heard Ice Queen's words, Yi Qinghan felt a chill down his spine. He thought to himself, the ancients said that a woman's heart was the most vicious. As expected, it was true. His eyes turned, and he relaxed a lot. Since Ice Queen could make such a dirty joke, it meant that she wasn't angry at him. The atmosphere wasn't so awkward anymore, and instead became really charming. A smile flashed in his eyes. His face tensed up, and he nodded his head. He said solemnly, "Yi Qinghan? This name is a little familiar, but I remember that he is tall, handsome, casual, and has a good personality. Queen, are you sure it is him?" "Pui, I have seen shameless people, but I have never seen someone like you." Ice Queen burst out laughing once more. She laughed so hard that her body trembled. Her eyes were filled with charm. Yi Qinghan was dazzled by her beauty. He thought to himself that the name Icy Beauty was indeed not wrong. She was originally like an iceberg, but when she suddenly revealed her charm, it was actually so soul-stirring, causing one's soul to be engulfed in ecstasy. Idiot! When the Ice Queen saw Yi Qinghan's eyes staring straight at her, she felt a wave of joy in her heart and a wave of shyness. She sighed softly. Her eyes were like spring, causing one's heart to flutter. Her expression was like that of a young lady. Along with her beautiful face, caused Yi Qinghan's eyes to stare straight at her. Yi Qinghan stared for a while, making Ice Queen feel really uncomfortable. Seeing that her embarrassment turned into rage, he retracted his gaze and took in a deep breath. He scratched his head and said, "Queen, I came here today to apologize to you. I didn't mean to disrespect you. Last time and the time before that were all a misunderstanding. It's not like you don't know the situation at that time. It was purely a coincidence. It was a perfect time and place. No. Lightning from the heavens and fire from the earth. That's not right. How do you say that? Right. It's dry wood and blazing fire. Pooey. That's not right." When Ice Queen heard that Yi Qinghan specially came to apologize, she was delighted. But when she heard that, she felt that something wasn't right. In the end, black lines appeared on her forehead, and her face turned green and white. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She glanced at Yi Qinghan and saw a flash of a smile in his eyes. She immediately came to her senses. Yi Qinghan wasn't apologizing. He was obviously teasing her. She immediately flew into a rage out of humiliation. She waved her small fists and pounded on Yi Qinghan's chest. She did not hold back and pounded on his chest, viciously releasing all the grievances she had suffered in the past few days. Stop hitting me. My bones are broken." Yi Qinghan didn't retaliate. He acted like he was going to fall to the ground. Ice Queen was chasing him and fell onto his body. She didn't care and continued to beat him until Yi Qinghan's face was filled with pain. His chest caved in like his ribs were really broken by her. Emperor, are you okay? Didn't do it on purpose. I didn't use so much strength. What happened to your chest? Why? Scoff. Emperor, you lied to me again. I hate you to death. Ice Queen was moved. When she saw the huge hole in Yi Qinghan's chest, she was frightened and panicked. She didn't notice that half of her body was leaning on Yi Qinghan's body. At this moment, she thought about it and understood. She didn't even use God power, so how could she break Yi Qinghan's bones? Moreover, Yi Qinghan had the soul ring protecting him. So what injuries couldn't he recover from? Yi Qinghan hugged Ice Queen and felt her snow-like skin. He felt good from head to toe. How could he not see that Ice Queen had feelings for him? He had seen her naked and touched her. So he had to take responsibility, right? As a man, he had to take responsibility, right? Yi Qinghan always told himself that a man could be bad, but he couldn't be bad. He had to take responsibility. When he had to attack, he definitely wouldn't hold back. And although he was grabbing a warm and fragrant jade, "Let me go, Yi Qinghan, let me go, you bad guy." Ice Queen tried her best to struggle, but she was unable to break free from Yi Qinghan's clutches. Her face was red because she struggled, her hair was messy, and her clothes were messy, making her look even more alluring. No, I won't let go. Just submit to this great empress. I will treat you sincerely. I have liked you for a long time. You know that I am a reserved person and not good at expressing myself. I don't like to take the initiative. When Yi Qinghan heard that, he felt that there was hope. The more a woman was like that, the happier she would be. Wasn't Yi Qinggu like that in the past? No, don't want to stop. Thus, Yi Qinghan didn't stop. He hugged Ice Queen tightly, one hand covering her full butt and the other pressing the back of her head. He raised his head and kissed her. Ice Queen's mind went blank once more. She used her hands and tools to solve problems, so she had no resistance against such methods from men. She was called Bing Mei. Her personality was as passionate as fire. Once she got emotional, she would go crazy. However, she was born on the island of ice and snow and had cultivated the secret ice and snow techniques. Coupled with her high status, no one had ever dared to blaspheme her. Now that she had met Yi Qinghan's nemesis, she had no other choice but to succumb. Yi Qinghan didn't have time to care about the Ice Queen's thoughts. He was currently using his undressing ability to strip himself, and the Ice Queen naked. 3 seconds. It was hard to imagine that a person laying on the ground with a girl on top of him used just 3 seconds to strip the two of them naked. If this ability was spread out, the entire God world and Pan world would be shocked. Ice Queen's body went soft from Yi Qinghan's wild kiss. She had no strength at all, and her mind was in a mess. She didn't know that she had turned into a naked little lamb and was being carried by Yi Qinghan towards the bed. Her snow-like skin felt cold in his hands. It felt like he was touching a piece of white jade. His entire body felt cold, especially the 2 giant white jade pieces, which made Yi Qinghan love them so much that he couldn't put them down. Wu Ice Queen felt like her body was being filled up by a scalding object. She felt really comfortable compared to when she used her hands and tools. Who knew how much more comfortable it was? She instinctively wanted to be reserved and resist, but when the words reached her mouth, they turned into alluring moans. Ice and fire started to mix and soar up to the 9 heavens. Ice and fire 9 heavens. At this moment, everything was going according to plan. Dry wood burned like fire. Lightning from the heavens stirred up the flames from the earth. Once it started, it couldn't be stopped. 2 hungry man and woman, a crazed lamb and a ravenous wolf, launched an incomparably savage battle of life and death in the West Wind Pavilion. The battlefield changed from the bed to the table to the ground, and then to the window. Smoke spread in the air and thunder rumbled. Occasionally there were cries of pain, roars of rage, and grunts of pain. It made one's blood boil, and they couldn't control themselves. A long time passed. The wind and rain stopped, and the West Wind Pavilion finally regained its peace. A man and a woman were lying in each other's arms. From inside, an extremely cliché dialogue began to spread out. It was a dialogue that would occur when a man and a woman crossed that line. Emperor, will you love May forever? Of course. Emperor, will you treat May well forever? Of course. Emperor, you are so nice. Of course. Emperor, why do you keep saying these 2 words? Of course. No. Chapter 1392. Emperor, are you there? In the West Wind Great Palace, a tender and pleasant voice sounded. The Seoul Emperor Pavilion was placed outside of Aogu City, and the transmission gate was wide open. Outsiders could enter and exit at will, but there was a small team of experts guarding outside, and ordinary people could not enter. Yi Qinghan was in the West Wind Hall and was prepared to continue with Ice Queen. During this half a month, the 2 of them had enjoyed doing this. They were shocked by the familiar voice. Their spiritual senses sensed that the restrictions in the hall were opened, and the voice came from a voice transmission mechanism. The 2 of them heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly put on their clothes. When Ice Queen heard Zhu Yi's voice, how would she dare to meet her? Yi Qinghan dressed himself neatly and walked out in high spirits. He walked out and pressed the mechanism to close the door. He said calmly, "Let's go. Let's talk in the main hall." Okay. Zhu Yi was as intelligent as a demon. Her beautiful eyes spun a few times, and she nodded her head. However, the smile on her face made her look like a cunning fox. When they walked into the main hall, Yi Qinghan sat down on the main seat. He drank some tea and said calmly, "Yi, what is the matter? Why are you so surprised?" Zhu Yi smiled mischievously. "He, Emperor, Yi is guilty. I didn't spoil your plans, right? Did you succeed?" Yi Qinghan's face turned red from Zhu Yi's stare, and he raged. "If you have something to say, just say it. Are you itching for a beating? If you don't do it for 3 days, Are you going to go to the roof? Kiki, if Emperor wants to beat me, I will be happy. Zhu Yi winked at him and teased him again. Then she said, Great Emperor, could it be that the experts of the Fiend domain sent a message to inform you? Or is there another reason? Just now, the teleportation formations in countless material planes that were connected to this place were all destroyed. 1,000 armies have only wiped out 3 to 4 rounds. They only cleared out thousands of evil demon beings, and now most of them can't be teleported. There is such a thing. Let's go take a look. Yi Qinghan raised his eyebrows, then immediately stood up and walked out. Zhu Yi hurriedly followed. Greetings, Emperor. Yi Qinghan first went to Augula's city. Augula Continent had hundreds of thousands of subsidiary planes, and Augula North City had a spacious area with hundreds of thousands of small teleportation portals. At this moment, there were more than 100 legions of 10,000 people standing in the square in a daze. Yi Qinghan scanned the area and saw that countless teleportation arrays had dimmed. This was a sign that the other end of the teleportation array had been destroyed. At this moment, the few remaining teleportation arrays slowly dimmed. Emperor, do you want to send people to occupy the material planes that haven't been destroyed? Zhu Yi's eyes turned as she asked. Yi Qinghan pondered for a moment before waving his hand and said, No need, if they happen to be teleporting, and the other party happened to destroy the teleportation formation. These 10,000 people would be torn into a spatial crack. With their strength, how could they escape? Send a message. All legions stop conquering the material planes and wait for orders. Zhu Yi immediately summoned the messenger soldier next to her and sent a message to the 18 continents. Yi Qinghan scanned with his divine sense, paused for a moment, and said, Let the army rest where they are. I'll go ask Lord Windmoon first. Yi Qinghan teleported away and went to the central continent's main city. Lord Windmoon was leading a team of spellmasters to set up a super teleportation array. Greetings, Emperor. Lord Windmoon and the others immediately stopped what they were doing and saluted when they saw Yi Qinghan coming. Yi Qinghan asked directly, The demon material plane's teleportation array has been destroyed, and the army can't teleport there. Is there any way? This, Lord Windmoon, and the spellmasters looked at each other and shook their heads. Emperor, the material plane's teleportation array is only connected to one side. If one side is destroyed, it's useless. There's no other way. If we want to go to the material planes, we can only go through the endless void. Yi Qinghan felt a headache. They had only fought for half a month now, and they had only attacked 3 or 4 times. That meant they had only destroyed a few thousand planes. There were at least 1 million material planes in the demon plane. If they wanted to go through the endless void, they would have to rely on Soul Emperor Pavilion and Beast God Palace. How long would that take? Yi Qinghan pondered for a moment before his eyes brightened. He said, Go through the endless void? Wind Moon Monarch, do you have a way to make some flying tools? For example, the flying phoenix you made before. It doesn't need to be fast or have strong defenses. It just needs to be able to resist the spatial blade current and carry people. Of course, it has to be easy to make. Otherwise, with just Soul Emperor Pavilion and Beast God Palace, how long would it take to conquer the demon plane? It doesn't need to be fast or have strong defenses. It just needs to be able to resist the spatial blade current and carry people. Wind Moon Monarch pondered for a moment before saying, This is easy, but I don't have that many materials. If Emperor can give me enough materials and bring my disciples here, I can make it. Materials? Yi Qinghan heaved a sigh of relief and said with a smile, The materials are easy. You first build this transmission array with all your strength. Once it is done, I will return to the God Realm and bring you a large amount of materials from Flame Dragon City. Then, I will bring your disciples here. After discussing some details, Yi Qinghan teleported back to Aogu City. He discovered that Yu Qingcheng and the others had returned to Seoul Emperor Pavilion because Yi Qinghan ordered them to stop fighting. A group of children were excitedly discussing the battle with the demons. "Uncle! Father!" Once Yi Qinghan returned, a group of people immediately surrounded him in joy. Demon Devourer shook Yi Qinghan's arm and said, "Uncle, why did you stop fighting? Yao Yao still hasn't killed enough demons." "Uncle, you don't know how powerful Yao Yao is. Those demon creatures look so fierce and powerful, but with a casual attack from Yao Yao, they turned into powder. Hee hee. Hee hee. Don't worry, there are some problems. After a while, you can continue fighting." Yi Qinghan rubbed Yao Yao's head and walked in to talk to everyone about what had happened. Xiaohe raised his eyebrows and said, "Boss, won't that take a long time? Even if Monarch Wind Moon creates a large number of flying machines, there are so many demonic planes. I'm afraid it will take tens of thousands of years to exterminate them all." "Who cares if it takes tens of thousands of years or hundreds of thousands of years?" Yi Qinghan waved his hand and said, "When everything here is stabilized, I will transfer a few ninth-grade war gods over. When that time comes, we will return to the god realm and let the army slowly fight. In any case, there are no more experts in the demonic plane. Destruction is only a matter of time." While everyone was chatting, Zhu Yi returned again. She discussed with Yi Qinghan for a while and decided to take advantage of the time Monarch Wind Moon was building the super transmission array. They would gather an army of 10 million to overthrow and rebuild all the cities in the demon realm. They would also plant the flowers, trees, and seeds from the god realm that the Seoul Emperor Pavilion had brought. Once the transmission array was built, they would begin migrating over and completely turn the demon realm into a second god realm. The buildings in the demon realm were incomparably tall, and their architectural style was not suitable for humans to live in. There were no green plants in the demon realm. All of them were pitch-black trees. The army of 10 million moved together and demolished all the cities in the demon realm. They built cities in the style of the god realm. Countless grass seeds were scattered, and the demon realm became verdant and full of vitality. It was estimated that it would not be long before the demon world completely changed, becoming a paradise for humans several times larger than the divine world. Chapter 1393. The teleportation formation is completed. Haha, let's go take a look. A year and a half later, Wind Moon Monarch sent a message that the teleportation formation was completed. Yi Qinghan immediately brought a bunch of people out of Seoul Emperor Pavilion. The continent in the center of the demon plain was already named Frost Night Continent. The original city was torn down and the majestic Frost Night City was built. That giant teleportation formation was on the square of Frost Night City. Uncle, father, mother, aunties, you are all here. Look, the teleportation formation is completed. We can return to God, world, and demon world. Yao Yao and Xiaohe's personalities were the same. She was someone who couldn't stay still. She snuck out from Seoul Emperor Pavilion long ago and came to this newly built Frost Night City to play. Wind Moon Monarch, how is the situation? Yi Qinghan rubbed Yao Yao's head and turned to Wind Moon Monarch. Wind Moon Monarch's face was filled with pride. After all, this was the first time in millions of years that a super teleportation formation was built. Moreover, it was built by him. He said emotionally, "Emperor, I have tested it many times, and there are no problems at all. However, each teleportation consumes large amounts of energy. Each teleportation will take at least a month to recover." "So long?" Yi Qinghan frowned and asked, "Is there no way to shorten the time?" "No, for such a huge teleportation formation. 1 month is already considered very short. Wind Moon Monarch shook his head. However, in the future, we can build a transfer formation between the two planes. We can build a few more in the material planes and desolate areas to shorten the distance. Then we will be able to teleport continuously. This super teleportation formation should be used as an emergency teleportation. Like large amounts of immigrants, we can use the transfer formation to teleport over. Okay, I will teleport back first. Xiaohei, you stay here. All of you stay here. Wind Moon Monarch, and I will teleport back. Yi Qinghan instructed, and Ice Queen's voice spread into his ears. Emperor, I will follow you back. Why? Don't you get along well with Qingcheng and the others? Yi Qinghan sent a weird voice transmission over. During this year, although he didn't expose the matter between him and the Ice Queen, Yi Qinghan was shocked. However, Yu Qingcheng and the others were well aware of their relationship. Yi Qinghan would go to the Ice Queen to discuss matters whenever he had nothing to do. Even the most innocent Yi Qingyu Pandora could see that something was wrong with the two of them. Everyone treated the Ice Queen more warmly. Since Yi Qinghan had accepted it, there was nothing they could do about it. Who asked Yi Qinghan to always be unable to control his fellow? Could it be that he was chained up? Ice Queen immediately transmitted her voice. No, Qingcheng and the others treat me really well. However, I am cold and afraid that they will misunderstand that I am treating them coldly. I'd better go back to the Ice and Snow Island. As long as you have time, come and see me. All right, let's go together. Yi Qinghan nodded his head. He brought the Ice Queen and Wind Moon Monarch into the teleportation formation. God power shot out from Wind Moon Monarch's hand and into the formation. A light surged into the sky, so blinding that no one in Cold Night City could open their eyes. The light shone for almost an hour before the three figures inside disappeared into the teleportation array. The light gradually faded, and the teleportation array became dim. Damn, this teleportation array is making me dizzy. A white light shone in front of Yi Qinghan's eyes like he was being sucked in by a black hole. He felt really dizzy. Who knew how long passed before the white light disappeared? Welcome back, Emperor. Greetings to the two monarchs. The teleportation formation that connected to the demonic plane was built long ago. It was outside of Flame Dragon Saint City, and the teleportation formation was protected by the army. The light shone for a long time, and it shocked the people in the city as well as all the experts in the god world. Many people knelt down outside the teleportation formation. Their faces were filled with joy, and their eyes were filled with excitement. The fact that Yi Qinghan was able to teleport back meant that the demonic plane had been taken down. Little Han, did you succeed? Although Lei Zhen had guessed the result, he still couldn't help but ask. Seeing Yi Qinghan nod his head, he revealed a gratified smile. Although the main force of this battle was Yi Qinghan, and the others, Lei Zhen had put in a lot of effort, and he was filled with anticipation. Emperor is so strong. Emperor Xiaohei is so strong. Monarchs are so strong. Numerous martial artists cheered at the same time. Their faces were red, and they were filled with joy. There were even more martial artists who had tears streaming down their faces. How glorious was the god world in the past! The #1 plane of Pangaea. It ruled dozens of planes and shook the entire Pangaea. But after the 10 ancient gods were wiped out, the god world couldn't recover. If not for Battle Emperor, the god world would have fallen long ago. But the god world suffered from the invasion of the demonic plane for millions of years. How many people turned into demons? How many beasts rebelled and demons descended? How many martial artists were killed? The people of the god world were afraid that one day the god world would become a paradise for demons. Everyone would be demonized, and the god world would become history. However, tens of thousands of years ago, a green-robed young man from the Fire Dragon continent came to the god world, and everything changed. The young man brought a very strange beast with him and did not yield to fate. He fought his way to the top and became the emperor of the god world. He saved the god world from the threat of the demonic plane. Now, he led the martial artists of the god world to conquer other planes and returned with glory. The name of Emperor Han Yi once again resounded in the god world. Under Lei Zhen's command, the god world started to get busy. Countless materials for the construction of the Flying Phoenix were collected. Countless families started to gather in the Holy City, requesting to migrate to the demonic plane and help the god world suppress the demonic plane forever. Of course, Lei Zhen wasn't a fool. How could he believe the high-sounding words of these families? The demonic plane was so big, but now it was empty. The first batch of families to go there would receive a lot of resources and privileges. Maybe after a few million years, the demonic plane would become strong enough to challenge the god world. Therefore, the warriors that Lei Zhen chose did not belong to the big families. They were all from small families and low-level warriors. Of course, he also chose many races that had fast reproduction, so that they could quickly spread their branches and prosper. Yi Qinghan didn't care about these trivial matters. In his opinion, he and Xiao He were so strong that as long as Pan Xing didn't act against him, his lifespan was almost limitless. In front of his and Xiao He's strength, all plots and schemes were useless. They could be suppressed with a flip of their hands. However, in order to be conservative, the Yi family, Li family, Lei family, Rain Butterfly family, Ice Snow family, and other families that had relations with Yi Qinghan all chose some of their disciples to go there. If they were attacked, they wouldn't be completely annihilated. 3 months later, Yi Qinghan brought countless materials, wind, Moon Sovereign, his dozens of disciples, and tens of thousands of the first batch of immigrants to the demonic plane. They stepped into the transmission array and were sent to the demonic plane. After arriving at the demonic plane, Wind Moon Sovereign immediately brought a group of disciples and got busy building large flying phoenixes. Although they were bigger, their speed and defense were far inferior. They only had one advantage: they were easy to build. With a huge amount of materials and enough manpower, the first flying phoenix was completed half a month later. With the template, the construction speed became faster and faster. They began to mass produce them. A year later, the first batch of 100 flying phoenixes brought 1 million god world martial artists to the endless void. They flew to the countless material planes outside the demonic plane and began their journey to occupy the demonic plane. Chapter 1394. As I guessed, even without Yao Ji's help to enter the 5th level of soul quietude, I can still easily comprehend the profound mysteries. How many years has it been? Only 20 or 30,000 years. I comprehended the ultimate profound of the earth element. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth are the basic elements that make up the world. The cold realm itself contains these 5 elemental laws. In truth, I didn't comprehend them myself, but the cold realm. I was just flipping through a book and refining a divine crystal. In the demon world's Frost Night City, there was also a rooftop. There was also a rack of grapes on the rooftop. Yi Qinghan sat cross-legged under the rack of grapes, muttering to himself. 28,000 years might be an unreachable amount of time for mortals, but for a deity-rank powerhouse, it was just the blink of an eye. The immortal world's army was still clearing material planes. Yi Qinghan was overseeing the demon world, while Xiao He was accompanying a group of juniors to train. However, Xiao He, Li Shui, and Yi Qingwu were all in hiding. They wouldn't appear until the most dangerous moment. Yi Qinghan had been in seclusion for 28,000 years. When he came out, he had comprehended the ultimate profound of the law of earth. The ultimate profound was no ordinary profound. In order to comprehend the ultimate profound, one had to comprehend all 6 high-rank, profound mysteries of the earth element. Only then could they attack the ultimate profound. Therefore, in these 28,000 years, Yi Qinghan had not only comprehended one ultimate profound, but also 6 high-rank profound mysteries. This speed of comprehension was absolutely shocking if it was spread out. Moreover, it was a powerhouse above level 9 like him. Yi Qinghan didn't have the slightest hint of arrogance, because this wasn't something he had comprehended at all. It was equivalent to him flipping through a book, even though the cold realm was also his. His divine sense swept through the great emperor's residence. He found that only Yu Qingcheng and Yi Yaorao were in seclusion. Other than Zhu Yi, who was still handling military affairs, the others weren't here. They were probably accompanying the children to conquer material planes. Yi Qinghan stood up and moved around a bit. He found that his body was a bit rusty, so he didn't teleport anymore. Instead, he strode into the mansion. Yu Qingcheng and Yi Yaorao were in seclusion, so Yi Qinghan did not disturb them. He walked straight into Zhu Yi's side hall. "Great Emperor, you're out of seclusion?" "Hee, I've been in seclusion for so long this time. I miss Yi to death." Before they even entered the side hall, a fragrant breeze wafted over. Zhu Yi's hands were wrapped around Yi Qinghan's neck, and a pair of sturdy thighs directly clamped onto his waist. Her face was full of joy. Yi Qinghan patted Zhu Yi's perky buttocks and hugged her to sit on the lion chair. He gave her a lingering wet kiss and said with a smile, "Ha! You've worked hard during this period." "Not at all. Yi is very happy to be able to work for the great emperor." Zhu Yi's face was filled with a sweet smile, as if she was a young girl who had just experienced love for the first time. "Little vixen." Yi Qinghan stroked Zhu Yi's beautiful hair, his eyes full of love. He pondered for a moment, and then asked, "How is the conquest of the material planes going?" Zhu Yi jumped down and poured a cup of tea for Yi Qinghan. Then she said, "It's going well. The nearby planes have all been eliminated, and there isn't much resistance. Now we're clearing out the planes that are further away. The journey is long, and the flying birds are slow, so we can only clear them slowly, but recently a strange matter came back." "What strange matter?" Yi Qinghan raised his eyebrows and asked. The material planes were filled with weaklings. What kind of accident could happen? Zhu Yi furrowed her brows and said, "A month and a half ago, a legion in the west suddenly crushed an emergency jade talisman. At that time, Lord Xiaohei's legion had just returned, so I sent Xiaohei to take a look. There has been no news yet. The Seoul Emperor Pavilion's restrictions can send messages back, but there has been no news yet. Great Emperor, Yi is a little worried." Crushed an emergency jade talisman? Yi Qinghan's expression turned solemn. The distance in the endless void was too far. Without the cooperation of a powerful restriction, there was no way to send a message back. Every legion could only carry an emergency jade talisman. If something happened, they could crush the jade talisman to send a warning. What powerhouses could there be in the material planes? Could there be a fish that slipped through the net? A rank 9? However, since Xiaohei had brought people there, Yi Qinghan was relieved. In this plate realm, besides the God Emperor and Supreme, no one could hurt him, unless it was a super terrifying array like the one in the demon world. The Seoul Emperor Pavilion was fast, and there was a powerful restriction inside that could send messages over super long distances. It wouldn't be long before news came back. "Don't worry. Xiaohei can handle it." Yi Qinghan held Zhu Yi's soft and smooth hand and let her sit on his thigh. His hands and feet became naughty again, reaching into Zhu Yi's robe and enjoying the pair of warm and fragrant jades. Heavenly Emperor, Heavenly Emperor, Zhu Yi was the most wanton. She was aroused by Yi Qinghan's casual touch. Her eyes were like silk, her breath was heavy, and her hair was messy. She was like a seductive night cat. Hee, you're wet so quickly. You're a vixen indeed. Yi Qinghan grinned. He was very clear about Zhu Yi's excitement. He deliberately teased her, but he did not move. He admired Zhu Yi's aroused look, extremely satisfied. Buzz, Zhu Yi's body had already turned into a pile of mush. Yi Qinghan was also aroused. He was about to draw his sword and kill Zhu Yi. The communication jade talisman on Zhu Yi suddenly vibrated. Heavenly Emperor, it's a message from Xiaohe. Although Zhu Yi did not want to check the communication jade talisman, she knew that this communication jade talisman could not be sent by ordinary people. She could only struggle to get up. She did not tidy up her messy clothes, revealing her white flesh. She took off the talisman and scanned it with her divine sense. Her face immediately darkened. She exclaimed, Heavenly Emperor, Xiaohe said that they are fighting with powerhouses from other planes. A different plane legion is attacking the material plane of the demon realm. Our legion was destroyed by them. He sent a message asking for your opinion. Powerhouses from other planes? How can there be powerhouses from other planes? Yi Qinghan withdrew his hand in surprise. He asked doubtfully, how can other planes attack the demon realm? Aren't they afraid of the god emperor punishing them? Also, is it an army from another plane? Zhu Yi pondered for a moment. She scanned the message again and said, this is a Fey plane. They cultivate the elemental law of wind. They are in the west of the demon realm. I'm not sure about their overall strength. As for why they attacked the demon realm, I don't think it's against the rules. Otherwise, they would not be so bold. The god emperor will kill people. I guess they also participated in the last planar war and won. They also chose the demon realm as the plane to attack. It's not like there hasn't been two planes attacking one plane in history. There's such a thing? Yi Qinghan was amused. He said with a smile, then can we attack the Fey plane? If we can, I will take people to occupy that plane. Of course not, Zhu Yi said with certainty. It's fine if we fight with them in the demon realm. It's also fine if we go to their plane to kill some people. But if we dare to occupy their plane, and the god emperor finds out, the divine realm will be finished. Yi Qinghan's eyes lit up. He grinned and said, if that's the case, send a message to Xiaohe and tell him to beat them up. Those who don't obey, kill them all. I'll go there right now. Humph, they dare to fight with me for territory? Aren't they courting death? Chapter 1395. Yi Qinghan did not know how to control the beast god hall, so Zhu Yi could only put aside the matter at hand. He called Monarch Wind Moon over and had her guard over Frost Night City. He also ordered her to postpone the invasion of the material planes and send out countless flying phoenixes to patrol the Devil Realm. Defense was the main priority. Yi Qinghan and Zhu Yi flew out of the endless void through the weak point of the space. Zhu Yi took out the beast god palace, which turned into a meteor and flew towards the west. Although there were many material planes in the demon realm, and many places were very far away, Zhu Yi flew the beast god temple with all her might, so it wasn't too far away. In just half a month, they arrived near the plane Xiaohe sent messages to. I didn't see them? Take a look around and send a message to ask. Yi Qinghan spread out his divine sense to the limit, searching the void for millions of miles around him, but he didn't find anything. After flying around for a while, Zhang Xian still didn't find anything. Instead, he continued flying west for millions of li, and a message came in. Great Emperor, they are in the Dark Night Plain. It's a mid-grade existential plane in the northwest. Zhu immediately exclaimed. Go! Yi Qinghan shouted in a deep voice. The beast god palace made a beautiful arc and flew towards the northwest. The Dark Night Plane was the only mid-level plane in the west of the demon realm. The fiend realm was several times larger than the divine realm, and there were 7 or 8 mid-grade existential planes similar to the secret realm of reincarnation. At this moment, the night plane was in a stalemate. The two armies glared at each other, not daring to make a move. The leader of the group was a handsome young man. His white clothes fluttered in the wind, and he carried a 2-meter-long sword on his back. His aura was terrifying, and his face was filled with killing intent. Behind him were all black-armored martial artists. There were tens of thousands of them, and they were all brimming with killing intent. However, they stood behind the white-robed young man in an orderly manner. They didn't make a move, or rather, they didn't dare to make a move. Their opponents were all members of the Fey race, and there were more than 100,000 of them. At the very front was a man and a woman, and looking at their auras, they were actually at the 9th grade supreme level. The Fey clansmen, whether they were men or women, were all exceptionally beautiful. Their figures were well proportioned, and they had a pair of wings on their backs. They were like fairies that walked out of the jungle. However, the wings were black and looked somewhat evil. Release Yao Yao, Yi Zishi, and the Immortal Realm's martial artists. Otherwise, this great emperor will make your fairy realm completely annihilated. Xiaohei's expression was very cold. He had never been so angry before. He had just received the message from Yi Qinghan and Zhu Yi, which made him even more furious. He didn't care about the Fey invading the demon world at all. He thought that with his own strength, no matter how many Fey came, they would all die. They encountered several Fey legions and were easily swept away by him. It was just that when they were fighting in a material plane, the demon devourer demon, and Yi Zishi wanted to follow an army into battle, but he didn't mind. As before, he led his men to stand guard outside the void. In the end, he fell for the Fey's plan to lure the tiger away from the mountain, and was lured away by these 2 9th-grade supreme martial artists of the Fey race in front of him. The demon devourer demon, Yi Zishi, and the 10,000 soldiers of the immortal world were all ambushed and captured by the Fey army. Xiaohei had always felt very guilty about the demon devourer demon. After he transformed, he doted on Yao Yao incomparably. He gave her whatever she wanted, and no matter what she asked, he didn't dare to object. He practically held her in the palm of his hand, afraid that she would drop, and held her in his mouth, afraid that she would melt. But now she was captured by the Fey, and even Yi Qinghan's daughter, Yi Qinghan, was coming, and Xiaohei didn't know how to face him. The anger on Xiaohei's body was about to tear the nearby void apart, but he didn't dare to move. If he hurt Yao Yao and Yi Zishi, or if he forced the other party into a corner and killed them, he didn't dare to think about what would happen. The 9th-grade supreme martial artist of the Fey race snorted coldly and said indifferently, "I can release them. The immortal world army will withdraw from the demon plane, and make your commander of the plane swear a divine emperor blood oath never to be enemies with the Fey race. This king will release them immediately." Xiaohei was anxious. How much time did the immortal world army spend to attack the demon plane? How much wealth did they spend? How many warriors died? If they gave away such a large piece of territory just like that, how would Yi Qinghan answer to the people of the immortal world when he returned to the immortal world? But if he didn't agree to their conditions, what would he do if they killed Yao Yao and Yi Zishi? For a moment, Xiaohei was so worried that his head was about to explode. "Xiaohei, tell him to wait for Qinghan to come. You said you're not the commander of the immortal world. As Yi Zixie's mother, Fireworks was very calm and quietly transmitted her voice to Xiao He. Xiao He immediately said, "I can't make the decision on this matter. My boss is coming soon. He's the emperor of the immortal world. Only he can make the decision on this matter." The green-haired ninth-grade supreme martial artist of the Fey race laughed coldly and said, "Fine, this king will wait for a month. If there's no reply in a month, I'll immediately order the execution of all the captives. As for those two beautiful girls, hee." After the two ninth-grade supreme martial artists of the Fey race finished speaking, they went straight into a palace in the army. Xiao He flew into a rage, but he didn't dare to move recklessly because he didn't know where Yao Yao and Yi Zixie were at this moment. Even if he killed these people, it would be useless. Bastards of the Fey race, if you dare to harm a single hair on them, I swear I'll kill all of you, Fey race. Xiao He roared a few words, but the other party didn't respond at all. The group could only return to the Soul Emperor Pavilion to discuss countermeasures. Although Xiao He had the strength of a ninth-grade supreme martial artist, Fireworks, Li Shui, and the others were all intelligent women. In the Immortal World Army, there was no lack of lord prefects who dominated a prefecture in the immortal world. But after discussing for a while, everyone was at their wits' end and didn't dare to move recklessly. Fortunately, they heard that Yi Qinghan had rushed over, so they put their hopes on him. With the emperor around, all enemies were fleeting clouds. History proved that there was only one outcome for those who went against the emperor, and that was death. Let's first transmit the details of the matter to Qinghan. Ask him for his opinion. Fireworks's eyes were full of worry. Her only daughter had been captured by the Fey race, and her heart was bleeding. But she was afraid that Xiao He would impulsively go out to kill people and harm the two of them, so she didn't dare to show her anxiety and worry. All right. Seeing that everyone nodded, Yi Qingyu immediately activated the restrictions of the Soul Emperor Pavilion and contacted Zhu Yi. What? Motherf ****. The Fey race, do you want to die? Zhu Yi, fly at full speed. I want to crush all of the Fey race to death. Zhu Yi told Yi Qinghan the news that Yi Qingyu had transmitted. As expected, Yi Qinghan was furious. The power of cold revolved at full speed, and his killing intent soared to the sky. If it weren't for the fact that this place wasn't far from the Dark Night Plain, he would have flown over by himself. Emperor, please calm down. If you rush over like this, not only will you not be able to save the two ladies, but you will also harm them. Although Zhu Yi's expression was solemn, she didn't lose her composure. Her cold eyes quickly turned, and she said, "Little Yu has explained the situation very clearly. The two ladies are not in the Dark Night Plain right now, and they don't know where exactly they are. If you rush over and kill that group of people, the two ladies will be in danger." Then what should we do? Yi Qinghan thought about it and forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart. His eyes were cold as he asked. Zhu Yi saw that Yi Qinghan had calmed down and didn't immediately go berserk. She breathed a sigh of relief, and her eyes lit up with wisdom. She analyzed, "Emperor, don't be anxious. Since the Fey Plain wants to negotiate, that means that before the negotiations break down, they will not touch a single hair on the two ladies. They have fought with Emperor Xiao He before, and they know the strength of Emperor Xiao He, so they don't dare to move. They don't have the guts to declare war on all the planes in the God realm. They only want the demonic plane." Then what should we do? Hand over the demonic plane to them? Impossible. Yi Qinghan thought for a moment and decisively said, "The God realm does not belong to me. Yi Qinghan, the demonic plane has wasted so much manpower, material resources, and financial resources. And you want me to give it to them? How can I explain this to the people of the God realm when I go back?" Zhu Yi was silent, After a moment, she smiled like a fox and confidently said, "Emperor, I have a way. You go immediately. Go to the Fey Plain. I will handle the situation here. I won't let the two ladies come to any harm." Go to the Fey Plain? For what? Yi Qinghan was confused by anger, and he couldn't think straight for a moment. At this moment, he needed to make a decision. And Zhu Yi told him to leave? Zhu Yi's eyes revealed a trace of ruthlessness, and she faintly said, "Kill people, capture people, kill half of the Fey powerhouses, capture the other half." Chapter 1396. Greetings, Empress. A month later, the Dark Night Plain finally welcomed the Divine Realms Empress. What surprised the Fairy Plain's two ninth-grade supreme martial artists was that the Divine Realms Empress was actually a woman. Furthermore, there wasn't the slightest trace of an expert's aura on his body. However, his every movement carried a graceful and luxurious aura of a superior. Zhu Yi had already come to an agreement with Little Black and the others. She faintly glanced at the Fey army and said, "Rise." With that said, Zhu Yi ignored the countless divine senses from the Fey Plain and led the group of people into the Soul Emperor Pavilion. The Fairy Plain powerhouses looked at each other. Was the Divine Realms Empress so indifferent to the lives of those two noble ladies? Could it be that the white-robed powerhouse did not have a high status in the divine realm, but the white-robed young man was so powerful? How could his status be low? Could it be that the Divine Realms Empress was stronger than the white-robed man? For a moment, the fairy powerhouses were nervous. Xiaohei's strength was too terrifying. In the previous battles, he had easily killed 7 or 8 powerhouses from their plane, including a 9th-grade supreme martial artist. If the Empress forcefully suppressed the white-robed young man, their lives would be in danger. Zhu Yi, what the hell are you doing? Boss, if by any chance you harm Yao Yao and Zixi, I can only die 1,000 times. As soon as they entered the Soul Emperor Pavilion, Xiaohei shouted anxiously. The group of women and juniors looked at Zhu Yi nervously. Yi Qinghan did not come. Instead, he sent a message to Zhu Yi to negotiate with the Fairy Plain on his behalf. Everyone felt that they had lost their leader. "Don't worry, Empress Xiaohei, I promise to return you 2 alive and kicking ladies. Believe me, I can save them. The Empress has agreed. I am in charge here." Zhu Yi smiled faintly. Her eyes were full of wisdom. Her calm demeanor made everyone feel slightly relieved. Xiaohei recalled Yi Qinghan's message and knew that this queen had always been extremely intelligent. He nodded and said, "All right, as long as I can save Yao Yao and Zixi, I'll do anything you want me to." "That's fine. Send someone to tell the Fairy Plain that I'm tired from rushing over, and we'll talk to them after resting for half a month. All of you stay in the Soul Emperor Pavilion, and don't go out. Also, have the scouts pay full attention to the movements of the Fae. If there is anything strange, immediately report back." Zhu Yi gave a few orders and smiled like a little fox. Although everyone was worried, they didn't question it. They obediently stayed in the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Xiao. In the endless void, a fiery red figure was flying at a terrifying speed. Yi Qinghan circulated the power of frost and flew at full speed. How terrifying was his speed! Even the spatial blade shattering stream couldn't catch up to him. In just a second, he had traveled millions of miles. Yi Qinghan didn't have a destination and kept flying west. He didn't have the phase plane map, so he could only fly west in a daze. His face was emotionless, but his heart was incomparably anxious. Yao Yao was Xiaohei's only daughter. He was very clear about Xiaohei's feelings for Yao Yao. Besides, he also had his own precious daughter, Yi Zixi. According to Zhu Yi's plan, the faster and more beautiful he was, the safer Yao Yao and Yi Zixi would be, and the sooner they could escape the clutches of the demons. He thought about the two delicate ladies being imprisoned, tied up, and suffering by the Fae. Yi Qinghan wanted nothing more than to smash the nearby material plane with a punch. But he couldn't do anything. He could only fly quickly and dejectedly. Half a month later, Zhu Yi finally walked out of the Soul Emperor Pavilion under the expectant gazes of the Fae. Fireworks, and the others didn't follow. They only brought Xiao He, commander of the Fae. Come out and talk. Zhu Yi flew in the air. She still didn't condense her aura, so no one could see her depth. Her first words made all the Fae powerhouses furious. The Emperor of the God Realm asked the two ninth-grade Supremes. They were afraid of Xiao Hei's terrifying aura. They suppressed their anger and flew out. Zhu Yi raised her head and didn't look at the two ninth-grade Supremes. She said coldly, "Let my people go and get out of the demonic plane. Otherwise, this great emperor will make your fairy plane barren and kill everyone. We won't occupy your plane, but killing people is fine, right?" The two Fae powerhouses were enraged, their complexions changing several times. Murderous aura surged from their bodies. They were supreme powerhouses in the Fae plane. They were below only one and above tens of thousands. How could they be looked down upon like this? The green-haired male Fae commander, who could make women blush with shame, locked his murderous eyes on Zhu Yi. He glared at her and snorted. "So, there's no room for negotiation? You want to fight to the death? Then I can only destroy the flowers. Get ready to collect the bodies of those two ladies." Zhu Yi sneered. "Just give the order. Xiao He, if they dare to attack, they will kill the entire army of the Fae plane. Send my order. Mobilize the army from the God Realm and attack the Fae plane. Let all the powerhouses of the Fae plane be buried with your daughter." As soon as Zhu Yi finished speaking, a trace of fear flashed in the eyes of the two ninth-grade Supremes. Their bodies, which were flying toward the palace, immediately shrank. If it was really as Zhu Yi said, not to mention the other powerhouses of the God Realm, just Xiao He alone could kill or injure a lot of the powerhouses of the Fae race. Although the ruler of the Fae race was powerful, they weren't sure if he was Xiao Hei's match. If the God Realm still had a few powerhouses at the level of Xiao He, then, God damn it, just when the two ninth-grade Supremes were at a loss and didn't know whether to advance or retreat, Xiao He suddenly knelt before Zhu Yi and wailed sorrowfully, "Emperor, please save Yao Yao. Xiao He is willing to be at your beck and call forever, to repay your great kindness." The eyes of the two ninth-grade Supremes of the Fae race lit up, but their faces instantly darkened. How smart was Zhu Yi? Although she didn't look at the two Fae commanders, her divine senses were always locked on them. She sneered secretly, but pretended to sigh helplessly. "Alas! Get up. If it wasn't for you, do you think I would negotiate with them? I would have killed them all long ago." Zhu Yi pondered for a moment. She turned her head and looked at the two ninth-grade Supremes of the Fae race for the first time. She said proudly, "I'll give Xiao He face. You captured 30,000 people from the God Realm, so I'll give you 300,000 material planes. If you occupy 10 material planes, I'll let one person go. When you completely occupy them, both sides swear a divine emperor blood oath not to attack each other. How about that?" The two ninth-grade Supremes of the Fae race looked at each other, unable to hide the joy in their eyes. A divine emperor blood oath was the highest oath in the world of nirvana. A great emperor of a plane couldn't make an oath recklessly. Moreover, the two were intimidated by Zhu Yi's imposing manner and Xiao Hei's powerful martial strength. It was already a perfect ending for them. Immediately, the green-haired Fae commander's eyes lit up. She said loudly, "The Fae plane wants all the 600,000 material planes west of the demonic plane. Occupy 2, and let one person go. After that, both sides swear a divine emperor blood oath to release the two ladies immediately. Deal. But if Xiaohei's daughter is harmed in the slightest, just wait for Xiaohei's crazy revenge. Zhu Yi's eyes flashed with the light of her scheme succeeding. She said proudly. Then she turned and left with Xiaohei. After entering the Soul Emperor Pavilion, Zhu Yi immediately smiled faintly. Xiaohei, don't worry. The day your boss returns will be the day these people perish. By the time they occupy 600,000 material planes, your boss will be back. Chapter 1397. These Fae can fly in the endless void. As long as they reach the Emperor God level, they have the ability to defend against the space-shattering sword stream. In the Soul Emperor Pavilion, Zhu Yi received a message from the patrolling army outside the Dark Night Plane and asked Xiaohei and the others curiously. At first, she thought that the fairy plane also relied on flying tools to fly in the void. She did not expect that the fairy plane would constantly have armies flying here. Even Emperor God, level martial artists could easily fly in the void. Xiaohei had seen the fairy plane martial artists in the void and explained they cultivate the wind element. They seem to have a magical power that can form a rotating air current on the surface of their body. When the space-shattering sword stream attacks come, the rotating air current can easily change the direction of the attack, and the body cannot be hurt. Zhu Yi said with relief, I see. Little you, send a message to the Wind Moon Monarch and have all the divine world armies retreat to the demon plane. We will return to the demon plane immediately. Without Xiaohei, I will not be at ease. Leave one army here to monitor the fairy plane. As long as this army does not provoke us, the fairy plane will not have the guts to touch us. Zhu Yi immediately sent people over and made arrangements with the fairy plane. All the people from the divine world withdrew from the west of the demon plane. They only sent one army to be a witness and take back the martial artists who were released. 3 days later, Zhu Yi took the unwilling Xiaohei and the others to the demon plane. Although Xiaohei and the others were very unwilling, they also knew that the enemy had a 9th-grade supreme martial artist. Without Xiaohei overseeing the demonic plane, if they were to be ambushed, the immortal world army that had come this time would definitely be annihilated. Let's go and wait for Qinghan to come back. Sister Zhu Yi said that nothing will happen. It is good to let the 2 children suffer, so they will not be so naughty in the future. Firework comforted Li Shui'er and urged Yi Qingyu to control the Soul Emperor Pavilion to fly to the demon plane. As she spoke, she could not help but cry. Xiaohei looked at the group of women who were crying and gritted his teeth. Fairy plane, wait for boss to come back. You will suffer the wrath of this great emperor. There's a mid-level realm over there? Yi Qinghan flew west for almost a month. Along the way, he spread out his divine sense and avoided the Fey legions. But as he saw a middle-level plane, he hesitated. It wasn't that he hadn't thought of capturing several Fey clansmen and asking them about the terrain of the Fey plane, and then finding the Fey plane. However, Yi Qinghan did not make a move, for fear of alerting the enemy. At this moment, there was an intermediate plane, and it was clearly a plane occupied by the Fey. It was very likely that there was a teleportation portal that led directly to the fairy plane. That was why Yi Qinghan was hesitating. Are we going to make a move? Yi Qinghan hesitated. If he took action himself, although he could easily control this plane, it was very likely that he would alert the enemy. However, if there was a teleportation array, he would be able to reach the fairy plane immediately. Let's risk it. Yi Qinghan pondered for a moment and decided to take a gamble. Otherwise, he would not be able to continue searching like this. Zhu Yi had only given him 10 years' time. The escape form, which had not been used for a long time, was activated. Although it was operated by the power of cold, it was the same as operating with divine power. Yi Qinghan did not dare to hope that the other level 9 would not be able to detect it. At the same time, Yi Qinghan's body began to transform using the divine crystal. He did not want to be recognized as a human from the divine plane. His head became triangular and his muscles condensed into pieces of scales. He looked like a monster. He quietly slipped into this middle-level realm through the weak space. As soon as he entered, 2 divine senses swept over. Yi Qinghan smiled bitterly. He knew that when a martial artist reached level 9, he would be given the power of heaven and earth. This Fey would be given the power of wind. By relying on the wind element in the world, they could easily detect him. Now that he had been discovered, Yi Qinghan would not be polite. He operated the power of cold to the fullest, and his divine sense radiated to the limit. In an instant, he locked onto 2 level 9 powerhouses in a large city, and a great pressure directly suppressed them. The pressure enveloped the entire large city. Boom! In the largest city, 2 figures shot out. They were the 2 lower level 9 Fey powerhouses who had discovered Yi Qinghan. They were directly suppressed by this pressure, and their bodies immediately fell down, smashing 2 holes in the 2 houses below. There really is a teleportation array. I wonder if it's to the fairy plane? Yi Qinghan did not have time to pay attention to the 2 lower level 9 Fey. His eyes were like lightning locked onto the 2 teleportation arrays in the city. Alien plane creature. Countless Fey clansmen looked at the terrifying red figure in the sky with incomparable horror. They felt an aura that was even more suffocating than their king's, and they were incomparably terrified. Swoosh! Yi Qinghan's body turned into a shadow and appeared on the tallest building in the city. Then his divine sense locked onto the 2 lower level 9 powerhouses, reducing the pressure in the city a little, and shouted, "Get out!" Swoosh! Swoosh! 2 figures shot out from the 2 buildings like cannonballs. In midair, the 2 wings on their backs flapped rapidly, turning into 4 phantoms. The surface of their bodies suddenly emitted streams of air, revolving around the 2 in a regular pattern, making it difficult for people to see the 2 clearly. At the same time, the wind elements between heaven and earth gathered toward the 2. Countless wind blades were immediately formed, shooting toward Yi Qinghan. Humph! Yi Qinghan snorted coldly. He did not even use the power of cold to attack. A strange light flashed in his eyes, and the soul illusion was activated. Suddenly, millions of Fey clan martial artists in the city immediately fell into the soul illusion. How could the soul of a great perfection be a joke? The 2 lower level 9 Fey immediately froze, looking around with incomparable horror in their eyes. They found that there was nothing but a vast expanse of whiteness between heaven and earth. No, in the next second, a scale-covered hand appeared in each of their worlds. It suddenly reached out and moved as fast as lightning. Before the 2 of them could react, it easily grabbed their necks. A strange force immediately drilled into their bodies and sealed their divine crystals. Where do these 2 teleportation arrays go? Yi Qinghan could easily pinch a level 9 supreme martial artist to death, much less these lower level 9 martial artists. His eyes were cold as he grabbed one of the lower level 9 Fey martial artists and asked coldly. His voice was like the cold wind of the 9 nether worlds, making the 2 feel cold all over. Humph! The 2 Fey were also quite arrogant. They kept their mouths shut, stubbornly refusing to say a word. Believe it or not, this young master can kill all of your tens of millions of people in this dimension. You don't believe it? I can immediately turn this city into ashes. Yi Qinghan's face was even colder. The murderous aura from his body made the millions of Fey clan martial artists in the city stand on end. The weaker ones were even shivering in fear. At this moment, the power of cold surrounded them, and they felt an aura of destruction, as if it was the end of the world. Don't! My lord! You are so powerful. Why bother to make things difficult for those low-level martial artists? If you want to kill, just kill us. A lower level 9 Fae powerhouse, whose face was more beautiful than a woman's, was scared pale and said through gritted teeth. Yi Qinghan rolled his eyes and said, I don't want to kill anyone. I just accidentally entered the space black hole. Now, I want to find a way back to my poison dragon dimension. I will ask one last time, where do these 2 teleportation arrays go? Hearing this, the Fae powerhouse said, happily, the poison dragon plane? Which direction is your dimension? My lord, these 2 teleportation arrays, one is to our Fae dimension, and the other is to the demon realm. Fae dimension? Very good. I heard that my dimension is in the west. Open the teleportation array, and send me to the Fae dimension, then I will let you go. Yi Qinghan was secretly happy, but he maintained his composure and continued to bluff. Very well. My lord, our Fae dimension has no intention of becoming enemies with a powerhouse of your level. I hope you will let us go. Otherwise, our king will not let you go. The Fae powerhouse could not play any tricks. Moreover, Yi Qinghan was alone, and there were so many powerhouses in the Fae dimension. Their king had just made a breakthrough, and his strength was much stronger than a 9th grade supreme being. They were not afraid of this monster messing around. Your king? Yi Qinghan was overjoyed in his heart, but on the surface, he didn't think it was difficult. If your king does not make things difficult for me, I will not be enemies with you. Of course, if your king attacks me, I am not afraid. The teleportation array lit up. Yi Qinghan and the 2 Fae powerhouses disappeared in the teleportation array under the frightened gazes of millions of Fae. After being teleported to the Fae dimension, Yi Qinghan swept his divine sense and was overjoyed. The power of cold surrounded his body, and the fire god battle armor activated. Under the horrified gazes of the 2 Fae powerhouses, his body began to change back to human form. He looked up and laughed. I'm sorry, I lied to you just now. I am not from the poison dragon dimension. I am from the divine realm. Moreover, I am not just passing by. I came here specifically to kill people. Tell your king to come out and die. Chapter 1398. The fairy plane was not big, a little smaller than the divine realm, but it had a large population. All the people in the plane were from the fairy race, with only a small number of other races, but they were all of inferior status. The Fae had many powerhouses and a massive amount of resources. Their reproduction rate was also extremely fast, and they had many powerhouses. Yi Qinghan's divine sense casually swept out, and he could detect dozens of 9th grade powerhouses. There were even 3 9th grade supremes. In addition to the 2 9th grade supreme martial artists who attacked the night plane, and the 9th grade supreme martial artist who was killed by Xiaohe, there were 6 9th grade supreme martial artists in the fairy plane. It could be considered a pretty strong plane. Most importantly, the Fairy King's strength had reached the peak of 9th grade supreme martial artist, and his aura was even stronger than Shinta Xiong's, similar to that of the snake-headed beast man. With such a strong expert, it would be very easy to defeat them in the plain battlefield. However, when Yi Qinghan's divine sense locked onto the Fairy King, he was not afraid, but happy. Since it was the Fairy King, as long as he captured him alive and brought him back to the demon plane, all the problems would be solved. How dare you? You're courting death. Kill. Countless Fae powerhouses shot out from all directions, the black wings on their backs turning into phantoms. Multicolored energy swirled around their bodies, making it so that no one could see their true form. All they could see was a multicolored stream of energy shooting into the air. Yi Qinghan was unmoved. His eyes were cold, and the power of cold surrounded his hands, piercing into the bodies of the two lower ninth-level martial artists he had captured. He easily pierced through their divine crystals and turned them into useless people. Then he threw them to the ground, and a strange light lit up in his eyes. The soul illusion was released, and at the same time, a great pressure enveloped all the attacking experts. Boom! Apart from the two ninth-grade sovereigns, the dozens of ninth-grade sovereigns that shot out immediately fell into the soul illusory realm. Thereafter, they were smashed down by Long Da's pressure like birds with broken wings, falling from the sky. Buzz! Yi Qinghan used 50% of his power of frost to form a gigantic palm. At the same time, he activated the Soul Destroyer and attacked the ninth-grade sovereign, who was the first to rush over. The moment the Soul Destroyer moved, the ninth-grade sovereign's body immediately trembled, and he stood in the air in a daze. The giant palm had already whizzed over. If he was hit by it, he would definitely be heavily injured, if not dead. Xiao! At this moment, a figure flew over from a distant city at a frightening speed. He was just outside the city a moment ago, but in the next second, he was already hundreds of thousands of meters away from Yi Qinghan. She waved her hands, causing the space to tremble. Countless wind blades suddenly appeared in the void, each of them tens of thousands of meters long. As soon as these wind blades appeared, the space was immediately torn apart. As these wind blades flew at high speed, cracks appeared in the space. At this moment, the scene looked like a huge piece of cloth being cut by countless blades at the same time. It was incomparably frightening. Finally willing to come out, Yi Qinghan smiled faintly and retracted his palm. Activating the fire god's heart, he teleported millions of kilometers to the left. A creature from another plane? Why did you invade my fairy plane? What made Yi Qinghan a little surprised was that the person standing in the sky was actually an exceptionally beautiful woman. She had a head of green hair that reached her waist and was dressed in a moon-white robe. Her curves were exquisite, and her sharp oval face had exquisite facial features. Her ears were pointed, and her eyes were incomparably clear. Behind her was a pair of huge black wings that were slowly flapping, making her look even more bewitching. Indeed, she was a seductress. Queen, the two level 9 supreme fairies, and the level 9 experts below all flew up, stood respectfully behind the king of the demon clan, and saluted. Yi Qinghan looked over and saw dozens of level 9 powerhouses. There were men and women, all of them beautiful and well-proportioned, but their temperament was a level lower than the fairy queen's. This fairy queen seemed to have some kind of magical power that could involuntarily make people feel tender and protective towards her, and make them not want to hurt her. Humph, humph, to think that you would use a bewitching technique on me. My soul perfection, how could it be fake? Yi Qinghan lightly stood there, secretly sneering. He restrained his aura. Facing these dozens of powerhouses that could even cause a planar legion to feel fear, he didn't feel the least bit of fear. He leisurely said, "You are not my match, and I don't want to kill the innocent. Are you the fairy queen? All right, you come with me. Once we're done here, I'll let you come back." How dare you? You dare to blaspheme the queen. Insolence. Everyone attacked together. Exterminate him. As soon as Yi Qinghan's words left his mouth, countless Fey powerhouses immediately began to curse him. Their auras soared to the heavens, their killing intent overflowing. But no one dared to move. Yi Qinghan's strange supernatural powers just now, and the immense pressure that he emitted just now made everyone realize that this human in front of them had transcendent strength and could not be underestimated. Hurry up and retreat, and I will spare your life. The Fey Queen's complexion didn't change. She waved her hand, and the people behind her immediately shut their mouths. Then she lightly said, her voice incomparably moving, "It looks like if I don't beat you until you're convinced, you won't obediently cooperate. Since that's the case, then let's fight." Yi Qinghan's aura slowly rose as he proudly said. The power of cold revolved. That vast and suffocating aura began to quietly envelop them once more. "Yao Mu, Yao concubine, stay here. Everyone else, retreat." The Fey Queen's beautiful face refused to be outdone. Her aura began to rise, resisting Yi Qinghan's aura. She waved her hand, and the experts behind her, who were originally about to lose their balance in the air under Yi Qinghan's pressure, immediately flew down as if they had been granted amnesty. They stood on top of countless cities and watched the battle of the pinnacle in the sky. The countless Fey citizens nervously watched the four figures in the sky. There was no justice in this battle. Standing on either side was justice. In fact, in all battles within Plate World, there was no distinction between good and evil. There was only strength that reigned supreme, and the strong were respected. Doppelganger technique, mystical array. The Fey Queen's green hair suddenly began to move without any wind. Her meter-long hair fluttered in the air, and when combined with her beautiful face and exquisite curves, it caused one's soul to tremble. As she shouted, the male and female ninth-grade supreme martial artists behind her immediately spread out to the sides. In midair, they actually began to clone themselves. One became two, two became four, and the Queen of the Fey clan also began to clone herself. In an instant, the two ninth-grade supreme powerhouses had transformed into dozens of doppelgangers. The Fey Queen was even more fierce. She split into over 100 doppelgangers. Over 200 figures surrounded Yi Qinghan in the center, forming a mysterious array. Hundreds of figures simultaneously sent out giant wind blades that shot towards Yi Qinghan. From the sky to the ground, from every angle, everything was sealed off, forming an inescapable net that left Yi Qinghan nowhere to escape. Ha! Yi Qinghan was originally prepared to attack, but seeing these people actually forming an array and creating doppelgangers, he couldn't help but laugh. He stood like this, watching the three people busily work. It wasn't until the overwhelming wind blades shot towards him from all directions that he lazily activated the heart of the fire god and prepared to teleport away. "Humph, you still want to teleport? Do you think this king's mystical array is just a decoration?" The Fey Queen sneered. The wings on her back began to flap rapidly. The wings of the other two ninth-grade supreme powerhouses also began to flap rhythmically. In an instant, a whirlwind began to rise in the surrounding space. This whirlwind circled around the more than 200 doppelgangers, enveloping the entire space. This part of the world was actually frozen at this moment. The light of the heart of the fire god on Yi Qinghan's forehead flashed. His teleportation was actually interrupted. Chapter 1399. Forceful spatial lock. Yi Qinghan's teleportation was interrupted. He raised his eyebrows, a look of surprise on his face. The fire god battle armor was a supernatural ability that defied the will of the heavens. In battle, it could allow one to teleport within a space fluctuation, but it couldn't teleport within a forceful spatial lock. For instance, within the snake-headed feral supreme spirit treasure black flag, one couldn't teleport. This was the same logic. His complexion turned cold. Because of his carelessness, he could only forcefully resist these terrifying wind blades. The speed of the wind blades was too fast. Yi Qinghan's teleportation failed. Before he could prepare himself, countless wind blades shot at his body. Yi Qinghan's body was instantly enveloped by the wind blades that filled the sky. Motherfucker! Although he had the protection of the fire god battle armor, Yi Qinghan wasn't any better off. Countless bones in his body were broken, and his organs were shattered. If it weren't for the soul ring immediately healing him, he would have died under such a terrifying attack, even with the protection of the fire god battle armor. The wind blade stopped. As the over 200 figures saw Yi Qinghan standing in the air, unharmed, with only some blood at the corners of his mouth, their faces paled. Even the Fey monarch's beautiful face was filled with astonishment and disbelief. The Fey powerhouses and tribesmen below all sucked in a breath of cold air. Was this still a human? He had actually withstood such a powerful attack, and he hadn't even been seriously injured. How is this possible? How is this possible? Even if he has a supreme spirit treasure, it's impossible for him to resist the attacks of the three of us without being injured. The Fey monarch's watery eyes were filled with astonishment. She knew that Yi Qinghan's fire god battle armor was a supreme spirit treasure because the material of this treasure was too easy to recognize. But she didn't have time to think about it, because Yi Qinghan was like an enraged lion. He began to move. Yi Qinghan's gaze was as cold as lightning. Accompanied by the flickering of a strange light, the soul exterminator was activated, and he accurately shot at the true body of a 9th-grade supreme martial artist. 10 Godslayer spears with a destructive aura appeared from the void. They split into 3 groups and flew towards the 3 people's main bodies. Was the strength of Yi Qinghan's great perfection soul a mere decoration? This doppelganger technique was far inferior to battle emperors. Yi Qinghan himself already knew the doppelganger technique, so he could easily lock onto the 3's true bodies. Demon Wood. The Fey King cried out. The wings on her back flapped, and the air around her rapidly revolved around her. When the 3 god-slaying spears struck her, they were actually sent flying away by the air currents. She immediately waved wind blades at Yi Qinghan, attempting to rescue the besieged. At the same time, her body turned into an afterimage and flew towards Demon Wood. The other 9th-grade supreme martial artist, called Yao Fei, did not have such powerful strength. She could only rely on her speed to avoid the pursuit of the god-slaying spears. Fortunately, Yi Qinghan's target was not her, so he did not care too much about the god-slaying spears. Yao Mu had been struck by Yi Qinghan's soul-extinguishing attack, and his soul was already a bit muddled. Although the Fey King's tender shout had awakened his soul, it was already too late for him to escape. He could only retreat while flapping his black wings rapidly, forming streams of air currents to protect his body. Boom! The 4 god-slaying spears struck Demon Wood's body. One of them suddenly spun, easily piercing through Demon Wood's air current protection and exploding on his body. Demon Wood's body was immediately severely injured and sent flying backwards. He was saved by the Fey King, who flew over. The wind blades behind him were already shooting towards him. Yi Qinghan could only teleport away. Otherwise, the fire god battle armor's energy would be completely consumed, and that would be bad. This round of attacks had immediately broken through the mystical array and severely wounded a 9th-grade supreme martial artist. This was already very satisfactory. You actually dared to wound Demon Wood. Damn you! Human, you will pay the price for your actions. The Fey King handed Demon Wood to the Yao Fei, and then slowly flew towards Yi Qinghan. Her aura became increasingly strong, and her green hair danced even more fiercely in the wind. Her white robes fluttered in the wind, and her watery eyes shined. Her body began to split again, and then she began to dance in the air. The Fey King was a stunningly beautiful woman to begin with. At this moment, her dance was incomparably graceful, able to move the hearts of all the men in the world. Every frown, every smile, every twist of her body was peerless, and even Yi Qinghan felt his heart palpitate and his mouth go dry. A black flag suddenly appeared in Yi Qinghan's hand. With a wave of his hand, the black flag immediately grew larger, covering him and the Fey King within it. He sighed and said, "You can attack me, so why can't this young master severely wound you? If it weren't for my skills just now, I would have been killed by you. Come, show me all your methods, and let this young master see just what kind of heaven-defying supernatural power the strongest powerhouse of the Fey race has." The Fey King's strongest supernatural power was immediately seen by Yi Qinghan in the next second. As soon as the supernatural power was used, Yi Qinghan felt his entire body shiver, and his mind become unsteady. He thought to himself, this really was a supernatural power that defied the will of the heavens. The avatars that filled the skies performed all sorts of graceful dances, leaving one intoxicated and sighing. Then, these 100-plus avatars all began to undress as a divine world great emperor. Yi Qinghan had never been like those ridiculous powerhouses who kept a flock of courtesans and had them dance at home every day. Moreover, this was a peerless beauty, and she was even dancing a striptease. She had gorgeous green hair, skin as white as snow, watery eyes that were intoxicated, and her neck was slender like a proud swan's. Her graceful body twisted and turned in a beautiful arc. This scene was like a fairy dancing in a heavenly palace, a fairy that had fallen to the mortal world. The Fey King was one of the most beautiful women in the entire Plate realm, and she was dancing a striptease. In this sort of scene, even a man from Plate realm would be moved, and their soul would be lost in a daze. They would unknowingly fall into this gentle trap of death. However, he had encountered Yi Qinghan. He had a perfect soul and had comprehended the path of a supreme being. He was unyielding to his enemies, unyielding to himself, and unyielding to the heavens and earth. Yi Qinghan's powerful heart began to display its effects. His mind only trembled for a moment before it became tranquil. Something's wrong. Yi Qinghan's pupils shrank. His mind turned cold, and he felt a fatal danger. He didn't reveal any vigilance on his face. He continued to appreciate the peerless dance and that alluring body that made one's blood boil. But he was secretly prepared in his heart. He quietly sent out his divine sense. Indeed, as he probed, the scene in front of him suddenly changed. Everything was an illusion, and there weren't so many avatars in front of him. There was only a woman dancing, and her robes were still there. Moreover, her body was slowly approaching him. "Humph, you're walking right into a trap." Yi Qinghan was a skilled and daring person. He wasn't afraid in the slightest, but he was secretly preparing himself. The hazy look in his eyes became more intense, and his mouth couldn't stop swallowing his saliva. His lower lip even started to curve slightly. His acting skills could win the Best Actor award. 10,000 meters, 8,000 meters, 6,000 meters. Yi Qinghan saw that the dancing woman was almost naked, and she was only left with a translucent underwear. And the real body of the Queen of the Demon Race was now only 5,000 meters away from him. She had finally revealed her hidden methods. She took off the white robe on her body, revealing her translucent underwear and underwear. Yi Qinghan's mouth and tongue turned dry when he saw her snow-white body. But Yi Qinghan's attention was attracted by the white robes. The white robes had turned into a sword. It was a short sword, a sword that had the same pattern as the slaughter god blade. The sword was transparent, but it emitted an incomparably terrifying aura. Paragon's spiritual treasure. The Queen of the Demon Race had released her strongest soul attack. At this moment, she was holding a Paragon's spiritual treasure and shooting towards Yi Qinghan at her fastest speed. Most importantly, the two of them were only 5,000 meters apart. With the speed of the Queen of the Demon Race, she only needed half a second to cover this distance. Chapter 1400. Yi Qinghan's eyes were blurred and his throat moved. He looked like a pig, as if he had been trapped by the Fey monarch's soul skill. It was as if he did not feel the killing intent from the paragon's spiritual treasure. Something is wrong. The Fey monarch's body trembled. She felt that something was wrong. Yi Qinghan was so powerful. Even if he had been hit by her soul skill, he should not have sensed her killing intent and used her paragon's spiritual treasure without any warning, right? However, the distance between her and Yi Qinghan had shortened to 2,000 meters. At such a close distance, she could not escape even if she wanted to. She could only grit her teeth and brandish the sword with all her might. The white light on the sword became brighter as she stabbed it towards Yi Qinghan's face. She knew that Yi Qinghan's fire god battle armor was a paragon spiritual treasure. However, her sword was also a paragon spiritual treasure. When two paragon spiritual treasures clashed, she used all her strength as a peak 9th grade supreme being. Even if she could not pierce through the fire god battle armor, as long as she could shake Yi Qinghan's head and soul see, she would have the opportunity to kill Yi Qinghan. In theory, she was right, but in reality, she was wrong. The corners of Yi Qinghan's mouth curled up into an evil smile. The confusion in his eyes disappeared and was replaced by 2 rays of light. At the same time, a long black saber appeared in his hand. Supreme Slaughter God Saber. The Wind Moon Monarch did not have the ability to restore the Slaughter God Saber. In addition, he was busy creating restrictions, so he returned it to Yi Qinghan. The Slaughter God Saber was an incomplete paragon spiritual treasure. It did not have any special abilities, so Yi Qinghan thought it was useless. However, at this moment, this useless ability was put to good use. Bang! The white robe turned into a short sword and stabbed the Slaughter God Saber that Yi Qinghan had taken out to block the attack. The Slaughter God Saber was useless, but it was also a paragon spiritual treasure. Its material was the same as any other paragon spiritual treasure. Therefore, the huge force caused the Slaughter God Saber to fly out. However, the Slaughter God Saber was not damaged at all. The Slaughter God Saber was sent flying, but more than half of the short sword's power had been dissipated. The great perfection of soul annihilation was starting to show its effects. Yi Qinghan's hidden hands were also starting to show their effects. A hand shot out like a bolt of lightning towards the Fey monarch's head. It was soft, just like Unikai's melting bone soft palm. It landed on her head. The enormous power caused her soul sea, which was in the process of clearing the golden soul thread's attack, to tremble. This gentle palm caused the Fey King's soul to be thrown into chaos. She did not hesitate to use her body to do what she wanted to do to Yi Qinghan, but Yi Qinghan casually accomplished it. Then, Yi Qinghan's other fist brought with it a potent power of cold. It turned into a series of afterimages as it smashed into the Fey King's stomach with lightning speed. His fist continued to shake. In just an instant, he had punched out 9 times. 3 punches had shaken off the Fey monarch's source power. 5 punches had shaken off the chaotic power that was protecting the Fey monarch's divine crystal. The last punch had easily penetrated the Fey monarch's divine crystal and sealed it. AI, you are such a beautiful woman. Why did you become a thief? Yi Qinghan's fists turned into a gentle hand that wrapped around the Fey monarch's slender waist. She was warm and smooth, causing Yi Qinghan's lower body to jump. He looked at the Fey monarch's frightened eyes and smiled. I forgot to tell you, my soul has reached great perfection. Your soul skills might be effective against a normal 9th grade supreme being, but against me, you won't be able to withstand a single blow. Let me go. Let me go. The fear in the Fey monarch's eyes turned into hatred, an unforgettable hatred. It was as if Yi Qinghan had killed her father. She glared at Yi Qinghan like a hungry wolf, her body constantly struggling. Her hands smashed down on Yi Qinghan as she roared. Try and move again. This young master is not a gentleman. Even I am afraid of my own methods. Yi Qinghan didn't think that just holding onto the Fey monarch's waist would cause her to react so violently. Several bloody scratches immediately appeared on his face. This was the first time that a woman had thrown a tantrum at him, and he couldn't help but be stunned. After roaring twice, this woman still ignored him. Yi Qinghan was thoroughly enraged. His hand fiercely clawed at the Fey monarch's full chest several times. Then, as if this wasn't enough, he reached into her thin undergarments and wantonly played with them. His other hand wasn't idle either. It caressed her buttocks and even reached into her cleavage. Wah! The Fey Queen's hand that had been randomly smashing around suddenly stopped. Her eyes were filled with panic, as if she had been scared silly by Yi Qinghan's violent actions. Then she opened her mouth and began to cry out loud. Motherfucker! Yi Qinghan was also frightened. This was the first time that he had seen a woman throw a tantrum, and the first time that he had made a woman cry. Not just that, but she was his captive, the ruler of a powerful world. Don't cry. Fuck, are you only a teenager? You have nothing better to do, and yet you're making a tantrum? You're still crying? This young master won't touch you anymore. All right, stop crying. If you cry again, this young master will touch you again. Let me tell you, if you piss me off, this young master will force himself on you. Fuck, we are enemies, okay? Your plane's powerhouse captured my daughter and niece. So shouldn't I come here to take revenge? This father won against you fair and square. So why are you crying? You're crazy. You're crazy. Yi Qinghan nearly went crazy. They were both adults and enemies. Just a moment ago, you wanted to kill me, and I wanted to kill you. Since you weren't strong enough and were captured, didn't they have the right to deal with prisoners of war? Wasn't it normal even if they took you? You were the ruler of a world. So why were you crying like a little girl? What was the point of crying? Yi Qinghan could treat his enemies like ice and snow in winter. Even when he had slapped 3 billion people to death outside Soul Emperor Island, he didn't think too much about it. This was because they wanted to kill him. So they deserved it. At this time, this Fey monarch didn't seem like a powerhouse at all. Her peerlessly beautiful face was wet with tears, and her delicate and pitiful appearance made her seem like a weak woman being bullied by a tyrant like Yi Qinghan. If you cry again, this young master will kill everyone on your plane. Yi Qinghan was distraught by her crying. He hated women like this the most. He revolved the power of cold and his killing intent sword. His eyes bulged, and he roared out loud. As expected, this move was very useful. The Fey monarch immediately stopped crying, but the hatred in her eyes soared once more. This was an irreconcilable hatred that caused Yi Qinghan's hairs to stand on end. He didn't know what was wrong with this woman. After taking the woman's supreme spirit treasure and throwing it into the War Imperial Temple, Yi Qinghan put away the black flag. Then he lifted the Fey monarch and descended downwards. Monarch! As the countless Fey clansmen saw that their king had been captured, their eyes filled with madness. Countless martial artists rushed towards Yi Qinghan. Humph! Get the hell out of here. If you dare to move again, I will kill your monarch. Yi Qinghan had an imperial sword in his hands. He pressed down with great pressure. The strongest powerhouse of the Fey plane had been captured by him. If he wanted to kill, he could easily kill all the martial artists in this plane. Yi Qinghan leisurely flew downwards and put away the slaughter god saber. Then, with several teleportations, he arrived at the largest city. Tens of thousands of Fey followed behind him. They were all powerhouses at the Supremacy Realm and above. All of them glared at Yi Qinghan with hatred in their eyes, but not a single one of them dared to move. Open the transmission array. If you dare to shout or move again, this young master will kill your monarch and destroy your plane. If you don't believe that this young master has the ability to do so, then go ahead and try. In order to prevent the Fey monarch from giving random orders, Yi Qinghan continued to act crazily. He threw the Fey monarch into the War Imperial Temple. Then, he leisurely stood on the transmission array. The transmission array lit up under the eyes of countless hateful, angry, and murderous gazes. Yi Qinghan gently left. He gently waved his hand. He did not take away a single cloud, but instead took away the Fey monarch. Chapter 14:01. Yi Qinghan entered the transmission array. The destination of the transmission array was the Fey plane, the middle-level plane he had come from. As soon as he arrived, Yi Qinghan ignored the panic-stricken eyes of the countless Fey. He brought the Fey King and flew out of the endless void, flying towards the demon plane. From here to the Dark Night plane was over a month's journey. Of course, this was under the condition that Yi Qinghan flew at full speed. However, since the Fey King had been caught, Yi Qinghan didn't panic. Zhu Yi had given him 10 years, and only 2 months had passed. Zhu Yi's wisdom was monstrous. If she said she could stabilize the Fey Legion, then she could. Yi Qinghan didn't panic. He leisurely flew towards the Dark Night plane. "What is your name?" Yi Qinghan looked at the Fey King in his hands. He looked at her eyes that were filled with hatred, as if she were looking at someone who had killed her father. He felt a bit of a headache. Because they were flying at such a high speed, there would occasionally be space-shattering blade currents. At that time, space would shake. Yi Qinghan didn't dare to leave her in the War Imperial Temple. If she died from the vibrations, then that would be troublesome. The Fey King was still wearing thin green undergarments, revealing her white waist. Yi Qinghan asked her, but she didn't answer at all. Her watery eyes glared at Yi Qinghan, as if she wanted to use her gaze to kill Yi Qinghan. "Fuck, I already told you that your subordinates captured my daughter and niece and threatened us to hand over the demon plane. We worked so hard to take down the demon plane, and with just a word from you, you want us to hand it over? Is there such a good thing?" Yi Qinghan's hair stood on end as she stared at him. He sighed and tried to explain, but the Fey King continued to stare at her. Yi Qinghan was driven crazy. He angrily said, "Are you sick in the head? You are the king of a plane, not some 17 or 18-year-old child. We are enemies. Your people killed and captured my people, so it's normal for me to capture you. If you keep looking at me like that, I'll dig your eyeballs out." The Fey King finally opened his mouth, his words filled with hatred. "I want to see it. Dig it up. If you have the guts, then immediately kill me. Aha, have you figured it out yet? You're now my prisoner of war." Yi Qinghan was so angry that he almost vomited blood. If this was a man, Yi Qinghan would definitely slap him. He coldly snorted and said, "You think I don't dare? Forget it. I don't want to be long-winded with you. I'll knock you out." As Yi Qinghan spoke, he was about to knock her unconscious. But before Yi Qinghan could do anything, the Fey Queen actually began to cry again. Her face was filled with grievance, and her charming body trembled. She looked so delicate and lovely that anyone who saw her would feel pity for her. Fall. Yi Qinghan's eyes rolled back in his head, and he nearly vomited blood. He simply turned his head away and used the power of cold to block his hearing. Then he brought the Fey King and rapidly flew into the distance. Without seeing or hearing, Yi Qinghan also had peace and quiet. After flying for 5 days, Yi Qinghan finally stopped. Although he couldn't see or hear, he still had to use his divine sense to explore the road, right? As his divine sense swept over the Fey Queen, he discovered that she had been crying for an entire 5 days. Her face was wet with tears, and her clothes were wet. Her body had been trembling for 5 days and 5 nights. It was hard to imagine that a person could cry for 5 days and 5 nights without any signs of stopping. In the end, Yi Qinghan wasn't a cold-blooded and heartless person. He could only stop and helplessly say, "Big sister, Auntie, can you not cry? Is there something wrong with your Fey race's head?" Unexpectedly, just as Yi Qinghan finished speaking, the Fey King immediately stopped crying. Her eyes were filled with anger as she roared at Yi Qinghan, "You're the big sister, you're the Auntie, your whole family is Auntie. This king is only 20 years old, and you're the one who's sick, your whole family is sick." After Yi Qinghan heard this, he laughed out loud, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. "What? 20 years old? Do you think I'm a fool? You can cultivate to 9th grade supreme at 20 years old? That's the greatest absurdity in the world. If your Fey race had your talent, 9th grade supreme martial artists would be flying everywhere, and your Fey race would have unified the entire Pan realm. You really are sick, and your sickness isn't clear." The Fey King coldly snorted and said, "Humph! Our Fey race's supreme secret technique isn't something you can imagine. My race's king and 3 ancestors were heavily injured in the dimensional battlefield. In the end, they spent their entire life's demonic energy and 3 supreme martial artists' demonic crystals to create this king. You'd better kill me if you have the guts. I, Yao Fei, have already sworn that I will kill you in this lifetime. As long as I live, this king will make killing you my lifelong goal, and I won't rest until I'm dead." Yi Qinghan sighed helplessly and said, "Yao Fei, that's a good name, but you really do look like you're sick. Fine, let's say you're 20 years old. You're only 20 years old, and you already don't understand the ways of the world. Don't you know that you're now a prisoner of war? Your fate is now in my hands. You still want to kill me? Besides, you're already a 9th grade supreme martial artist. You can still become stronger. To put it bluntly, even if you were twice as strong, you still wouldn't be my match." Yi Qinghan hesitated for a moment, then said, "All right, don't look at me like that. As long as you release my people and leave the demonic plane, then I will let you go. You can go back to being your queen. As long as you don't step into my territory, then I won't bother with a little girl like you." After speaking, Yi Qinghan ignored Yao Fei, and continued to fly at full speed. But no matter what Yi Qinghan said, Yao Fei, continued to stare at Yi Qinghan with hatred. Yi Qinghan was puzzled. He didn't know where this Yao Fei's hatred was coming from, but as time passed, Yi Qinghan felt like he was about to go crazy. He directly knocked her unconscious and used a soul skill to attack her, causing her soul to fall into an illusion. Only then did he continue to fly. A month later, Yi Qinghan finally flew back to the Dark Night Plain. But the nearby plains were filled with Fey armies. Countless armies were attacking and occupying material planes. Clearly, the news that Yi Qinghan had attacked the Fey Plain and captured their king had not reached them yet. Yi Qinghan followed his agreement with Zhu Yi and crushed a special jade talisman half a month ago. When he arrived near the Dark Night Plain, he quietly wandered around for a day or 2. Sure enough, he found the Soul Emperor Pavilion flying through the air. "Boss, did you succeed? Why did you capture a beautiful girl? Are you trying to take in a Fey beauty?" As soon as Yi Qinghan entered the Soul Emperor Pavilion, Xiao He immediately surrounded him. Seeing Yao Fei, in Yi Qinghan's hands, he clicked his tongue in wonder and revealed a smile that all men could understand. "This is the king of the Fey race, a peak 9th grade, supremacy. Is it enough to exchange her for someone else? Yi Qinghan did not want to argue with Xiao He, so he said to Zhu Yi behind him, "A peak ninth grade supremacy king? Enough. Let's go. We're going to the Dark Night Plain." Zhu Yi's eyes brightened, and she heaved a sigh of relief. Yi Qinghan would not lie. Since he had captured their king, it would definitely be enough to exchange two people. "We haven't occupied 60 planes yet, right? What are the people from the divine realm doing here?" In the Dark Night Plain, two ninth-grade supremacies and countless Fey martial artists looked strangely at the descending Soul Emperor Pavilion. Had the divine realm gone back on their word? In the next second, they immediately knew that the divine realm had indeed gone back on their word. Or rather, they had fallen into a trap. When they saw that Yi Qinghan was carrying a woman so beautiful that no one could bear to hurt, all of their faces were filled with fear, and they cried out in alarm, "King!" Chapter 1402. Yao Fei had been in a trance. Now that she was shaken by Yi Qinghan's cold power, she woke up. The first thing she saw were two ninth-grade supreme martial artists and a group of fairy race soldiers. She called out subconsciously, "Yao Long, Yao Yu, why are you—" Before she could finish speaking, she was thrown into the War Emperor's palace by Yi Qinghan. Zhu Yi smiled coldly and said, "Two conditions. First, release our people. Second, get the fairy race soldiers out of the demonic plane. Otherwise, prepare to collect the corpse of your king. Release the king, or I will order the execution of those two ladies." That ninth-grade supreme male Fae was releasing a sky-piercing killing intent. Countless Fae powerhouses were also glaring at the people of the divine world. If looks could kill, then the people of the divine world would have died several times over. Zhu Yi, Yi Qinghan, Xiao He, and the others looked at the ninth-grade supreme martial artist as if they were fools. Yi Qinghan waved his hand, indicating that Zhu Yi did not need to say anything more. Flying forward, Long Da's oppressive aura pressed down directly. Other than the two ninth-grade supreme martial artists, all the other Fae couldn't even stand. They were all forced to kneel on the ground by the oppressive aura. He smiled coldly and said, "If I don't see anyone from the immortal realm within 3 days, your queen will die, and all of you will die. If the two of them are harmed in the slightest, I will kill every single one of your Fey race." The two ninth-grade supreme martial artists of the fairy race finally understood the situation. They were so scared that their faces turned pale. Since the other party could easily go to the Fey plane and even easily capture the strongest king of the Fey plane, he alone had the strength to sweep through the entire Fey plane. With the addition of that white-robed man, just how strong was the divine realm? The fairy race was defeated, utterly defeated. They were not on the same level at all. There were no conditions to negotiate. "No, boss, I must teach the fairy race a painful lesson. How dare they capture Yao Yao and Zishi? Not only will I destroy the entire fairy race army, I still have to kill my way to the fairy plane and devour all of their powerhouses. Otherwise, I won't be able to dispel the hatred in my heart." While there was an uproar outside, a dispute broke out within the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Yi Qinghan and Zhu Yi expressed that as long as they released the prisoners and left the demonic plane, this matter would be settled. However, Xiao He insisted on killing all the seductresses. He even wanted to kill his way into the seductress plane. "Xiao He, don't make a big fuss. If it's Zhu Yi who causes the torture, then things will be troublesome. All right, you can deal with the Fairy Legion as you please. Just kill your way to the fairy plane." Yi Qinghan shook his head. It was not that he was soft-hearted. After all, they did not have the qualifications to attack the fairy plane. It would be troublesome if they attracted Pan Xing's attention. Zhu Yi was also very clear about this, so she maintained the same opinion as Yi Qinghan. All right. Seeing that Yi Qinghan and Zhu Yi insisted. Xiao He could only give up even though they didn't give a specific reason. Mother, mother, uncle, father, mother. 3 days later, a group of seductresses escorted 2 women into the Dark Night Plain. When the demon devourer and Yi Zishi saw Yi Qinghan and the others, they immediately flew over. They started crying in midair. Fireworks and Li Shui immediately flew over and hugged their heads as they cried bitterly. Xiao He looked at the crying Yao Yao and Zishi and became furious. His body transformed into a blue dragon and whizzed forward. In a single move, he immediately swallowed tens of thousands of seductress martial artists. The 2 9th-grade supreme martial artists were also swallowed. They struggled for a moment before they were swallowed. All right, Xiao He. Yi Qinghan couldn't bear to watch. In reality, standing on the seductress plane, they were not in the wrong. It was reasonable for them to choose to attack the demon plane. It was just that they had encountered the divine realm. Yi Qinghan took Yao Fei, out of the War Emperor Palace and threw her to the remaining seductress army. He then shouted coldly, "All of you seductresses, retreat from the demon plane. This is the divine realm's territory. If the Moon Queen finds out that there are still seductresses here, kill them without mercy." Yao Fei was still unconscious. The remaining seductress martial artists immediately carried Yao Fei and flew into the endless void in fear. All right, Zhu Yi, you can bring them back. Xiao He, you can go back too. I'll cultivate in seclusion here and keep watch. When the demon plane is completely stabilized, we'll return to the divine realm. Of course, if you want to return to the divine realm, you can teleport back. Zhu Yi, I'll have to trouble you with the matter of clearing the material plane. Yi Qinghan waved his hand when he saw that Yao Yao and Yi Zishi didn't suffer any injuries. They were just frightened after being captured and imprisoned for several months. All right, let's go back first. I'm also bored while you're in seclusion here. Xiao He pursed his lips. His precious daughter was frightened because of him. He had to think of a way to make it up to her. Zhu Yi needed to go to the demon plane to keep watch and coordinate everything. As for fireworks and Lei Shui, they naturally had to accompany the frightened Yao Yao and Yi Zishi. After the group discussed for a while, Zhu Yi and Xiao He entered the Soul Emperor Pavilion with a group of women and flew away. Yi Qinghan was prepared to continue comprehending the laws. Anyway, he could comprehend them in the War Emperor Palace, so it didn't matter where he went. If the seductresses wanted to attack, he could immediately suppress them. The seductresses immediately began to retreat. The Immortal World Army was also mobilized. Yi Qinghan built a simple residence in the Dark Night Plain and stayed there. Every day, there would be scouts bringing back news from all sides, reporting, "Emperor, the seductress's army has completely withdrawn from the fiend world's sphere of influence." Yi Qinghan sat leisurely in the residence and drank tea. He was completely relieved. This Yao Fei was not completely crazy. She didn't act recklessly. He waved his hand and dismissed the messenger. He was prepared to enter the War Emperor Palace in a few days and go into seclusion. 10 days later, Yi Qinghan let the commander of an army, Xiangdi of Smoke Beacon Prefecture, oversee his Dark Night Plain. He entered the War Emperor Palace to continue comprehending the profound mysteries. He had already comprehended the laws of Earth to perfection. Yi Qinghan prepared to comprehend the profound mysteries of water. He believed that with the existence of the cold realm, he could easily comprehend the profound mysteries of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. As for the profound mysteries of the other elements, as well as the problem of evolving the cold realm, he would first comprehend the profound mysteries of the laws of the other 4 elements. who knew that just as Yi Qinghan was standing in front of a high-level, water-profound stone tablet and hadn't even begun to perceive it, the War Emperor Palace trembled, and Yi Qinghan was shaken away. What's going on? Yi Qinghan was enraged. He had told Xiang Di not to disturb his seclusion if there wasn't a major event. Yet, something major had happened just as he entered. Emperor, please calm your anger. A scout just sent a message saying that the king of the seductresses is flying towards us. The scout corps doesn't have any powerhouses, so they don't dare to fight. They immediately flew into the material plane and sent a message back. Xiang Di was still dressed in golden armor, his face filled with grievance. Yao Fei, does she really want to die? Yi Qinghan was thoroughly enraged. Not killing her was already the most benevolent thing he could do. If he weren't afraid of arousing Pan Xing's attention, he would have already started a massacre in the seductress's plane. This Yao Fei actually dared to mess around? Immediately, Yi Qinghan angrily flew out from the dark night plane. According to the direction that Xiang Di had given him, he only flew for half a day before he saw a slender figure flying towards him from the endless void. Her eyes were still filled with hatred, a bone-deep hatred that caused Yi Qinghan's hairs to stand on their ends. Yi Qinghan stood tall in the void, his face filled with anger. He said, Yao Fei, if you are sick, then go back to your plane to cure yourself. Do you really think that I wouldn't dare to kill you? Just kill me. Yao Fei, face was cold, and her eyes were resolute. She hatefully said, You have ruined my chastity. Our seductresses value chastity the most. Unless you die, I won't have the face to return. Either you kill me, or you are killed. Otherwise, we are not finished. Chapter 14:03. Mother ***, when did I violate your chastity? Yi Qinghan was so angry that he directly cursed. Then he rolled his eyes and remembered that he seemed to have touched her a few times. He helplessly sighed and said, I only touched you a few times. It shouldn't be so serious, right? Go, you can't kill me. Swish. Yao Fei's answer to Yi Qinghan was a sky full of wind blades. Her attack was very sharp. The power of a peak 9th grade supremacy was extremely powerful. Wind blades that were thousands of meters long tore through the air and shot towards Yi Qinghan with terrifying momentum. Crazy! Yi Qinghan cursed angrily. He was truly unlucky to have met such an exquisite girl. This Yao Fei was an outstanding beauty, and she had an indescribable aura about her that made it difficult for Yi Qinghan to kill her. Furthermore, when he thought about how she was only 20 years old and a little girl, Yi Qinghan's heart softened even more. The fire god's heart lit up. Yi Qinghan directly teleported and unleashed his aura, forming a huge palm that slammed down towards Yao Fei. How powerful was Yi Qinghan's aura? He originally had the power of a peak 9th grade supremacy. After comprehending some things in the demonic plane and entering the cold realm, he allowed the cold realm to contain the laws of heaven and earth. The evolution of the cold realm sped up, and his power doubled. Yao Fei couldn't even dodge when the palm slammed down. She couldn't move her body at all. What surprised Yi Qinghan the most was that Yao Fei actually closed her eyes and looked up at the descending palm. She didn't resist at all. She was sincerely asking for death. Crazy! Yi Qinghan cursed helplessly. He retracted half of the power of his palm and sent Yao Fei flying. His body flashed, and he instantly teleported over. He grabbed Yao Fei's waist, and cold energy surged in, sealing Yao Fei's divine crystal once again. In the end, Yao Fei reverted back to her original self. Her watery eyes were filled with hatred as she glared at Yi Qinghan, causing his hair to stand on end. Yi Qinghan didn't want to say anything. He brought her into the Fey Plain, flying at full speed. It only took them several days to catch up to the retreating Fey army. Take your king back to the Fairy Plain. If he dares to harass us again, kill him without mercy. Yi Qinghan threw Yao Fei into the hands of the Fey army. Then, beneath Yao Fei's hateful gaze, he returned to the Dark Night Plain. However, just as Yi Qinghan sat down and picked up a cup of tea to drink, Emperor Xiang ran in and looked at Yi Qinghan with a mocking expression. He knelt down on one knee and chuckled, "Great Emperor, your Fey King has come again." Buffed, Yi Qinghan spat out a mouthful of tea onto the smirking Xiang Di's face. Seeing that Xiang Di had only wiped his face but was still smiling weirdly, Yi Qinghan glared at him and said angrily, "What's yours and mine? Emperor Xiang, what is the meaning of this? Do you think I'm having an affair with that crazy woman?" "Great Emperor, I didn't say anything." Emperor Xiang grinned. His silly appearance left Yi Qinghan speechless. "Hee, you captured her several times, but she didn't kill her. This Fey knows that she isn't the great Emperor's match, but she still comes to cause trouble. If there isn't an affair, who would believe that?" Emperor Xiang saw Yi Qinghan fly out of the Dark Night Plain angrily and grinned. Then, a look of worship appeared in his eyes. He gave a thumbs up and said, "Great Emperor, as expected of the great Emperor, you are truly fierce. You even dare to mess with a king from another plane. No wonder you transferred Great Emperor Xiaohe and the others away. You were afraid of being discovered. Yao Fei, do you really think I don't dare to kill you?" Yi Qinghan stood tall in the endless void, his face cold and his black hair dancing in the wind. His killing intent enveloped Yao Fei, as he angrily said, "Kill me then. Kill me, and Yao Fei, will be free. Otherwise, I will chase you down for the rest of my life until I kill you." Yao Fei puffed out her chest and said fearlessly. Then she closed her eyes as if she were waiting for death. You are simply unreasonable." Yi Qinghan looked at Yao Fei's weak and pitiful appearance. He had been preparing to condense a large palm, but now he had no choice but to release it. He was so angry that his face turned the color of a pig's liver. After a long time, he bitterly smiled and said, "All right, I'm afraid of you. Let's talk about reason, okay? You say that I've taken your chastity, but the problem is that I didn't do it. Touching you a few times isn't considered bad, right? At worst, I'll just touch you back." "Hey," Yao Fei lightly spat. Then, her eyes filled with hatred once more. She coldly said, "Once a member of the Fey race touches our body, our chastity is destroyed. The Fey race values chastity the most. As the ruler of the Fey race, I should set an example. Unless you die, or I die, there is no way to undo this." "Fall." Yi Qinghan rolled his eyes and said, "Then when you go to the planar battlefield to fight with the powerhouses from the other planes, what will you do if they touch your body?" Yao Fei said proudly, "Of course we will chase them down until they die. In the last planar war, my 2 ancestors were touched by a dark shadow race man. In the end, they were unable to chase down that man, and my tribe's ruler was severely injured in the planar battlefield. After they returned, they immediately used an unparalleled secret technique to transfer all of their Fey energy and 3 supreme Fey crystals to me. They died to protect their chastity." "Then why don't you go and die?" Yi Qinghan said helplessly. This kind of race that was obsessed with chastity was really unreasonable. It was already a miracle that they could still survive, until now. Yao Fei said with incomparable determination, "They may not be able to find such a powerhouse from the other planes, but I can find you Even if you go to the immortal realm, I will go there to find you and think of a way to kill you. Unless I die, I will not give up." Yi Qinghan was completely speechless. This Yao Fei was practically a psychopath. If this woman came to cause trouble every day, he wouldn't even need to cultivate anymore. But if he wanted to kill her, he couldn't bring himself to do so. After a moment, Yi Qinghan released a soul extinguisher and then teleported. The power of frost surged into her body and sealed her again. This time, Yi Qinghan did not continue to release her. Instead, he brought her back to the Dark Night Plane and entered the War Emperor Palace under Emperor Xiang's gaze. Think about it carefully. When you've thought it through and want to go back, come and find me. Otherwise, you can stay here for the rest of your life." Yi Qinghan said fiercely. He threw Yao Fei into the inner chambers of the War Emperor Palace and went to the Great Hall with the mysterious stone tablets. He had used a lot of power of frost to seal Yao Fei, or his divine crystal, enough to seal her for 10,000 years. Since he couldn't bring himself to kill her and didn't want to continue tangling with her, Yi Qinghan could only lock her up. After sitting for a while, he put the matter of Yao Fei aside. Yi Qinghan forced himself to calm down and began to comprehend the laws of water.